session for the purpose of negotiations discussion.
I move we go into closed session for the purpose of collective bargaining negotiation discussion.
Support.
Ms. McLean, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Heyer?
Yes.
Ms. Catalina?
Yes.
Mr. Need?
Yes.
Mrs. Crane?
Yes.
Mrs. Horst?
Yes. Wait, we are in closed session, so I need you to go to your board email accounts, and Mr. Heyer has just sent a new link, correct?
Yes.
For the closed session. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Egan? Mrs. Crane?
Here.
Ms. Catalina?
Here.
Mr. Heyer?
Here.
Mr. Need?
Here.
Mrs. McGinnis?
Here.
Mrs. Horst?
Here. This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public community hearing. There is time for public participation as indicated on the agenda in items 3 and 9. Item 2 is approval of the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please?
I move the Board of Education approves the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
Any questions or discussion on the consent agenda? I just want to make a quick comment and thank both Mrs. Crane and Mrs. McGinnis for agreeing to serve on a 2-year committee through our Oakland County School Board Association. It's a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and they both agreed to represent Clarkston schools. That's on our consent agenda tonight. So thank you both trustees for that. All right, Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. McGinnis?
Yes.
Mr. Heyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Egan?
Yes.
Ms. Catalina?
Yes.
Mrs. Crane?
Yes.
Mr. Need?
Yes.
Mrs. Horst?
Yes, the motion carries. Item 3 is citizens' request to address the board. Under item 3, you are given 2 opportunities to address the board. Under 3.1, you can request to address the board about any topic that's on tonight's agenda. And under item 9, you can request to address the board on any topic. When asking questions or making comments, please state your name and direct your comments to Mrs. Kelly Horst, President, Clarkston Board of Education. Now, realizing we have a couple of topics on tonight's agenda that we think will be of great interest to our participants tonight, and I can see our participant numbers continue to climb here as we get our meeting started. I think we'll kind of follow what we did last week, which is rather than try to take an accounting at this point of what items people are interested in addressing the board on, I have a feeling they are going to be wrapped around items 6.8 and 6.9, our return to school plan and our return to school recommendation. So participants, audience members, let me just say that if those are the items you are interested in, as we get closer to those action items, why don't we wait until that point for you to go ahead and raise your hand, and we will pause as we get through our action items. If there is another action item that you are interested in addressing the board on, go ahead. And you know how we get to this. We've been doing this for a while now. You click on the attendee button, you click the raise hand icon, and I will pause after every action item just to check and make sure that there isn't anyone in the audience who wants to address the board on any other topic. And if you are here with us by phone, I'll do a quick check. We have a lot of phone call listeners this evening. You click *9. So I will do a quick check as we go through this evening and make sure.
And then the participants button on the bottom.
Right. I'm sorry. What did I say? Something different? Oh, you have to click participant. All right.
Yep.
Yes. Participants on the bottom, then raise hand. I'll get, by the time I get it, we'll be, back in not doing this anymore. But I'll kind of talk through as we get to the bottom, the bottom of our agenda, kind of, we'll clarify that as we get there, because there'll be some differences about what we're discussing. So we'll kind of move on there and we'll save those. So item 4 is superintendent update. Dr. Ryan, anything for us this evening?
Just in brief, President Horst, I just want to give my thanks out to the Clarkston staff and administration for their hard work at helping formulate the plans that are being approved tonight. Regardless, as we move forward of our ultimate path and as we look forward to this year and hopefully seeing past the pandemic, I'm very grateful for all the efforts of every last one of our crew who is really working literally 7 days a week to try to make this happen. And I want to thank our members of our Board of Education who've continued, I believe, to work to educate themselves and to help guide our community, our administration, our district forward at this difficult time. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Item 5 is presentation items. We have none this evening. Item 6 is our action items, and we have quite a list this evening. Item 6.1 is approval of personnel changes. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approves the personnel changes as listed on the attached sheets. Support.
Are there any questions or discussion for Mr. Lucido? All right, seeing none. Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Need,
Yes.
Mr. Heyer,
Yes.
Mrs. Crane,
Yes.
Ms. Catalina,
Yes.
Mrs. McGinnis,
Yes.
Mrs. Egan,
Yes.
Mrs. Horst.
Yes, the motion carries. Item 6.2 is approval of purchase of folding tables, chairs, and chair racks. May I have a motion, please?
I move the Board of Education approves the purchase of folding chairs and tables using the consortium pricing MI deal from the vendor Granger as presented in the amount of $35,459.63.
Support.
Any questions or discussion for Mr. Goodman? Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Egan,
Yes.
Mrs. McGinnis,
Yes.
Ms. Catalina,
Yes.
Mrs. Crane,
Yes.
Mr. Need,
Yes.
Mr. Heyer,
Yes.
Mrs. Horst.
Yes, the motion carries. Item 6.3 is approval of resolution regarding unlimited enrollment for current secondary open enrollment programs for the 2020-2021 school year. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education adopts the resolution approving unlimited open enrollment in the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, CSM Tech Academy, Career Pathways, and Construction Tech as presented. Support.
Any questions or discussion from the board? All right, Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. McGinnis,
Yes.
Mr. Heyer,
Yes.
Mrs. Egan,
Yes.
Mrs. Crane,
Yes.
Mr. Need,
Yes.
Ms. Catalina,
Yes.
Mrs. Horst.
Item 6.4 is first reading approval of policy 2266, non-discrimination on the basis of sex in district programs or activities. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approves the new policy 2266 and the rescinding of policy 5517.02 as presented.
Support.
Mrs. Crane, I know you're our new policy chair. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to give us in terms of an overview. I think it was a fairly prescriptive policy, something new that came out of the Department of Education. It didn't appear that there was a lot of choice or reflection that we had to do with this.
No, it was, and I'm sorry about the fact that we have to do first and second reading tonight. It covers key requirements of the new Title IX regulations, and those go into effect this Thursday. So we have to approve it tonight. Dr. Ryan, Mr. Heyer, and I read through it. We made the option choices that we could as they are appropriate for Clarkson schools.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the rest of the board for the policy committee?
I have a question quickly. Does the policy committee recommend that we revisit this later on or to make changes or any amendments? That's my question.
We spent a fair amount of time reading through it very carefully. I think that I speak for all of us. I do not think there was anything that we would want to amend, but we can, if anybody else wants to look at it more carefully, please just email me and we can put it on a future agenda.
Yes, Mr. Need?
I read through the policy and I think the committee made the appropriate choices. I agree with Mrs. Crane. I don't really see that there would be anything we need to revisit, but of course we can if we have to.
Okay. Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. McGinnis,
Yes.
Ms. Catalina,
Yes.
Mrs. Egan,
Mrs. Egan, one more time, please. You were on mute, just so we have your voice.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Need,
Yes.
Mrs. Crane,
Yes.
Mr. Heyer,
Yes.
Mrs. Horst.
Yes, the motion carries. Item 6.5 is approval of curriculum platforms and course catalog inclusion for Clarkston virtual program. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approves the purchase of Lincoln Learning Curriculum at a cost of approximately $800 per elementary student, Pearson Connexus Curriculum at the cost of between $398 to $474 per secondary student, and the inclusion of each curriculum catalog in the overall CCS course catalog.
Support.
Trustees, any questions for our administrative team regarding the new virtual curriculum or the courses within?
President Heyer, while I personally don't have any questions about this, I wouldn't mind the administration giving the public a small overview of the intent of this recommendation, please.
I would add, this is in preparation for our virtual program right now that's parent selected. We did a very intense curriculum study over the summer and spring to make sure that students elected that direction had the best program out there. And we feel like we came to a really strong conclusion on beefing that up. And I feel very happy and that we've managed to get to this point to make sure that's a rally for the kids at Clarkston this fall. I'd invite Ms. Mahoney and Mr. Janzarek to, if they'd like any further comments on it, but I think that basically covers it.
We did do a nice resource study with our teachers, and again, we're looking at the two separate platforms because we felt that each resonated well with elementary as well as secondary. So you'll see two different pieces because it was a nice fit for those two levels individually.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Heyer, I see that we have one audience member who has raised her hand. Can we activate her very quickly just to see if this is the topic she would like to comment on? I said I would do a quick check and I sort of blew through those without checking, and then I just noticed we have a hand raised just to check. If it's for a later topic, I'll hold it, but if it's for this topic, I do want to make sure.
Sorry, I can do that as well.
Oh, thank you, Ms. McLean.
So,
Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, hi. I wanted to actually ask about the tables, the lunchroom tables and chairs.
Sure.
Is that now or?
Well, we did kind of blow by that, and I'm sorry about that. If you have a comment you'd like to make for that, please go ahead. And if it's a question, someone will have to get back to you after the meeting, but please go right ahead. I apologize for not doing what I said I was going to do.
That's okay.
I'll be better.
Well, there was two parts to my question. That seems like a change in the plan to eat in the classroom. So I'm just curious as to why that's being changed, because I know it was ranked high in the survey that went out to parents as a need, and it was important for them to feel comfortable eating in the classroom. But also just about the money coming from the bond, it looks like that's how we're paying for that. Does that mean other projects that would be happening with the bond money won't happen for the future? That was it. That's my question.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thanks.
And if the Board of Education want to repeat that question to the superintendent, he'd be more than happy to field it.
Okay.
Or we can just say, yes, that is our question.
Okay. Thank you so much. I believe the question was, since I'm so sorry I missed it, I said I was going to do something and I didn't do it. There was a question about adding, Mr. Ryan, tables and chairs, that it seemed a bit of a departure from the plan that we presented last week and discussed. And so perhaps when we get to item 6.8, maybe I could raise a question about any changes that might have occurred since last week to the return to school plan. And so if there are any updates to that plan, maybe we could address that at that time. And there was also a question then about funding for some of these items. If funding is coming from bond dollars, is there an impact on any projects that are dedicated to the bond? Does that limit any potential? Does that limit things that we have already said we were going to do in the bond? And we will get answers for that as well. So we'll hold that one question when we address any updates to the 2020 return to school plan. Okay, I'm sorry. We're talking about course catalog inclusion. And is that right? Now that I've jumped around subjects, I've kind of lost my way. I'll get back there. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Janzarek or any of the administration regarding our Clarkson virtual program course catalog? I know someone will tell me if I'm on the wrong topic.
We just had somebody raise their hand, Mrs. Horst.
Okay. Mrs. McLean, why don't you go ahead and make...
Yes, go ahead. Andrea, are you there?
You just need to unmute, Andrea.
Yep.
Andrea?
Yeah.
If you'll unmute, if you have a comment then about our Clarkson virtual program and the course catalog. Yes, ma'am. Is this a comment about, would you like to address the board on our Clarkson virtual program and course catalog?
Yes, I was just wondering if we did not sign up for virtual and we signed up for the face-to-face, but if we end up going on to virtual, would our kids be able to do the Lincoln curriculum online too, or would they just be virtual with the classroom teacher?
If you have signed up to remain in face-to-face, you'll be following Clarkston's curriculum. It will not be Lincoln Learning.
Okay. Okay, that's what I was just wondering.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right, Mrs. McLean, I think we are ready to vote. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Mr. Heyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Egan?
Yes.
Ms. Catalina?
Yes.
Mr. Need?
Yes.
Mrs. Crane?
Yes.
Mrs. McGinnis?
Yes.
Mrs. Horst?
Yes, the motion carries. Item 6.6 is approval of Destiny Resource Manager. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approves the purchase of the Destiny Resource Manager system for inventory tracking and assignment of technology devices in the amount of $23,990 for the first year, an annual cost of $4,763.40 thereafter.
Support.
Trustees, are there any questions for the administration regarding this purchase? Any comments? All right, seeing none. Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. McGinnis?
Yes.
Mr. Heyer?
Yes.
Ms. Catalina?
Yes.
Mrs. Egan?
Yes.
Mrs. Crane?
Yes.
Mr. Need?
Yes.
Mrs. Horst?
Yes, the motion carries. Item 6.7 is approval of the Early Childhood COVID-19 Preparedness and Response Plan. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approves the COVID-19 Preparedness and Response Plan for the Early Childhood Center as presented.
Support.
Great, and I see that Mrs. Marion is with us on the panel this evening. Mrs. Marion, would you like to walk us through the plan, and then we'll have a chance for board members to ask any questions.
Okay, I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I can present it if you want.
Okay, that'd be great. And then if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Okay, how's that?
Here.
That was my mistake. Can you see it, or would you just like me to just throw questions out for the board?
I think Heidi's pulling it up right now.
Okay.
Give me just a
I
second
think
here.
it's right at the top. I think you have it in your.
We do have it.
Thank you, Heidi. So for licensing, we are required to have this posted on our website by August 15th to let the community know what we will be doing to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our children and anybody who enters into the building. You can see that I just updated it on Thursday because Governor Whitmore came out with new guidelines last Thursday, so I made sure I put the new executive orders inside. I guess I can't control this. So our physical space, really we're looking once again at safety, that we're removing items that cannot be cleaned properly, that are of fabric, so we're removing those from the classroom. Our sensory table, our sand and water, if we're doing anything with those, they will be individualized. So we're looking at using more of Tupperware containers that will be labeled for the individual children so they can still have some sensory items, but just not something that's shared. The playground time, we're only going to have one classroom outside at a time, so students will not have to wear masks while they're outside. During times that is part of the daily routine, we're going to make every effort to keep the children as separate as possible. During lunch, we're going to try to separate them, and when the weather's nice, we're going to try to get them to eat outside as much as possible, because separating 3- and 4-year-olds is not always the easiest thing to do. Our meals for our grant programs have always been served family style, and we are going to have staff individually plate those meals. Monitoring for symptoms of COVID-19. Here we're different from the rest of the district in the fact that we will be doing temperature checks before anybody is allowed into the building, the children, and we're going to have parents complete the questionnaire as far as their health, and they will be turning that in daily. Parents are not going to be allowed into the building. They will have a designated drop-off and pickup time. We are going to be very strict on health when children come to school. In the past, sometimes we'd have kids wait to see how they felt after an hour or two, but in this day and age, we're just going to go ahead and make a call home, and parents are going to have to pick up their children. Staff is also required to fill out the COVID-19 online questionnaire through Clarkston Community Schools, and that will be kept and documented. If a child staff member becomes sick while in school, they will definitely let me know. I will contact the health department. There's also my email for people to let me know as well. And a determination whether to close a classroom or facility will be determined with the guidance of the health department. Social distancing is very, once again, challenging with the little ones, but we are going to maintain our class groupings. And so when they are together, they will not have to wear a mask. External adults is going to be very limited to their immediate teachers, speech pathologists, but we're not having any parents coming in from outside. Cots have to be 6 feet apart if possible. They're going to be head to toe for positioning. We're not having any field trips at this point. One of our biggest challenges is going to be drop off and pickup, since parents will not be coming into the building. So we're going to try to utilize as many of our exterior doors as possible. We'll be laying out with our parents during parent orientation where they'll be dropping off, what time. If they are late, they're going to have to come to the late arrival drop off, which will be designated at an alternate time. The big thing on the new executive order here I underlined is that while traveling through the hallways, students will have to wear masks. So coming into the building and leaving at the end of the day, if they don't have an exterior door to use for the playground, they may have to wear one
going outside as well. We still will be offering before and after school for our preschoolers, and they will have a direct access to drop off at 6:45 in the morning, so they won't be coming into the building like in the past. Let me try to condense this for you. Hygiene, we're going to have the students come in, wash their hands as soon as they're arriving into the classroom. We're going to do some lessons on blowing our noses, coughing and sneezing, making sure that they're diligent after using the bathroom and before they eat, making sure that they're washing all the time. Safety equipment, we are going to have to wear masks. All of the teachers and staff in the building will have to wear masks throughout the whole day, except when they're eating or if they're outside during playground time. They will be wearing gloves inconsistent with licensing rules. So when they are doing anything, handling of food, or if there's a need in the bathroom at all, they will also be wearing gloves. Heidi, can you move that down a little bit for me? I think that might be getting close here. A little bit more for me. Is that it? Oh, no, there we go. Supporting families. We are going to do our best during this difficult time to make sure that we help families through. They need to make sure that their children are up to date with vaccines, and if they have been delayed, they have to have a plan with their medical provider for catch-up vaccinations prior to the start of school. Supporting staff, we want to make sure that everybody's doing well, and so we will be taking time to make sure that everybody feels safe about returning. The other executive order that employees will not be discharged, disciplined, or otherwise any consequences for staying home during COVID. It won't be affecting them at all. We will be doing some COVID training, including how it's transmitted, how it's carried. In-person meetings are at 10, which are all the guidelines from the state. We will be doing most of our meetings virtually. And we will be supplying resources to our parents and staff.
Great. Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Marion. Are there any questions from the board regarding our back to school plan for our littlest Clarkstonians?
I would feel better if our early childhood students were also masked. And I understand potential complications with really young kids, but in terms of our plan having the best chance of success, that's my opinion based on what I know and why we're making the decisions we're going to make next.
You would prefer that they were masked all day?
Yes.
I would have to look into that with licensing. I don't know if that's a good recommendation for health for the little ones, just because they will be touching it so much. That was a big concern in all my meetings. As part of the reason that they're wearing the mask is to keep the germs off. And if they have a mask on, they're going to be touching it all the time. But I can find out. I know that my cohorts and other districts are not having them keep their masks on all day.
Thank you, Mr. Heyer. Other comments or questions from the board? Mrs. Egan?
Yes, thank you. I just have a comment. Basically, I want to just thank Ms. Marion. I know you've put a lot of thought into this, and I think you probably have one of the toughest challenges because of the age of these students. So I appreciate the temperature checking and the protocols that you've put in place. It'd be ideal, yes, if we could mask these little ones, but I don't know. They're pretty young. They are pretty young. But I appreciate the fact that you're teaching them how to cough and how to sneeze and personal hygiene and adding that in. So I just wanted to thank you and everyone for the work you put into all the thoughts for opening for our little kids.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. I see that we have two citizens who would like to address the board. I will get to you, but I want to remind you that our policy for our meetings is that at this time we hear comment, but we cannot respond to questions. And with almost 800 of you on the call this evening, I'm afraid that if we turn this into a Q&A, and I know our administrators are eager to answer your questions, but I really have to kind of be a bit tough with them as well. This will turn into a very, very long evening, and we will not get through our business tonight. So if you have questions, ladies and gentlemen, the best way to get them answered, honestly, is to continue with the same outlets that you have been using, which is fall2020@clarkston.k12.mi.us. If you would like to use your 2 minutes to ask your questions, that's fine, but the board and the administration are not going to be able to respond to them tonight. So I will certainly now go to Ms. Dargay, and then we will get to Mrs. Windsor Sylvia. And so please state your name, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. And Mrs. McLean, I'll let you take over from there. Mrs. Dargay, I think you need to unmute on your end, and then we're ready for you.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
I didn't actually mean to make a comment. Sorry.
Thank you. You're muted, Mrs. Horst.
Muted? Oh, I'm muted. Okay, Mrs. Windsor Sylvia, we're ready for you. Please state your name, and you have 2 minutes. We're listening.
Hi. Hello, Solana Windsor Sylvia. I have to say that as a medical professional, I agree with Mr. Heyer. While it is difficult to have our smallest children masked at all times, we know that this is a disease that is spread by respiratory droplets mainly. I believe that if we sent some education home to parents to prepare small children for wearing masks for long periods of time, we may be more successful with it if we do indeed go back in person. However, having them unmasked is going to make the spread of disease potentially larger. I would like to see us go above and beyond what other districts are doing and try to educate the district's parents as well as the children to keep masks on them as much as possible. That's all.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay. Mrs. Harding? Great, if you'd state your name, and I think you're unmuted. We've got 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Erica Harding. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm a pediatrician in this community and have been testing a lot of COVID. Actually, just keep it brief. I totally echo what Ms. Windsor Sylvia just said. And I think we all know that K through 5 will not keep their masks on the entire day, but there's no reason not to try. And there is no contraindication for younger children to be masked. I think the teacher could use good common sense that if a child's mask was on the floor much of the time, then they would encourage them to change out their mask. The only medical contraindication would be somebody that is not able to remove their own mask in case of a vomiting episode or a child under 2. And that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Harding, for your comments. All right. One more, Mr. Kozlowski. If you will unmute on your end, there we go. Okay, thank you so much.
Yep, Jason Kozlowski. Does this plan cover the SPICE program? And if not, what is the plan for SPICE? And currently the plan says that the early childhood center will stay open no matter what. Does this include SPICE? And if not, what is the plan to keep it equitable between special and in general ed?
SPICE falls under K-12, so they don't follow the same licensing guidelines as we do. So Kathy Christopher would speak better to that program than I would. The tuition-based preschool falls under child care licensing, and SPICE does not. I believe that if they would follow whatever K-12 does. I don't know if Kathy's on, if she could speak to SPICE at all.
And Mr. Kozlowski, and we've got your name now, so perhaps we can get someone to follow up with you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your comment. Okay, trustees, any additional questions at this time?
I would just add, I'm comfortable approving this as it stands because this is a state required plan. We can always change our practice because the more limiting practice would still be within the confines of the less restrictive practice. So we can certainly work on that and figure out what we'd like to do in the next couple weeks here. And so I'm comfortable approving it as it stands and continuing to work on that piece.
Yeah, it's going to be a living document that every time an executive order comes up or we learn more information, we will amend it daily, hourly, whatever needs to happen.
Okay, thank you so much. Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Crane.
Yes.
Mrs. Egan.
Yes.
Mr. Need.
Yes.
Mrs. McGinnis.
Yes.
Mr. Heyer.
Yes.
Ms. Catalina.
Yes.
Mrs. Horst.
Yes, the motion carries. Item 6.8 is approval of CCS Fall 2020 Return to School Plan.
I move the Board of Education approves the Fall 2020 Return to School Plan as presented.
Support.
Okay, so let's just remind everyone what we're doing here because these next two items are different. This is the first of two action items tonight, I think, that will offer direction to our administration and our community for how we return to school this fall. This plan is what is required by the state. It covers all of the educational options that we intend to offer, as well as how the district intends to meet the health and safety requirements of the governor's roadmap and her phases. This lets us and our community know this let us know last week really for the first time what school would look like, at least for the time being. Obviously looking at this plan last week generated a lot of comments from parents and staff, which I think were very helpful to all of us in letting us know how our community and our school family felt about these various options. And it was probably no surprise to any of us that those feelings are quite mixed. I would invite Dr. Ryan at this time to let us know if there have been any updates, any changes, anything to this plan. And then certainly I will invite any public comment to the plan, remembering this is the framework that we are required to approve by the state. What we will get to next in item 9 is going to be our specific discussion recommendation for then how we return to school very specifically on August 31st. So for those of you in the audience who would like to address the board on how we're returning to school, this piece of it is our broad framework, our broad options. Item 6.9 is going to be our discussion for the very specific recommendation on what we're going to do on August 31st. So let that guide how you're going to, what you would like to do in terms of public comment. So Dr. Ryan, I would let you, and I know that we added sort of a different document. So, you know, trustees, what you saw here was the presentation from last week in addition to the document that we're actually going to file with the state. So, okay, now, Dr. Ryan, I will let you then share with us anything that's new or updated or what overview.
Thank you, President Horst. Looking at the approval, and I think you stated it well, but just to remind our audience tonight, this is reflective of all options. So whether you're looking for that immediate return in or out of school or looking at the comprehensive plans across the year, everything is included in this. And as we were waiting, and I believe I alluded to a week ago, is that we were still waiting for some elements from the Oakland County Health Department. The governor's roadmap clearly states that we have to be collaborative upon our return to school in several elements built around a certain amount of spacing and contact tracing within that plan. Up to that point, we've been relying on looking at other counties and the plans that they were able to publish. and to remind everybody, including our board this evening, that we are 3 weeks away from opening school. We've been hoping to get our hands on that Oakland County piece at least more than a month ago. That being said, we did receive a copy of said plan this past Friday. And I have to tell you, I was very excited to get it in my hands and be able to unpack it, to look for any differentials or things that we needed to add in. And there was a couple points that we did immediately look to change. One of those items was related to that notion of students in elementary classrooms, upon that we want them to be in learning groups where they have limited contact with each other and outside of classes and in the hallways, et cetera. Our original intent was to have them eat in their classrooms. Looking at guidance and confirmed, and I'll have Mr. Lucido also comment on this as well, that when they eat, have to have their masks come off and needed that 6-foot space, which would require us either to use hallways or alternate locations to keep our classrooms separated, but still allow them to maintain that social distance while they ate without a mask. So that was one piece, and it should be known that no bond projects were affected this. If the board was curious about that, this was based on projects that were completed that had extra funding to them. We were able to do the wraparound support as our intention to get back into school, and this will support it. So that was an element. It should also be known in that Oakland County plan that the jury's still out, and this plan still has the potential to be adjusted over the next 3 weeks, specifically or longer, related to the return to school, the in-person version. And in my evaluation of that Oakland County plan that they submitted, I do have some concerns, and it relates directly to this plan and the variability that we're going to have to look forward. Obviously, literally for our team, this is a 7-day-a-week type thing that we study. I immediately looked and digested the plan, and it was interesting to note and kind of concerning that there were certain level of discrepancies within the plan that Oakland County Health Department shared with us within their own plan. And it appeared that they had offered some recommendations and then possibly cut and pasted their frequently asked questions from a different county. Obviously, we studied so many counties, we actually recognized that FAQ from another county. That being said, it is kind of concerning that their response when we contacted them was that, yes, there are some errors in it. So I just want to prepare the board and the community as we continue to navigate what that in-person piece looks like, that there's going to be continued changes as recommendations are modified, probably both on the health department hopefully getting their own document on the same page with itself, and our experiential learning as we progress through the fall as schools across the country in Michigan go back to school, and we're able to incorporate that learning in our future planning. So I would offer Mr. Lucido, if he had any other specific items that differentiated from last week, and then I would take any board questions as well, if any concerns that you have. Thank you. Mr. Lucido?
I don't have anything to add, Mr. Ryan. I think you covered the updates that we had going into this week.
Okay. And I applaud our audience who picked up on that one subtle differential in there in that kind of level of study that we do. We literally eat, drink, and sleep these items. So thank you. President Horst, other questions that the board would like to have us feel as far as any kind of micro look?
Sure. Board members, I'll ask you just to chime in. Now that this is on the screen, I can't see all of your faces for the moment. So if there are any questions or comments related to the plan, I can only see 2 of you at the moment. So I'd ask you just to chime in, and then I ask and I get. I like this. Thank you, Mrs. McLean.
Yeah, I'll just reshare if there's any need to show any part of it.
Okay.
Mrs. Horst, my guess is we have some folks with us tonight that may not have been with us previously, and it might be worthwhile to just present maybe a 5-minute overview of what those different options are as we have our next discussion to actually select what we're going to do. It might make sense that everybody is understanding what we mean when we say virtual and distance and face-to-face, and what that looks like.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Ryan.
I can provide an overview, but it was also my intent as part of the presentation to look at the reopening plan to be able to cover and review those as well. So talking about it in a very high level with cooperation and effort to unify the expectations to safely return face-to-face. We created a rigorous plan to get everybody back in school. Our idea is that, our intent obviously is that ultimately And we also wanted to offer parents in that face-to-face plan an option for virtual. Simultaneously, based on contingencies and phase and larger conditions, which I'm going to speak to tonight, we also wanted to make sure that there was a distance learning contingency to our plan that involved everybody in lieu of the face-to-face to be able to continue their education in a structured way with their teachers in classrooms across this district, in a very similar way and format that students would experience school, at least in structure of a regular school day, not disjointed, but really a time starting and a time ending to where students could actually experience school with their teacher and classmates. Much different than the experience, obviously, that students had in the spring. But we wanted to make sure that distance learning contingency was vibrant and satisfied our ability to continue the education process with students. Regardless if we were in a face-to-face or a distance learning as a district, we wanted to maintain that option of the more flexible virtual program that the board approved that curriculum this evening, and we wanted to make that a continued parent option, because through this week, based on the decisions that the board makes and supports this evening, we're going to be on a firm footing to do an information blitz this week to make sure parents are fully aware of what options they have, both with distance and virtual and or face-to-face, depending on the stance that we re-enter, and that they have adequate time to process with their family members and their children to evaluate if it is going to be a parent-driven piece with that virtual learning program. So that's kind of a high level, and as it's associated to face-to-face, the plan obviously incorporated all the different levels that were required as part of the state reopening plan. I do have some concerns in that, and I also, with respect to the distance learning program, putting that together to make sure that it was going to satisfy the needs of our students as well. So those kind of the major aspects, and I will hit on those again, elements of the advantages, disadvantages. We talk about our plan or proposal and my recommendation for the immediate reopening of school.
Great. All right. Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Trustees, any other comments at this time? We have 2 members of the public who wish to address the board. Okay. Mrs. Ritchie, Amanda Ritchie, if you will unmute on your end, we are ready to hear you. There you go.
I didn't to say that I had a question. I don't know how that happened.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you listening. No problem. Oh, I think our other one. We good? Okay. Very good then. All right, Mrs. McLean, I see no other questions and no other trustees wish to comment. We will go ahead and have our roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Crane.
Yes.
Mrs. Egan.
Mrs. Egan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Heyer.
Yes.
Ms. Catalina.
Yes.
Mrs. McGinnis.
Yes.
Mr. Need.
Yes.
Mrs. Horst.
Yes. The motion carries. Okay, item 6.9 is approval of return to school recommendation. Now, before we actually follow the procedure we have used until then, or until now, I wanted to just go ahead and let us hear from Dr. Ryan. Obviously, this is probably one of the more monumental decisions that we will make as a board, and so I think I want to let him speak, and we hold off on making a motion to support a specific option or a specific course of action until we hear from him and that we've had our discussion. So we will do that. We will let Dr. Ryan speak. We will have our discussion. We will hear from the public. And so if you are interested in addressing the board regarding the specific recommendation for starting school, you can go ahead and indicate that. I mean, we have almost 900 folks now in our audience, so you can go ahead and start to get in line there. I also want to make sure, trustees, that we all have an opportunity to weigh in equally and share our thoughts and ask our questions. So please understand if I ask you to kind of wrap up so that we can all move along and let everyone have a voice. We will take as much time as we need to digest this. We are hearing from Dr. Ryan as a group here. kind of for the first time as well, talking about this more specific aspect of the plan that we just voted on. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Ryan, and then we will get back together as a board and start having our independent discussion. And then when we are kind of satisfied that we are ready to sort of sit and digest, we will then turn to our public comment. So Dr. Ryan, is yours.
Thank you, President Horst, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. It's kind of ominous looking at or intimidating to see upwards of 1,000 people that you can't see, and especially when I think this is one of the more important presentations and information sharing that I may conduct or do along my entire career. So I take it with an amazing amount of responsibility and reflection of the information that I share with you tonight. And to let the cat out of the bag right at the start, my intention is to get Clarkston schools back in-person learning. But I have to share with you my vision over the course of this presentation in a thoughtful way how we get there. And that's where I believe our Board of Education will have a lot of questions and or comments and feedback as I present that vision. But kind of taking a quick step back to last week and looking at that, all of the thinking as far as that greater planning has been an amazing effort that literally our team has been working 7 days a week to try to not only create a reopening plan that makes sense for our community and is safe for our students and staff, but also has the contingencies to handle no matter what happens in this very unpredictable environment that we live in right now. It is our responsibility to look past our own families, our own households, our neighborhoods, and really look out for the good of our school community, all of our children, our families, and Clarkston as a whole. To me, that's an ominous, and I use the word ominous, but I'd say it's a tremendous, instead, responsibility that I take, again, extraordinarily seriously. And I want to go back to that notion that with that goal in mind, and I think everybody shares the goal of getting our kids back into school. And that's where I get the theme of unity. I think this is a time, if no other in the history of our lives, that we have to try to find those inroads where we can move forward together. And that's that unity of purpose that if we can't get behind the education and support of our children, I fear for our country. And in looking at a community like Clarkston, I believe that we can get behind a thoughtful plan, moving our students forward, knowing what we want for them as our community. And really, as long as I've been in Clarkston, our children really are the most celebrated, the joy of our community. And I think that we put in every effort to make sure that they have a wonderful experience. And we hope at some point they come back and live in Clarkston. And so many of our individuals who not only live and work in Clarkston grew up here. And I think that really speaks to our community as a whole. But that, when I speak of unity, really has to be of our students, our staff, and our parents moving forward in this. And this element of preparedness, as you heard in the plan that was approved, literally taking on every contingency that will be brought to bear in 3 weeks is both inspiring seeing the work done and tremendously in-depth. The amount of information that I've had to absorb over the last 3 to 4 months in regards to making plans for reopening have been incredible, literally enough that I see it on my eyelids when I shut my eyes at night. And I hold, as I've always had since I've been affiliated and attached in Clarkston and seen it around me, is that notion of hope. And I think within that notion of hope, as I spoke to last week, looking for a clear path with additional information, always looking to enhance our understanding of situations, really understand all levels, all sides of it. And I'm hoping to share that with the board tonight. And then being thoughtful and charting a course ahead. And eventually, I believe it. And I know some days that when we look and wake up in the mornings, all of us in this community, and we wonder, when is this goal going to end? And I had to tell everybody, I have hope that we will reach that normalcy again. We will be back as school is normal, hopefully sooner than later. And we have a whole nation that shares that hope with us. And I think me, myself, my team, and I know from our board members as well, and I hope to connect with our community, both school and greater community, is that I want to be able to look back in this period and really know that we came together to make the best decisions for this community's children as we could, based on the information we had and everything we did to move forward together. So thank you for that opening. Sources of truth. Single sources of truth, and this is kind of a fireside chat and the processes that your superintendent uses to get information and make decisions. Obviously, the information you surround yourself greatly influences your ultimate conclusions and then your actions and behaviors. And the single source of truth is a concept used to ensure that everyone in an organization bases business decisions, this was originally a business concept, on the same data. Unfortunately, as you look countywide, superintendents, my colleagues, were not given really a single source of truth to make this important potential life or death decision for this fall. For the purposes of making a recommendation for our district's return to school, I've had to use data and information from the following areas as the sources of my collective truth. And I've taken it great seriously as I've really reached out to talk and speak with medical professionals, in addition to my superintendent colleagues, statewide health departments, because although I've already commented on the tardiness and the inconsistencies in Oakland County, that to me was not an excuse to not really reach out to all the other counties in the state to where I could glean information and hopefully find consistent information on safely returning to school and those recommendations. I've been examining and looking at local and statewide COVID data, both by our zip code, our county, our region, and trying to glean any type of information would help me steer our district moving forward, and that will continue to be an element to look at. And of course, as many have, we've been looking at recommendations from the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Michigan Safe Schools Roadmap. And really looking at now, over the past month and a half, we in Clarkston have actually had direct experience with COVID positive cases. And I think that helps inform us. When it actually hits and you have a notification that a student athlete or a student in a camp affiliated, attached, or at least a one-off from Clarkston has tested positive, it makes it real in terms of when you contact the health department and you see what actually happens and what steps you need to do to try to keep everybody safe. In addition to that, I've incorporated a tremendous, probably this more than any other element in my entire career, of parent and student input, both through surveys and literally hundreds of emails and phone calls over the last couple months of parents wanting to either dialogue or share their viewpoints on either their concerns, their fears, both on reentering or not reentering school immediately, and everything in between as far as their hopes and dreams and concerns for their children. And finally, obviously input in our conversations as a Board of Education, and surveying our staff and getting direct input through email, through calls, through individual meetings with staff members on their viewpoints, and very, very much beyond that notion immediately might jump to mind of their personal safety or interest in this, but even on the larger dynamics of how they can make, no matter what plan we bring to bear, successful for Clarkston and our community. So all that really kind of comes together to influence my overall recommendations this evening. As far as an update, one thing that we did not have at our last meeting, based on our staff being able to dig into the plan and then communicate with their superintendent our information and our administration as a whole, we really wanted to make sure that staff input was part of that overall equation to help inform us as we made decisions moving forward. It was important for me to really look at, as you see the questions there, we had over 800 of our staff members respond to the survey. And I want our staff who's listening out there this evening to let you know that I've looked at every one of them. I've responded every email that I received from staff members in terms of sharing information and their feelings and thoughts about us moving forward. And I appreciate your engagement. And looking at the idea of some of the specific questions I think the board and our community needs to hear is, if you talk to teachers, bus drivers, custodians, secretaries, parapros, and our entire support staff that makes Clarkston schools, including our administration, if you ask them if they're physically able to perform their job in a face-to-face instruction format, 97% of our staff said they are physically able to get after it. And I appreciate their willingness to say on a biological or direct, can they do their jobs, that they're all in with us. Looking at some of the questions as you drill down on their physical self, I was interested in terms of that notion of health conditions that our staff might have and their vulnerability to COVID, both in terms of comorbidity and other type of conditions that might make them more prone. And giving the age bracket, if you look at, again, teachers, bus drivers, custodians, everybody else affiliated with our organization, roughly 27% of our staff responded that they do have a risk factor from being exposed to COVID if they were to become infected and the infection were to progress in them. As far as their families and the people they take care of and directly every day, they responded 35% yes and 65% no in terms of, again, vulnerability, illness, and their expanded families. And then finally, if you ask our staff in terms of their beliefs of their physical safety and what they believe to do their jobs and to come into the roles, and I know a lot of people in different jobs who are in the audience as our family members look at their jobs. Being a teacher or a bus driver does put you into a specific and special type relationship with a large group of people. Our staff are aware of that, and I wanted to know straight up what their feeling was to come back into that environment. And 41% of our staff said that they are concerned about their physical safety coming back into the school environment this fall. And then finally, we ended with an open-ended question, and we had all sorts of comments that staff helped us understand their individual stories, their concerns, their hopes as we go through this process. And they were very also succinct in emailing, calling me, and our administrators to let them know how they felt. Basically along the lines that you see in the number data, but adding kind of a human element to their story. It's outside kind of the scope of what we share tonight. And obviously each individual story is important, but it's anecdotal onto itself. So again, I appreciate staff and your feedback. Again, another piece of the overall information to help us inform our decisions moving forward. So next, I wanted to be able with our community and our board to break down and provide a learning model analysis. And this is, I'm gonna call it the strip down. I tried to provide it in a understandable fashion of my thoughts and concerns and hopes, and where I saw the positives and negatives and challenges with both learning models that we put forth, both the face-to-face and the distance learning. And I wanted to be able to talk straight and look at our board in a way that you can evaluate this information. I tried to do it in a way that was as balanced as possible to kind of present the information I had. I wish I could tell you that based on my analysis that everything fell in one direction and it was very easy, and that there was quite clearly an immediate path that Clarkson schools needed to follow, and then we could be done with this in 15 minutes and then move on. Unfortunately, the benefits and concerns both to in-face and looking at the distance learning have both benefits and concerns. And I want to share with you those based on my study and research on this, and sharing with our community as well where I'm at. And looking at face-to-face, obviously that's the instruction that brings our kids back into school. And looking at it in a very, again, eyeball to eyeball to the almost 1,000 people that are in our audience tonight, you know, face-to-face instruction is ultimately where Clarkston wants to be. We believe that being together is better. We just have to make sure that our community understands what that's going to look like. It is not school as usual, obviously. As I put in the benefits, students will have some level of direct interaction with teachers and classmates, but that idea of a benefit to where all the teaching strategies that we're able to use in the past to really do the education we want is not going to look like that. And I go over that as part of the concerns. You know, those elements that we cherish, that I cherish. When I go to an elementary school and I pull a bunch of our second graders onto the carpet to read a story, those things will not be possible in the ways that we experienced them before. That one-on-one instruction where we have that vision of a teacher, you know, sitting next to a student with their finger on the book as they read a passage and are either guiding or enjoying a book with a student. Those are going to be very difficult to have that kind of close contact. Looking at centers and all the other teaching strategies that we use. All that being said, you know, there is still, to me, a superior element to face-to-face. That idea of humans getting together in the same space in any environment, I think is an incredibly important and centerpiece to education. And also the notions of that establishing daily routines. I, for one, and again, I couldn't be any straighter, non-educationally jargoned description to tell you, it's important to get out of bed in the morning. It's important to get dressed. It's important to go someplace during your day and feel like you accomplished something, especially when you're surrounded by other human beings in the process. It's an incredibly enriching experience that I don't need to overly explain to anybody in the audience tonight. And I look at, you know, looking at how our community dynamics work. Schools provide an incredible element to make sure that families, as their kids in school and they trust the safety of their students while they're in school, can go on and take care of the other problems the world has and support their families. All that is not lost on me. All the comments and feedback that I have from families in these areas and how important they all are. But at the same time, and obviously, you know where my heart is here, but I have some pretty good concerns as it relates. And looking at those concerns, you know, to me, we're on the cusp of a grand national and state, I'll call it an experiment. You know, I believe our country in the midst of reopening is bringing back our kids en masse across this country. And obviously we have districts that have already said, nope, we're going to have complete distance learning this year or some other model. But there's still a lot of schools that are going to be in this bucket that are going after it right from the first day. And I want to share some concerns related to that. You know, I have a lack of confidence in our district's ability to ensure, I want to call it enforce, all the safety protocols that we presented in our plan with fidelity. Is it going to be because our staff doesn't understand them or that our staff is refusing to do them? Absolutely not. Our staff is wonderful. The honest truth of it is that we're dealing with children, and our level of fidelity is going to be to the best of it that our children can cooperate with us. And obviously there's challenges all across the board. Elementary school, keeping masks on. Our teachers are going to be doing everything from having students take the masks off the back of their heads, or I lost my mask, or, you know, situations to where they're supposed to be maintaining social distance and one student drops a crayon. And because we teach our kids kindness, immediately that student will pick up that crayon and hand it. And we have to, okay, you know, you have to remember we need to maintain distance. All these things that in my mind, to best of our ability to create routines that will support it. I can't guarantee when parents say, yep, we're bringing our kids to school because we read your plan. And we have 100% confidence if kids are spaced equally all day long and nobody ever removes their mask, that I trust you to take on the safety of my kids. That would not be something that I would want to try to put forth and say that we can maintain with 100% integrity. And honestly, over the weeks and months, maybe we find out that that doesn't matter. I don't know that right now that it does. And I would even look at the other end of the spectrum, you know, talking to you about our high school kids. As a former high school teacher and administrator, high school is an interesting phenomenon in itself. You know, looking at how students group and get together in hallways and are sometimes naturally, as I say, I have several teenagers in my house, they can somehow be respectfully defiant or look at, you know, maybe not understanding the bigger reasons as adults that we need them to do things. And obviously our high school staff and our junior high and middle school will be reminding our students every day and doing whatever it takes to get them to follow the rules as it relates to this. But I'm envisioning hallways, K-12, to where I have concerns on a lot of the safety things that we're putting into place. And I think as a board and as a community, we have to be aware of that. And we can't second guess when it happens that the virus is able to transfer or that things happen that we might not have planned for. Also, without kind of a tremendous reflection of experience of all the schools that are currently doing it, I'm sure we're going to learn on the fly some tricks of how to either enhance that use of PPD and distancing and all the other things that go along with us. We're a learning organization, as schools are. We will continue to adapt and improve as that information becomes available. So I think that's an important piece. Also concerned that, you know, as I said, the school won't look like it has looked in the past, and I'm concerned on the actual benefits in some cases that we experience in growth in reading, math, and all the things in Clarkston, to how that's going to look in terms of the efficacy of the classroom experience itself. Another area of concern I had is a lack of confidence in our contact tracing right now. Knowing that, again, I received guidance on Friday from Oakland County Health Department that if a student is wearing a mask and in a class and then tests positive, that regardless if they had a mask on, students in proximity to that student and the teacher in proximity to the student need to be quarantined for a period of time. That's when we know it. I'm concerned in the students that we don't know, knowing from my research in the virus that many cases of children and individuals don't show symptoms, or that, you know, there may be cases where parents identify symptoms and provide the student Motrin and still send them to school. You know, there's concerns of things that we can't guarantee in the school environment. And that has to be on our minds as we share information based on our decision making. But looking at the contact tracing itself and being able to quarantine, that goes right into one of the last points I have in there, which is the continuity of school. Looking at mathematically, and depending on which part of the Oakland County plan you believe, the first or when they answer questions at the end, which are different, we will have to put students and the students surrounding them on quarantine if they test positive. looking from a very structured and pragmatic way of running school, that's very concerning. And I need the board to hear that in our community. Mathematically looking at it, as an example, if we had 10 students in our entire 1,800 plus high school, just 10 students test positive, we could potentially be looking at between 30 and 60 teachers who came in contact and staff members, and upwards between anywhere 150 plus students who came in contact with that student could be quarantined. That really puts a hook in me and a concern as far as the overall ability to keep school and the continuity of school, not only for the individual student who has to sit home for 14 days and their classmates, but the loss of teachers who are quarantined. Looking district-wide, I'm very fearful of the potential for rolling outages of schools, classrooms, grade levels, and that remains to be seen because many schools across at least Michigan, obviously, and then the country are going to be experiencing this over the next couple of weeks and how they're managing it. Continuity of school is critical to the educational process of all the benefits that I spoke of having face-to-face instruction. And looking at that, along with the idea of the changing protocols and things that could be coming into play with the Oakland County Health Department as they continue hopefully to refine and get a plan to us that makes sense and that aligns with itself. There's obviously a lot of question marks there. So that's looking at face-to-face. Distance learning. Again, I see as I present to the board and community, starting in a distance learning contingency, there's definitely some benefits and a lot of concerns. And I think that to be even-handed as your superintendent, I need to be able to share my understanding of both ends. I mean, obviously, for distance learning, we can create much different than what students experienced in the spring, but they can have a structured daily environment similar to traditional school. But at the same time, as I go right to a concern head-to-head, it's not necessarily the real feel of school, right? You don't get that human-to-human interaction, which I think is so critical in the learning process. On the benefit side, we can say that we have the physical safety ensured for the most part, at least from the school standpoint, of transferring the virus and looking at the effects that could have on staff and students and their overall health. And looking at, as one-off or an extension of that, we can also be part of what minimizes the spread of the virus in our schools and community. At home, obviously, there's a much less, that's just a factual result of proximity and how our educational process works. But looking at also, as far as a benefit, there are, based on the consistencies of school and the face-to-face in a structured way, opportunities for relationships with teachers and classmates. Very different than it was in the spring in terms of what it was like before. Because although you think on a computer screen you're talking to somebody that they're not physically there, there's also limitations when you're staring at your teacher or one of your classmates 3 feet or more away and they're wearing a mask and or a shield. There is a certain obviously impact that has that's different than you staring at my face and seeing the expressions on my face, hearing my ability to kind of make tone and to I'm going to call it interpret those nonverbal communication aspects as well. Looking at the other benefits of the high level of curriculum continuity, I see that regardless of infection or anything else that could be in the community, we can conduct school every single day. It's not going to be influenced by anything that the virus could do in the short or long term. And obviously with the no quarantine effect, that we have the students potentially in class every day, and looking at the transition, as I would rate them both in class in-person learning and distance learning. In my study and my conversations with teachers and principals, it is much harder to go from an in-person format to a distance learning format than it is to be in a distance learning format and go to a in-person format. It's just the nature of what teachers know. Their experience over their lifetime as being teachers is in that in-class format. Even if it's altered, it's going to be much more familiar and comfortable than it is with using technology. Concerns, as I already mentioned, that lack of real feel of human interaction. To me, as is with our new state of distancing and masks, it's not optimal for doing the full repertoire of all our teaching strategies. In some feedback, both for the in-person and for the distance learning, a teacher made an interesting comment to me that it'll be like teaching what it was like 40 years ago in some aspects. that previous thing where it was teacher-centered and, more activity-based and not that personal hands-on type feel that we have in classrooms now. So I think that is definitely a concern for the in-person, but it's a big, huge concern for the distance learning as well. I also, and this is based on my own professional opinion, talking to our counselors and social workers and feedback from parents and my own children at home that will be going into 6th and 8th grade next year. I worry about their social and mental health as it relates to their engagement with each other and their teachers. And I worry about that same mental and social health with our staff as well. I think it's important, that human interaction aspect is an important part of anybody's lives. And I think when people are put in a position where they're isolated from others, it does not promote healthy, either mental or social, long-term prognosis or support in their lives. I also, just as many of you know, finished my doctoral work on socioeconomic status and looking at the impacts it has on schooling. And we all know, I think as a community, if you've heard any of my articles or letters over the last year, know that I have a very soft heart for our students that are in our free and reduced lunch programs, or that are in straight terms economically disadvantaged in some format. Looking at the impact on these students, I believe the distance learning contingency is not as benefit, and that if it was, or any aspect, I think we need to really be able to justify plans that are going to support those students, all students, but especially those impacted more disproportionately than others as we go for that process. And I would, right in the same line, I don't have it listed there, but I would immediately put in also our students with disabilities as well. And although that was an oversight, I had that in my original draft and then cut and pasted it out accidentally, but it's right on the tip of my tongue, obviously. And I think our students concerned that are at distance that have disabilities and need those supports to be successful. It's hard to level the playing field when you can't have that direct human interaction from day to day. Okay. Also concerns that I started to see in the spring in some of my reading is student fatigue and reduced engagement. I think it's difficult in the long haul for some students that aren't naturally adaptable to a distance learning format, that they can become kind of disenfranchised over time. They don't feel the stimulus, the engagement, that human connection that really kind of inspires and gets in their heart as far as a reason to come to school or be part of a bigger school or learning network. And that is something that we're going to have to acknowledge as well. And finally, listening to our families in Clarkston, I think that the distance learning contingency for some families provides an enormous challenge. I hear you when you say school has been a natural part of your overall daily cycle and how your families are constructed. And it has a lot of different impacts. Looking at childcare, looking at the economic impact of parents' loss of work and their ability to support their families. If you don't think that having a job and being able to do these things doesn't impact you or your child's wellness, then I don't think there's any way that you can argue against that. And that's an important aspect. Although that's not immediate to schooling, it's one that I feel like to our community that I can say that I've heard and looked at it in terms of what we need to do next as far as the big picture of understanding these two models. So when I look at moving forward into kind of a recommendation for opening school, to me, it's clear. And first, I want to differentiate myself from colleagues that I have across the state and across the country, really, and their recommendations as we move one slide up. Heidi, please. For reopening. I think that my goal, my mission, my desire, my focus is to get students in an in-person learning format. But given the information I just shared with you, to me, I have a vision of how to get us there. And I want to do it in a safe way as possible. As we move forward, I looked at it many nights as I laid sleepless trying to think about how to interpret this information to guide our school district in a position to get back to in-person learning. I started having visions of the Titanic, or a large ship. I won't use the Titanic, but a large ship in the North Sea where you have icebergs out there, and looking at where we want to go. Obviously, we want to get from point A to point B and cross, but in my idea and vision, it's how we go about getting that reopening, how we get through that period to get through those icebergs. That is a difference. I have a plan in my mind based on things that I presented tonight. I feel like that we're in a position that we need to get back to in-person learning, but I want to look to the elements that I need to do it safely and to get us there, that we need to be in a position to pump the brakes as we delay to get back into that full learning environment. And just even before I provide my rationales, I don't see this as a long-term or we'll check it again in October or January. My intention is to get us as quickly as possible to that in-person format, because I believe a lot of the concerns that I listed as part of in-person learning can be remedied, they can be mitigated, and they can be understood as we go forward over the next several weeks. But when I look at that delay and that face-to-face, what is the major elements that really came into my mind to provide this recommendation, number one. And number two, what's my plan to get us back in school? I've seen many school districts do part of that, one or the other, but not really look at that as being their desire. And again, my heart's desire is to get us back into school safely. But what do we need to do there in my mind? What's the vision to get us there, and why do we need to delay in-person instruction? Well, I believe that over the next several weeks, back one up still, we're still on, that's the final slide, honey. I think over the first several weeks to month of school, that we're gonna learn a tremendous amount from this national experiment. And I'll call it an experiment because we've never, in large groupings, brought back human beings into closed environments for extended periods of time and saw the effects of how the virus transmits or if it's a good idea or not. And I think that it's going to be clear. I don't think we're going to have to wait as long as many people think. I think we're going to be inundated with information over the first couple weeks of school that are going to provide guidance for us to be able to determine if we want to immediately jump back in and make that transition, as we're all going to be prepared to do, or that we go, whoa, stepping back from the information that we're gleaning, that we need to really, really continue in that distance learning format, which is not what we want to head. And what are some of those specific details that I feel like that we need better clarification on? One is I think we need to better ascertain the collective risk to staff and students. I think we have certain anecdotal things. I hear stories of it happening greatly in Indiana, in Georgia, and other states. I also hear horror stories of massive numbers of individuals that are infected and schools closing down and other ghastly things in terms of loss of a student or a staff member. But honestly, there has not been, at least in mass, to where I'm satisfied with the United States or Michigan, people willing to try it in mass. And I think that it's going to be quickly, again, able to determine what that risk is. And I think we'll be able to examine it as administration, superintendent, and our school board to help guide our community. Looking at continuity, as I mentioned, that example of schools shutting down. This has nothing to do with individuals who, like me, can read the data and say, yeah, we have a lower rate and there's some positive things to look at a brighter chance of reopening in Michigan. But look at the devil in the details in terms of the expectations of our health department, who can't even get in line with itself. They're telling us that we're going to have massive numbers of potential students out on quarantine for multiple weeks at a time. I want to see how that works over that first part of that weeks to a month of school in other schools. Are they being forced to shut down en masse by the schools that are doing it? Is there a major disruption or continuity of school? I believe, based on a national and definitely a state push to this, that we can benefit from others who feel like heck or high water that the first day of school needs to be in person, regardless of the contingencies, the effects, or anything like that. Why not slow down on our reopening and look at it to see what those effects are and see if we can have continuity of school? Because if we can't, I can tell you, if we're constantly shutting down, sending students home, that will be worse than any imaginable piece of distance learning as well, especially if we have to punt and close down after a series of weeks because we can't functionally keep our schools open. Looking at Oakland County Health Department, I believe that in my letters to the governor's office and to our county health department and our intermediate school district, that I am imploring that our county health department provide stronger guidance for schools in the protocols and how we manage things like contact tracing and how we get past some of the challenges that I have had personally and professionally in the school district when we had a positive case on one of our sports teams. Common sense would dictate that we would contact any individuals that we known that were exposed and take appropriate actions. But what might not be known to the general public is, we're met with challenges even to do that. We're mindful and reminded that HIPAA laws and everything else in terms of, even if we hear somebody was grouping together, they don't need to tell us. To me, that's an unacceptable answer and something that we need for our health department to have a better plan on just positive tests of how we make sure to monitor the overall progress of the virus in the schools. How we continue to be expected to make informed decisions if we don't really have a good gauge of how the virus is progressing in our schools in the first place, except by potential increase in hospital visits or worse consequences of the virus. I want that answered. I think that's an answer that I can demand from the state. And I think that, unfortunately, the way that question is going to be answered is that experiential learning of the schools that go, nope, we're not pumping the brakes. We're going to be in there on the first day. Next, concerning to me as it relates to that delayed reopening has to do with the confidence and trust that parents have in us who are bringing their children. They're bringing it, and many of them are willing to sign waivers, whatever it takes, Sean, Dr. Ryan, to get our kids into school. And I respect that, and I respect their opinion and their understanding and their own research on it. But I believe that our parents have an expectation that the safety protocols and precautions that are being implemented are with the fidelity that the state is making districts publish plans. The plan you approved tonight is not negotiable. It's expected for kids and people to be safe, to be followed. Now, the reality of that across our country and state is I think it's going to be a challenge for our educators to implement those things with fidelity and to make sure that they all work out, that we can comply. The million-dollar question is, does it matter? Are we going to see, based on sometimes dubious implementation of some of the safety measures that are going to be to the absolute best that we can, have no effect? Do we see that feeds in the rash of students that are either quarantined or sick, or staff members who are sick? I can't answer that question as of today, 3 weeks before the start of school. That's concerning to me, to not really have an indication of how we can either control, track, or even if we can't ensure that students are 100% compliant, that is not then our responsibility as educators of the school district if something goes wrong, to why we can explain, or I have a meeting in this very office with a family to explain why masks were coming off in a second grade classroom and their child or their mother, who is a teacher, got sick because of it. I have the responsibility to make sure that those are enforced to the best of our ability. If it doesn't matter, I guess, in the long-term scope, and it's as long as we do the best we can and that's good enough, then I'll be completely satisfied to fall in line, say that I was wrong and that I was overabundance of caution, and I'll say that as quickly as I possibly can, whether it's weeks or the first month of school, that good enough is good enough. But I don't know that as I inform and advise our community and our school board tonight. So looking at it, if we determine that in-person learning is the way we want to go, and we start the school year that way, I believe in a couple weeks, if we find out it was the wrong way, it's going to be disastrous to the educational progress for our students this year. I think that if we switch back, if we are forced to start in person, if we start that way and then figure, nope, all the things that I mentioned so far, it was just too much, and we need to transfer our students back to a distance learning format. I, as your superintendent, my professional to my bones, believe that that's going to be an extremely difficult transition. And it's one that we'll have to do relatively quickly, because it'll be based on again, indications that things are not acceptable in our current program. It will be done in kind of a crisis mode to make that switch. And you know what? It might happen anyway, but I don't want to completely, without my eyes open, head into a situation where I can avoid it if I can. And that feeds right into that notion of school continuity. With that concern of being able to have a choppy school year, or students or schools being out of school for extended amount of time, that's greatly concerning. And if that's happening at other schools that are, again, we're going to go right through the icebergs, and we have confidence that we're going to make through this regardless of anything, any questions or concerns we have, I think that's going to be painfully apparent. Because a month in, my gut is telling me that we're going to have some indications that tell us what decision was right. And I'll feel a lot better going to our community at the end of September, October, saying, guys, maybe I was overly cautious. Let's get everybody back into school. And here's how we're going to do it. And we'll already have contingencies already drawn up how we get everybody back into school. But I would much rather say that than to say it's not working in person and that we don't have a safe environment. So if you look at it in the terms of a risk-benefit equation, in my mind, based on what school will look like and what we remember it to be, If we were talking about the perfect school experience, I'd be a heck of a lot more comfortable saying, yep, you know what, it's worth that much extra risk and things that we don't know, because ultimately kids are getting this amazing experience that we know that we have offered in the past and will continue to offer in the future. I mean, I've already stated, I know school will not look like it used to be in a lot of different ways. And that's the risk we're putting up against versus starting in the distance format. So looking at it in a big picture, you know, I really feel like in a very strong way that we need to separate ourselves from other school districts. We need to take the track as a school district, school board, and superintendent that our intent is to get students back into school, but that Dr. Ryan's questions in third person or our administration's questions or our community's questions, however we want, because mine is what I've collected in my understanding of this greater problem, need to be addressed and understood before we join the national and state experiment of bringing staff and students back into these environments. And to do that, I do believe we need to start in that distance format. And I ask for the support of our boards of education, our community, to understand where my questions lie. This is not simply saying, well, based on virus rate and the low number of infections, and heck, our hospital visits are here, and that we should be fine. You know, that is not cutting it for me. What cuts it for me is that I know that we've had positive cases already, and that we're putting individuals in very large environments, which nobody has been trying to support over the last 5 months since this broke in March. That first day of school, when we put upwards of 2,000 human beings at Clarkston High School in that environment, you better be pretty sure in my mind that you have all your bases covered, both in integrity of your school and the safety of your staff and students, based on what you believe in your gut and everything else to say that it's going to be okay. And I believe very passionately that if we don't have that, that we need to have those questions answered. And as soon as we do, as soon as I feel like we can report, and I've been very specific on that, then we make the move back. And if we don't, and we learn something from that and find that that was the wrong direction, then you know what, we maintain our integrity and our problem solving and our ability to continue to move forward. And right now, related to that recommendation, I think not only do we have to be as far as distance, but I think we need to take special effort to make sure that our students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, that are special education, we need a way for them to engage in school in as much of a real person format. They're different. Their risks in my mind equate differently. And whether as we have students coming back to pick up their free and reduced lunch and also get some extra support from our staff in parking lots or some other way, I think we as a staff and as a district, we can find out how we can support the students most at risk of falling through the cracks at this time and be able to support them in a way that maybe no other school district looks at in the state of Michigan or in the country. We need to be light on our feet. We need to use what we know in terms of education and where students are at to make sure they survive and get through this time. We need to move decisively in my mind. We're 3 weeks out. People have that expectation. Wow, heck, my own kids, was I satisfied completely and was our staff satisfied everything experienced in the spring? No. The longer that I wait to pull the trigger with the support of our Board of Education to tell our staff that this is the direction we're headed, and I need everything in terms of our parents informed on the details of that immediately. Start looking at, I know you're looking at multiple contingencies based on what the board decides tonight. You have one contingency look to start at the school, and then be ready based on Ryan's and the board's evaluation of the safety to come back to school with us as soon as we deem that our questions are answered and we can safely do it. So there's a lot of things hanging out there. And I want to state again, you know, what's the answer? My answer is that we need in-person learning. And I just asked, hopefully from the 1,000 hours that I've studied this, I believe I have some very good questions that can't be answered by the board or community or doctors because I've asked right now. And I think that if you can quote a study from Finland on schools, or know a school in Arizona where it happened, or 5 schools in Indiana where something else happened, that's not, to me, as somebody who just finished a dissertation worth of data, that is not data that you make decisions on when you're sitting at the helm of an organization that affects better part of 8,000 staff and students and their overall welfare moving forward. So looking at the last slide, I think I pretty much hit, because I was kind of on a complete moment there of being able to look at how we get our students back into school. But everything that I just said is on that slide. It's the idea, you know, we got to have one eye on monitoring the virus. Obviously, if it triples the rate of positive cases, that's going to influence decision. Should we rush back into school or not? If it's stable and at the same time, because I believe right now that part is actually positive, looking at my overall opinion from what I've read and put together. But I need these other questions answered as well. I need to understand and be more assured as your superintendent to say that the continuity and the contact tracing is effective, and that we can stand behind when we say that we're monitoring what's going on in our schools. Our staff and students and our families deserve that from powers and leaders above me. I think that we also will learn a tremendous amount in those protocols in terms of the fidelity, where there's gaps. And what did school districts that rushed right into those first couple weeks, what did they learn? Because I can't wait to talk to them, because I plan to use every bit of what I can learn in making that transition back to school to help our staff and students be safe as well. And then I want a better understanding of illness and morbidity, people dying. That's on my mind. Looking at what the acceptable rate is, and that we know that kids are less affected. And I hear all sorts of data out there. But when I know that a third of my staff roughly has comorbidities and might be at risk, I'm interested how that transcends out in the larger schools in Michigan and the United States. I want to know that. I want to be able to share with our board, hey, this is what the trends look like they're happening in school over the first couple weeks. Let's use that to help inform us if this is even worthwhile risk when we try to compare that potential for face-to-face or distance learning. And I believe in my mind, this is this will be my primary job, is to reevaluate on a weekly basis this information as it comes in. Obviously, there's a lag from the initial experience and everything I learned when students will enter. If we put 2,000 students and staff in a building, it's not going to be the next day that we suddenly go, hey, everything worked. It's going to be days to a couple weeks after that you'll start to see the early indications of how that is going. And I believe by probably October, but I'm not going to guarantee a date. Whenever it happens, I believe in the near future that we're going to start to see trends. And I think we're all going to be inundated with that information. And I think schools that said, you know what, we're taking the first semester off, they might say not, and not have in-person learning, or the first quarter, or whatever artificial date they've implied. I think some of them are going to be regretting it based on eventualities. Or they might go, yep, I think we called it right. Looks like everything's trending where we made the right decision. But until I have those questions that I just posed right there, put in there, I think that we need to continue to take a prudent, direct, and a very sequential route to get to reopening. That is the goal. I'll keep saying it again, get back to face-to-face. Even if it's modified, not like we remember, that's still where I want to be. I just want to do it in a safe and thoughtful way, with the responsibility that you as a board have given me as your superintendent, the way our staff has provided me the feedback, and also their trust to make sure that they're safe and put in an environment, not only that they're safe, that they can be successful. And the fact that my own children who are in Clarkson schools, I have 2 are still in here, that they have the safest and best experiences moving forward. I owe you my best thinking. And obviously you see, I've covered a lot of ground here this evening in the thinking that went into this recommendation. I don't take it lightly. And I respect that people have different opinions based on my analysis of the situation. I just put forward to the board right now as I come and I'm finished and done with my presentation and my feelings on this, though I don't think we can go wrong by making sure we get this answer right and giving it a little time to materialize. So thank you, President Horst, for your time to listen to me, and I appreciate the board's feedback. And however the board decides to interpret this information, I know myself, the staff, the administration, and our teachers will do the best they can to move forward with what we have based on your collective wisdom to help push us forward. So thank you, and respectfully, I'm finished. Thank you.
Dr. Ryan, thank you so very much. Well, thank you, Ms. McLean. That was going to be my request, is if you could put everybody back on the screen. I find it a lot easier to kind of manage this when I can see everybody's faces. So now that I can see everyone, I think what I'd like to do is let me just call on you. And I think I'd asked you today as we were preparing for this to just sort of have some thoughts in your head prepared. One about any questions you may have, just any general comments you wanted to make about what you were thinking. Certainly we can address any specific questions you have, but I think if we just kind of go around the room once, so to speak, let's give everyone kind of a chance to speak, just sort of react, ask any questions, then we can have a little bit of back and forth. And when we sort of feel like we've all had kind of a chance to unload here then we'll kind of get to our public comment and see where we stand there. So also members of our audience, for those of you who wish to address the board on this, why don't you guys go ahead and start queuing up. I've seen some of you have been doing that, but let's go ahead. And so Mrs. McGinnis, I'm going to just randomly start with you. Is that okay?
That's fine.
I'll let you make your comments and just take your time. I mean, this is important. We will be here as long as we need to, and I will just let you have the floor.
So I'm going to try not to be redundant in a lot of things here, but I am going to try to be very passionate about what I've just listened to, Dr. Ryan. I appreciate everything that you put into that presentation. I'm going to start with throwing out a few questions first that we might now I'm looking, a couple of them had probably been asked already, or sorry, answered by the presentation. I think I recalled seeing a 2-week window for transition, but I did want to know how much time we would need to be to go from either face-to-face or virtual back to the other. I would like to re-emphasize, I believe right now we're in the executive order that only allows us indoors 10 people or less. So I'm not really sure how we can even add classroom until that executive order expires.
Maybe I can start to answer your questions, and then you can continue to pile on. Looking at that executive order, in the wisdom of the government, and it is a government operation that does not pertain to us, and I'll have Mr. Lucido chime in and correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of the requirements previously that affected individuals, like masks and everything, as you saw that new executive order come out last week that pertains specifically to elements of education, weren't applicable to the school. The back to school roadmap superseded that. And remember, there was a lot of elements of that plan that were contingent on us cooperatively working with our Oakland County Health Department. So I've already think I said too much there.
Perfect. I appreciate that.
Question you had related to the reentering of school, I put it as 2 weeks, and I think that would be the conservative estimate. And that would involve, you think, the transition includes to make sure that we activate potential, depending on, our staff and where they are, and ready the transportation wing of the division here, technology aspects, basically turn on all systems and get it go. I put that as a window that once we make that determination, it gives families and everybody that idea of that transition period too. And obviously they can pick up and bring their technologies, I'm waving mine up in here, with them to come back to school as soon as we can physically get them there, and they can continue on the format they were in before as we kind of work out the details. I just want to make sure that there is a period that we'll have to make sure that all of our elements are activated for in-person learning.
Sounds great, thank you. So I don't think it's hard to understand that this is a very difficult decision for not only the superintendent and his leadership team to present to the Board of Education, but for the Board of Education to present to our community. So I know our community knows that what we're going through is a very difficult time. Having said that, my greatest concern is the safety of our students and our staff. I'm perplexed by our recent news reportings of schools resuming in our southern states, and on day one, a student testing positive. That tells me that a parent knowingly sent a child to school knowing there was a pending test. And that's just day one, and the trust was already broken. So now we have reported another 9 confirmed cases. We don't know that they're from the one student or if they're 9 independent other cases and 9 independent other touch points through the building. As Dr. Ryan had spoke, if there was, under your analogy of the 10 students, the amount of contacts that would result in with the staff and or other students. So we all know a parent or a time when Johnny, Sally kind of said they didn't feel so great. Yeah, you're just fine. Go ahead and go to school. Those kind of days are going to be gone. Those kind of things we just cannot allow to have happen. And so the trust needs to be that parents need to understand, and our teaching staff. If I'm a little under the weather, no, you just cannot go to school today. We need to take those kind of precautions. I personally would rather see our students in elementary be able to resume class without wearing their masks all day. I'm concerned about I know how I'm living my life now. I'm not leaving my house. And I'm really concerned about how our kids now perceive this world that they live in, and how this might instill some fear in our kids about life and living, that I can't even go to my school and play with my friends, and I can't even go on the playground and jump on the jungle gym because somebody's afraid that there's going to be a virus sitting there that I'm going to touch my hand onto. So I share Dr. Ryan's concerns about right now going into classroom. My number one goal is to get our kids back safely into our classrooms, because I do believe it is the best place for them to be. But I have to be mindful that I don't feel that we have the tools yet. From the state, we don't have a budget. We don't have any idea how much money we have to spend to make sure that the protocol that they say we must adhere to, that we can even do so to the best of our ability, monetarily speaking. We have a fiduciary responsibility to run the district and to be mindful of our expenses, yet I have no idea how much money I have to run the district, nor do I have any much idea how to run the district under the protocol that's been established yet to bear. The House has taken action. The House's actions would mandate that our students in elementary are mandated it face-to-face. The Senate has done nothing. So here I sit as a school board trustee, having the strings to nothing to control what is going on, but yet being responsible for making a decision that could put students and family in jeopardy, but don't have the tools to know the answers to do so. So at this point in time, I also don't know if we're face-to-face, what is the drop dead protocol that says we are no longer face-to-face? And if we're contrary to that, if we're virtual or remote, what's the drop dead that says, hey, we can go back to face-to-face safely? So without knowing either of those two parameters of how we get from one to the other or the other to the next, I don't know how the decision I make is going to be the gut decision that I just say, here we go. Might as well just flip a coin, heads or tails, here we go. Because I don't have the tools presented to me by either the legislature or our county health department to make a true sound decision that says, data says, if it's this number, I can do this, and if it's this number, I better do that. So I support Dr. Ryan's presentation and position at this time, knowing that there is no date set in stone that says October 1st, January 30th, January 1st, September 31st, whatever date it be. It needs to be a date that is set because the data says it's the right thing to do. And so I'm looking for whatever those data marks are to make that decision and move forward, getting our kids back face-to-face in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. I comment directly back to that I appreciate your statements in terms of the uncertainty, but I'm not throwing a dart at an empty wall. I'm very much looking at, in my mind, and to share with families tonight, I think we need to maintain right now where the virus is in terms of understanding that the percentages of positives remains low, and that the number of individuals that we have in hospitals and who are dying in Michigan remains very, very low what it is now. If those are maintained, and I see that schools are not closing because of the contact tracing and not being disrupted, and we see that looking at the protocols that are put in place to the best of schools' abilities with quotes around it that are good enough, and we get the idea that we're not seeing our staff and students get sick across the state, as we get this mass experiment going over the next couple of weeks. I believe I will have the support of our staff and our families to say, you know what, we've heard enough, we've seen enough, we can go after it. So I just don't want the feeling that this is, well, when we think things are better, I don't want anybody to hear that from me tonight. I want them to hear that we can look at metrics and we can continue as a board. I can have a presentation in the upcoming weeks to continue to try to parlay that information together to see if it makes sense. And I don't think I'm going to have to go too far to get that information. And I also take exception, and I worry individuals who use either non-supported research to base their conclusions, popular news, or they hear a case. You know, what gets me the worst sometimes is they hear a school in Georgia where this happened. And some of the stories are really horrific. Is that really data? It is for that school, but I need to understand on a broader level. Again, no loss is acceptable, but looking at understanding a problem, I don't think you could chase your tail and just use popular media or anything else to try to base that decision. But thanks for your comments. Hope you're muted.
Mrs. Horse, is it my turn? Okay, thank you. Dr. Ryan, I would say, you know, everything I heard you say, I 100% agree with all of it. I didn't hear you say anything I disagreed with. 100% behind that information. And I think on this school board, when we typically look at the same information, almost every time we reach the same conclusions. And this is such a complicated and difficult call and situation that I don't know that's the case here. And I think rightfully so, this is a big decision. This is an important decision. In my 19 years representing the community, you know, safety is always the number one concern. It's a driver. Every decision we make as a board, as a district, as a community, I mean, it's all about safety. And I think this decision is no different. There's just no clear-cut answer. There's no clear-cut direction that says, you know, we have to go this way, or we can't go that way, or we have to go this way. And you know, I think you presented the options very honestly, and I appreciate you being forthright, which essentially what you've said to us is, this is the option I think we can deliver best. And you know, I didn't hear you say it's the only option. I didn't hear you say we couldn't deliver one of the options. And I think, you know, I haven't made a final decision, and I don't remember getting necessarily to this point of a decision and not remembering when I wasn't exactly 100% sure about which way I would go. But I mean, based on our discussion as a board tonight, and you know, based on the next little bit here, I mean, I'm going to decide the best that I can possibly decide that I think is for our kids in our community. You know, I think I mentioned last time about local decision making. I think I'm glad this is a local decision. I'm glad that we are deciding this for our community. I'm deciding this, you know, for my kids going to these schools. You know, I'm not deciding it for somebody somewhere else, somebody else's kids, or something that doesn't affect me personally. You know, the decisions that we make here, we have to live with in our community and our households. And I think that's very important, and I think that's going to help us make this decision. You know, really, we're picking the best bad option. You know, and that's a lousy thing to do. I didn't get up this morning and think, man, I am really excited to get to that school board meeting tonight and pick the best bad option. You know, I mean, I want to do things that are good for kids. You know, that's why I spend my time doing school board stuff. And what is the best option for kids? And I think back to a couple of years ago, I was volunteering in our schools. We were coming up to Thanksgiving break. There was the classroom was by and large excited that they were going to have, you know, 5 days off for Thanksgiving break. You know, kids were just thrilled to death that they got to go home for those 5 days and do whatever it is families do over Thanksgiving. Some travel, some staying home, some staying, you know, family time, friends, whatever that might be. And there was one boy in the classroom who said to the teacher that I overheard the conversation. He said, "Mrs. Smith, do we have school tomorrow?" And Mrs. Smith said, you know, no, mentioned the kid's name, and no, we don't have school tomorrow. We start Thanksgiving break. And he just, you know, you could see it, and he just kind of went, oh. And I mean, he was disappointed, and I don't know exactly what the student's home life is, but he was disappointed that he had to spend the next day at home and not at school. And that's the kid that I'm concerned with in this decision-making process. You know, what about that kid, and what have we done already with that kid being home for 6 months with, you know, however poor that home life is, that school was that much better to elicit that response. And I like making decisions based on data. I don't know how many of those kids we have. You know, my guess, based on, you know, other demographic data that we know, you know, based on a lot of the factors you mentioned earlier, Dr. Ryan, you know, my guess is that might be 20 to 30% of our kids, somewhere in that range. You know, depending on where you live in our community and what side of town you're on and where school your kids go to, that might be something that you don't see on a daily basis. It might be something you see all the time, interacting with our schools as our staff and community and parents. That kid, you know, we don't have all of that kid. We have some kids who are just, you know, going to be just fine regardless of which option we pick. But it's our job to collectively represent, you know, all kids. And we talk in terms of equity, right? Equity means, you know, we don't allocate resources equally, right? The kids that need more resources, let's get them more resources. The kid that needs more help, let's get them more help. You know, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Why would we deliver the same education to all 7,000 of our kids when they all need something different? You know, I mean, this idea of doing everything the same and providing instruction all the same is not right. You know, and to our credit, Dr. Ryan, to your credit and your team's credit, you know, we've had a virtual option. We've tuned that virtual option up now for this year. You know, it's sort of new and improved with the approvals that we've done tonight. And I think that's a very positive thing. And I think that's the best option, you know, certainly for some kids and some families. And I'm glad they get to pick that. And that's going to be great for them. Do I know which kids should pick that and which kids would be better off coming back to school? You know, when I think of safety, you know, I don't want to leave kids behind. And I don't want to leave that kid that I mentioned. I don't want to leave him behind. And I don't want him fall off the radar. And I feel like, you know, if we decide the distance learning option, you know, we're going to take a lot of these students that don't have very good home lives, whatever that means. And that means different things in different places. You know, whether they're just not supported, maybe there's nobody there, you know, maybe there's been some trauma in the past. You know, I mean, we all have different lenses and know different stories there. You know, those are the kids that I'm really worried about because they're just going to get farther behind. You know, I mean, we know there's research on the summer slide. I mean, we've had one hell of a summer slide, I think, here, you know, since March. And, you know, the students that are not sitting home watching TV all day, that, you know, are actually going out, and as much as you can go out and do things in a pandemic and do enrichment kinds of activities, you know, go outside and do some things in nature and you know, not, you know, kind of sit home and slide back. You know, those kids are going to be okay in any option. The kids that are not engaged, you know, those I think are the challenges. I don't want to leave them behind. I think, you know, I look at this like distance learning is the easier option for us. And I don't say easier like we're not willing to do work. I mean, obviously, you know, Dr. Ryan, and the work that our administration has done, if it wasn't evident in your presentation tonight, it was certainly evident in your presentation last week. It's certainly evident in your ongoing constant communication to us. And I so appreciate that, being on the same page as a board and superintendent team, because I know there's a lot of districts struggling even with that component of it. And luckily, thankfully, we don't have that. You know, we're very much working on a team here. And so I struggle with, you know, so many unknowns. You know, if we start distance learning, you know, how are we going to track those kids down? You know, what does that look like? If those kids aren't there, we don't know where the kids are going to be. You know, if they select virtual, if they select distance, if you know, if we have in person, it's a little easier to know they're either sitting in the seat or they're not. That makes me a little more secure in that regard. But I don't pretend to know. I mean, I guess here's what I do know. Certain kids are absolutely safer in school than at home. I don't know how many that is, and I'm not looking to make a majority decision here. I don't feel like I'm qualified to decide for each individual family what the best option is for them. You know, I can decide for my house, and I feel like as a school board, I can make a competent decision on what options I should make available. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is a very personal decision, right? I mean, if people want science on this thing, we have science as a district. I have science. I know the board members here have science. You know, I want to follow the science. You know, your comfort level with the science is a very personal thing. You know, I mean, your particular family household situation is a very personal thing. Do you have a higher risk than others? You know, you may have to decide differently based on that risk factor. And I don't want to supplant my judgment for the judgment of our parents. I feel like if we educate our parents, they're going to make the best decision for their kid more often than not. And if the default decision is kids coming back to school, you know, maybe a parent is struggling with the decision, and that default of coming back to school is what's elected, that kid is probably good in school. We can take care of them the best we can. Do we know, I mean, is there risk to coming back to school with a pandemic? Yes, absolutely. I understand that, but I don't pretend to know that risk is better or worse than a kid staying home. And again, I feel like it's a household by household basis. And so, you know, going back to where I started, you know, I want to keep kids safe. That's my 100% motivation here. You know, I feel like some kids are safer in school than out of school. I might be leaning toward the in-person option to start because it gives families a choice of the safest option for them. But I'm going to keep an open mind as I listen to the rest of my colleagues here discuss and decide. And I so appreciate our staff. I so appreciate our administration. I so appreciate our superintendent. I mean, there is nobody else you can call, you know, to say, hey, well, what did you guys do the last time we were in a pandemic? You know, that doesn't exist. None of those people are alive. And school was a little different 100 years ago. You know, so we're inventing the playbook, and you know, there aren't a lot of experts out there. There's some studies and some science, and Dr. Ryan, you listed the sort of sources that we're looking at, and kudos for us looking at a lot of different places. But I think, you know, we've done the work, and we need to pick the option that we collectively think as a board is going to be best for kids, and I think keep kids safest, whatever that, you know, we think is going to be the safest option. I think that's what we should pick. And I fully acknowledge that means different things for different families. And that's why I really struggle with this decision.
Thank you, Mr. Heyer. I think I said Mrs. Egan would go next. You're up, Mrs. Egan.
Thank you, Madam President. So the board and Dr. Ryan, you know, we've been discussing and sending questions in, and, you know, we've reviewed the state back to school roadmap, which, you know, came out in early July, so it's already a month old. And, you know, to echo Mr. Heyer's thoughts on, there's no playbook for this. You know, we have to do what we have to do. Regardless of, you know, the outcome of tonight's vote, I am confident that we have a really good team of trustees here. We're going to support our administration as much as we can, wherever it goes. You know, we all have different perspectives, but there's a great deal of respect among the trustees, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity to listen to everyone else's perspective. And I'm glad, Mrs. Horst, thank you for making sure we did this. So knowing that, you know, yes, I have concerns on both sides. I don't want to reiterate anything that has been said already. I think in some of my comments to the superintendent, and I don't like this word soft start, but I used it. And what I'm really alluding to is perhaps maybe a cultural start, starting with that distance between us, using maybe 2 weeks of time, and if data changes, we're in a place where we can come back together. And when I think about this, my concern is certainly the data map by zip code in our county, which 48348 is on fire right now. When you look at that, we're midnight blue. Now that's on the recent 30-day data. And so what's causing that? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can just see that, you know, our numbers are going up on a 30-day running total basis. So that is a concern. And So I think we have an opportunity if we start distance learning. There's an incentive to make sure that we are really, really, really honing in on, if you want to come back face-to-face, this is what we have to do. This is the incentive for kids. And we all want to come back face-to-face. We want our buildings open, and we do want normalcy as we once knew it. However, to Dr. Ryan's point, it's not going to be that way, even when we come back face-to-face, and we know that. But, the first couple of days, the kids are getting their textbooks, they're finding out who's in their class, they're meeting their teacher, and that can still happen over, well, not Zoom, but Google Classrooms. But, our American culture is so diverse, and not everybody views what's going on the same way. I still go to the grocery store and I'm looking around me, and sometimes I see somebody wearing a mask, like a chin guard. Their nose isn't covered, and I'm thinking, okay, well, I think they missed the point. But it's also, I don't want to have to say anything to these people. Like, don't your nose is exposed, because it's so easy to poke a bear, because some people we are fatigued, we're tired. We absolutely are. There's great opportunity for socialization, but I do want to err on the side of safety. I want to support the superintendent. He has way more information than we do, really. I know you've tried to share as much as you can, but I haven't talked to, doctors locally to find out what's going on. And so your sources of truth, I appreciate that. And I don't want to experiment with the health of our community. And we know that we still don't know a lot about this virus. And I feel horrible about the burden that parents have for childcare, if both parents are working or it's a single parent. But the great thing is we at least have choices. And that's, people don't like to be told what to do, and we are offering them choices. And so I think we have a measured approach. The first couple of days, we can get the technology and the textbooks and the syllabuses out, and we have an opportunity to really test the technology and make sure that everything's working, because if we decide in 3 or 4 weeks we're face-to-face and then we have to close up again, at least we've worked out some of these technical issues, or we know we can pinpoint maybe which families are struggling, which students are struggling, and we can help them. So if I were going to experiment, I don't want it to be on the health and safety. I would rather have it be, how do we do this from a distance, and how do we take care of our community? I'm also concerned, to Mr. Heyer's point, about the kids that really need to be in the buildings. And I think most of our kids want to be in the buildings, and there's a social impact there. There's a good side too. How many families are eating dinner together now on a regular basis? I mean, there are some positives, and I think our culture will change as a result of this pandemic. But I am concerned about food security, and I hope, Mr. Ryan, you can speak to, if we are in a distance learning mode, will we continue on with food security? And again, that cultural kind of adjustment that maybe we can make if we start from a distance, giving kids the incentive, if you really, mask up, make sure you're practicing good hygiene. This is the incentive. We can come back together. And I think where we can test that is, even if we are in a distance learning mode, we can still have some limited clubs, and kids will have some opportunities to socialize. And that may be the litmus test. Do we see this virus spread? Are we in a position where teachers or coaches are struggling with getting kids to comply or not? So I support all the work that you have put into this, Dr. Ryan, and I do support your measured approach to starting schools. And we all want to be face-to-face as soon as we possibly can. So those are my comments. I'm going to view this as win-win. I mean, we can really challenge each other to really make this a safe decision for our community, and we can all culturally really hone in on what we have to do to get those buildings open and our kids back in.
Mrs. Egan, I really appreciate your optimism with the win-win. I think we need some optimism.
I was just thinking the same thing. It's like, she's our most positive. It's like, thank God, our mother is back.
Well, I don't want to think of this as lose-lose. And this is stressful. It is stressful. I have my grandchildren and my stepson and his wife are in Ireland. We cannot see them. So, we can't go visit them. I have to take my daughter back to Brooklyn, New York in a few weeks. I'm going to do the right thing for our community when I come back. You won't see me out there. I'm just going to have to eat out of the freezer. But I mean, it's just hard to understand, and this is just my opinion, when there are people out there that just, it might be fatigue, it might be just simply you don't see it. It doesn't affect me. I don't know anyone who has this virus. Maybe it's not really a hoax, but it's not a big deal. This is Clarkston, we're safe. So. All
right, thank you, Mrs. Egan. Mrs. Catalina, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, President Horst. First, I would like to say, Dr. Ryan, thank you for all the time and the effort that you have put into this with your research and your conversations that you've had with professionals out in the community, as well as the conversations that you've had with us and the questions that you've taken from us. This is probably the hardest decision I think we have ever made as a board, to come together and say, you know what, we want to be face to face, but due to the safety, it's just not the right time. And I think that this is something that I've been struggling with all day. It's been very uneasy for me as I'm been doing my Monday stuff and thinking about what tonight is going to bring for Clarkston Community Schools. And the biggest thing that I want for our community schools is safety. I want our students to be safe, and I want our staff to be safe. And what is the best way that we can do that? I don't know if we have all of the answers. I know that all of the answers will come in the future, in the next 2 days, in the next 2 weeks, in the next 2 months. We will know, what the best answer is to keep our kids and our staff safe. I know I'm an educator myself. I work in a local school district. I'm a high school teacher. I know school was not going to look like what it was going to look like if my district was going to go back face to face. And that was very scary, to know, being in a high school with over 1,200 kids and all of the staff, and to see that. And, it's not going to be the same. The socialization isn't going to be there with a mask on. As you said, even in an elementary classroom, it's not going to be the same. A kid drops a crayon and you can't pick it up to give it back to them, because that's not socially distancing safe. That's not safe, even with plastic dividers. And I believe that most of our teachers would be policing every single day, reminding students to please put their masks back on, because that's what's safe for everybody in the whole entire classroom. And I just feel that right now, going face to face is probably not the safest option for us. I believe that a virtual or a remote start, which would slowly bring us back into face to face, is the safest. I know it's not the ideal, But as you said, you can't see facial expressions and emotions with a mask on. You don't know if I'm smiling, but you can see that in a Zoom meeting or a Google chat or however we're going to move forward with remote start. If this is what we choose to do, on the videos, we can still build a rapport. Then when it's time to go back into the building, you've already met your teacher through virtual interactions like what we're doing right now. And it'll be a different start to the year, but it'll be safe for our kids. It'll be safe for our staff. And that's just the biggest thing that I want is I just want the safety. And if we're 2 weeks into remote learning and our neighboring districts that have started face-to-face and everything is rolling out good for them and they don't have any issues, and then we know that, come October 1st, boom, we're back into the building, we can just move forward and go on with the year. And I just feel that, honestly, that right now is our safest option for our staff and for our students to move forward. So I do appreciate everything that Dr. Ryan, you have done, gathering this research and speaking to us and getting the numbers and doing the surveys with the staff to really show what they're comfortable doing. It means a lot. So thank you. And you have my support.
Thank you, Ms. Catalina. Ms. Crane, you're up next.
Thank you. So one of the disadvantages of not giving comments first when you're on a cohesive board like ours is that many of my thoughts and comments have already been made by my colleagues. It's not a bad problem to have. Like Mrs. Egan talked about, we all come from different places, different perspectives. We have a lot of different views, but we share a great deal of trust and respect among ourselves, and I think with the administration as well. So it's not a bad problem to have, and hopefully it'll make my comments shorter at the very least. I do want to take this time to thank every single district parent, friend, family member, teacher, doctors, even strangers who have spent time talking with me these past weeks and months. This has been a really hard decision, both for what I'm going to do in my house with my child, and what we as a board should do in general with this decision. So I have read every email, I've listened, I've asked questions, I've had very lengthy conversations, and I don't think as much of it, my time has been taken up by this. I think Dr. Ryan has spent 10 times the amount of time listening and asking questions and reading emails and responding. So I appreciate all that he and the rest of the administration has put into this, which also goes back into the trust that I think we as a board have with the administration and Dr. Ryan. One quick thing I would like clarification on, because this played heavily into my vote. I think you verbally flipped the stat when you were reading the staff survey. So I want clarification because I want to honor our district's teachers, but I think you verbally said that, and it's 41% said that they were comfortable coming back and 59 said they were not. That's what it read, but that's not what you said. So can you just clarify that, please?
It's as it was written. So
okay.
That was only 41% of our staff felt comfortable coming. I apologize in my.
No, I just wanted, if I misheard it, I thought other people might mishear it. I wanted to make dead sure that that's what it was.
Thank you.
Yes. So, and that's what I thought it was. I know we had talked about it a little bit before, and I do want to honor the fact that the majority of the teachers in our district responded that they were not comfortable returning to in person on August 31st. For me, the decision, I'm a big pros and cons girl. I love lists. They make me feel happy. And a lot of pros and cons lists are really easy. It's, here's the pros, here's the cons, which one has more on what side. I don't feel like this is that way. It's not like a number scale where here's the pros and the cons are over here, because in this case, I feel like the concerns are weighted heavier. They just have more weight to them. So it's not as easy as a one-to-one. And so that really bothers me. If we are wrong recommending a delayed start, I have faith and trust that Dr. Ryan will transition the district as soon as possible, as soon as we all think that it's safe. I do agree that it will be far easier to transition from distance learning to in-person, and it would be a lot harder to go the other way. And for the reasons that I think we would decide to go to in-distance learning, I think there would be a lot of problems with that. So for those reasons, and I think the ones eloquently stated by my colleagues, you also have my support.
All right, Mrs. Crane, thank you so very much. And I'm glad you clarified that. I had made a note for that as well. So that stat about the teachers. Okay, I think we are to Mr. Need. You are on deck. No, you are actually up. On deck is the prior, right? Okay, good. Wrong metaphor. Thank you.
Thank you, President Horst. And I don't want to repeat all the comments about the tremendous appreciation we have for all the work Dr. Ryan and the staff have done in putting this together. Mrs. Horst and I have been part of the weekly cabinet meetings. I know that there's been an enormous amount of time and analysis and research that's been done on coming up with the recommendation. I have received more communication on this issue than every other issue combined in my 5 years on the board. Fairly evenly split as to what we should do. Thanks to all of you for doing that. I read them all. I took them to heart. There were some great ideas both ways, both from the public and from our staff. We talked a lot about data. And we know the death rate and the hospitalization rate is down. We know cases are ticking up. What we don't know is, of course, what effect return to school would have on that. But there's a whole lot of data that we don't know, we don't have, and we won't have for a long time. And that's the effect of being out of school on the mental and physical well-being of our kids. And I agree with a lot of what Mr. Heyer said in his comments. I was told early on in my board service that for kids in challenging situations, one of the most vital factors in their mental well-being is having just one meaningful connection to an adult. And I don't recall, it might have been Mrs. Mahoney, but that resonated with me, just one connection. And we provide that. We provide that with our teachers, our counselors, our bus drivers, our staff. And I'm concerned about losing that. I'm concerned about those kids in these challenging family situations, whether they're free and reduced lunch kids or not. They need that connection. We have students on IEPs that need some level of in-person connection. I'm concerned with depression and other issues that arise from social isolation at such a critical time in our kids' development. The kids are going to be unsupervised at home because both parents, or in a single parent household, their parent is working with limited time for guidance. The kid that doesn't understand something but's afraid to ask, and his teacher can't see that he's struggling. And maybe that would happen in an in-person masked environment as well. I appreciate Ms. Catalina's comments along those lines. I'm concerned about retarding the development of acceptable social behavior at a time when our society's behavior is becoming abominable, and school helps us do that. I'm concerned with the additional screen time that we're forcing on our kids, and we have forced on our kids for several months now. A generation that I think is way too electronically connected already, and that explosion, we don't know the effect of that. I am really concerned about the magnitude of those effects on our kids and what the long-term effect is going to be. Last week, we heard a public comment about the higher morbidity rate for people of color and Hispanics. I'm the parent of a Hispanic student. I take that very, very seriously. But he wants to return in person, and I think you ought to have that choice. I think we need to balance all of this. I kind of agree with Mrs. Crane. You can't just quantify everything and make a plus minus sheet like we would often do. And I understand the practical challenges, I understand the concerns, the possibility of disruption, but on my opinion, the emotional factors weigh in favor of trying to do in-person learning now. I know it's an incredibly difficult decision for all of us. I know Dr. Ryan believes strongly in his recommendation. I know he agonized over it. He and I have talked about how we got here. We need to make that final decision, though. It's our responsibility. If the decision is to begin remotely, I appreciate the attempt to get back to school as soon as possible, and I like the weekly review. I have serious concerns, however, how quickly we're going to get there. But if we do decide to go remotely, I will support that wholeheartedly and know that our administrative team will do the very best they can in trying to get us back as soon as we can. So that's what I think.
Mr. Need, thank you so much. So if Ms. Crane thought she had challenges, try being 7 out of 7 when you get to this point. So I'll try to just very briefly give kind of a summary thought here, and then we will certainly let our public weigh in, and then we'll kind of see where we stand. I don't think I need to repeat a lot of the comments that my colleagues have said. I mean, obviously things like safety, quality of education, those are obviously on all of our minds and certainly our top priorities. I obviously, as the president and representative of the board, have fielded many emails, calls, texts from our community. And I would say the ones that struck me a lot were people who are concerned about remote learning and connected it to the experience in the spring, which obviously is a very natural thing for them to do because that is the most recent experience they have with remote learning in Clarkston schools. And so I think when we talk about this, that's going to be the first thing that they worry about. And so for me, I have to say what we have to insist on as a board, if this is our path forward, is we have to not just say it's going to be better. I promise it's not going to be what you experienced in the spring, but we have to insist, we have to promise, we have to absolutely insist that what is delivered, that what product is delivered for our families this fall absolutely blows people away. And I'm not saying we have to be kind of this absolutely world-class remote learning delivery system, but they have to really trust that what we're doing from a distance learning perspective is going to be of a quality that's going to matter, that's going to move learning forward. It's absolutely not going to replace or come close to face-to-face learning, but I think we have to make that commitment to our families if we're going to follow this path, which a majority of them have told us through surveys and other means that this is not their preferred method. I think that has to be our promise to them. When I make that same sort of pros and cons list, and frankly, everything that I think was on it, Mr. Ryan covered, so I'm not going to revisit all of that. The one question that kept coming to the top for me, it is what's going to be the least disruptive. I mean, that to me is really, everything else sort of fit underneath that. Everything about safety, everything about quality of education, everything about, I mean, just every little sort of element and concern that I had, both pro and con, fit underneath this big, big umbrella of what's going to be the least disruptive to our students, to our families, to our staff. And obviously there were different elements, there were different concerns there about what does disruptive mean. I think what's disruptive to our families are the kinds of things related to the family schedule, to the workday. What's disruptive to our students, instruction piece. I mean, I have to tell you, I have very little confidence. I would say almost next to zero confidence that if we start face-to-face, that we won't be shutting down schools within a matter of days or weeks. And that really doesn't make me very happy. The idea that we would go back to school, and based on what we've heard now from the county health department and really what we're seeing, and I understand it's anecdotal, but we are getting a little bit of a preview of this grand experiment. And I think that's a really It's not a very positive, but I think it's a pretty accurate way to describe what we're watching unfold in real time with our schools. We're getting a taste of it. And what we're seeing is that there's a very real possibility that we will be closing classrooms and closing schools very, very quickly based on what our health departments are telling us we're going to be required to do when we get positive cases. And there's absolutely no doubt that when we put all those kids and our staff in these closed environments, we'll see positive cases. I think that's a medical certainty. So what's going to be the least disruptive to our students? So in my mind, it isn't throwing them back in school and pulling them out again a week later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, and then putting them into a remote learning situation that we haven't prepared for. Is that going to be the least disruptive to our staff? I think possibly, if we set them up to be successful in this remote learning environment that we know parents are already hesitant to do. However, that remote learning environment is parents and families. So that really is kind of the umbrella, the lens that I'm looking at this through. And I'm really just going to follow, I think, Mr. Ryan's his recommendation here, because I really liked the way he framed it, and I haven't really heard any other district talk about this in terms of making face-to-face instruction the ultimate goal, and this being a step on the path to getting back there. It's it's just been, this is how we're starting, and c'est la vie, make your this is the end game, this is the lens, and they can take some comfort in that we're all committed to that. So I think that's where I'm going to sort of stop. I know it's been kind of a long couple of hours. Let's just take maybe a 2 or 3 minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to hear from our public. So I'm going to of the Wi-Fi, because I'm getting a message that my connection is unstable. So 3 minute break, and then we'll hear from our public. Maybe a 2 minute break. Y'all be speedy, okay? Can everyone hear me with that? Okay. 2 minute timeout. So participants, please be patient. And then when we come back, I see many of you have your hands raised, and we will get to our public comment. 2 minutes. Okay, we're just waiting on one trustee to return. So friends in our audience, again, we will now move to our public comment portion. So if you are interested in the board, I just need you to go to the participants button, and then you can click on the raise hand feature. Let me remind you how this works. Mrs. McLean will activate you. She will make you active. You will need to state your name. You will have 2 minutes. Trustees, we hear comment. We do not respond to questions. That's the format of these meetings. So if you ask questions, I'm sorry, it's gonna go unanswered. Our administration will try to do a good job capturing that, and hopefully someone can get back to you afterward. But the best way to get your specific question answered is to email fall2020@clarkston.k12.mi.us. And so I understand from a couple of notes that I got on our 2 minute break that I apparently just demonstrated one of the shortcomings of remote learning by working at home and having several people on the Wi-Fi at once. That was my son watching something on his phone when, of course, he couldn't watch it on the on TV. So I hope that my comments came through. There we go. Lessons in real time, right?
Doris, just a couple clarifications. You want to hit the participants button at the bottom and hit the raise hand.
Participants and raise hand, yes.
To get on the list, and then when we activate you, you may have to still unmute yourself for us to be able to hear you. So the mute button is in the bottom left, and we'll try to get through everybody as quick as possible, and just bear with us as we work through the unmuting process with you.
Correct. And I will try to keep an eye on that, and I will tell you if you're muted. I think we can see it on the screen. If you are calling in and you wish to comment, it's *9. Okay? Trustees, we're all back online. All right, we will begin our comment. Thank you. We'll begin with Kristen Rozek, and it does look like you are muted. So if you can unmute on your end. And Mrs. McLean, have you moved? Yep, there you are.
Hi, my name is Kristen, and I made the comment last week about a lack of research from Clarkston Community Schools about the reality of this virus for people of color. I want to address the comment that Greg Need made today about students of color. I'm incredibly disgusted that he did not mention the health and safety of that child in his comment, nor did he address the fact that this student will need more resources or that we will need to help that student's family if someone gets sick or die. The child of color in this instance was used as a token to argue for face-to-face instruction, which could ultimately kill that child or a family member. However, that was not my original comment. My original comment was to read to you some of the list of educators who will never return to the classroom because they have died from COVID-19. Jordan Bird, Geraldine Thompson, Joy Buchan, Lisa Palacio, Kelly Rinschblocker, Nakoma James, Melissa Martinez, David Freeman, Claudia Bertaud, Joe Austin, Karen Bradwell, Michelle Villarreal, Robert Shackelford, Genevieve Martinez, Arthur Perkins, Renee Dermott, Thomas Moore, Anthony Harrell, Edna Raper, Darla Checketts, Marnie Zhang, who was 31 years old when she died, which is my age, Lisa Buchanan, Maurice Leader, Officer Keith Williams, Catherine Connor, Diane Gorney, Greg Desrick, Irving Green, Jr., David Ackrig, William Colosimo, Carlo Bardino, Milka Hernandez, Judith Pope Gray, Ellie Cohen, Carol Krieger. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, this list goes on for longer than the time I have to offer it to you. Please take the lives of the staff and students of Clarkston Community Schools before you make your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Suzanne Perlin. Ms. Perlin, if you could unmute on your end.
This is Suzanne Perlin. I did not mean to raise my hand. I apologize.
Oh, well, thank you for being in attendance tonight. Okay, next we have Nicole Reinhardt. Mrs. Reinhardt, we can hear you, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi there. First, I want to say thank you to all of you for putting in the extra time. I know this cannot be easy when you have families of your own to be home with and attend to at this moment. But I wrote a few things down that I wanted to say, and I'm a teacher myself, not in Clarkston, but so I'm also one of those parents who's very torn in both directions. I have a level 3 student who is ASD and he has epilepsy, which makes him at risk, in the at-risk category. He's entering a senior year, but I also have a CSM tech student that's entering 11th grade. I chose face-to-face learning even though my at-risk student was at risk, but he needs his teacher in order to learn. Every day was a fight in the spring, getting him to go to school in the kitchen. It ended in tears and damage to our relationship. As a teacher myself, I tell parents to not ruin their relationship with their student over schoolwork. And I'm so concerned about how remote learning will best support his IEP and his needs. He received no PT, no OT, no speech, no social work, other than one meeting to work on give and take conversation so that he could attend his class meetings, which he didn't attend any because, again, couldn't get him to get to the computer. He washes his hands properly and he wears a mask and he doesn't complain. He understands that COVID is real and that he is an at-risk category, even a 17-year-old that's operating at about a 7-year-old cognitively. He has a one-on-one aide at school, but I can't be that for him at home. My CSM tech student claimed that he learned nothing new in the spring, and he's having major anxiety at the loss of learning for those classes. I would like to say that I feel it's important to consider all learners, and I know that you're doing that, but I'm speaking for my students in particular, and those are my most important assets. Obviously, some will do just fine remotely. My CSM Tech kid will do perfect remotely, but he is still having some of that anxiety on face-to-face for those CSM Tech classes. And I know that those are already small classes, so I would like you to consider some options for those kids that need that face-to-face for those advanced or relatively small classes. I want to, again, thank you all for the hard work. This is not an easy decision. I currently have my own board meeting going on the other device I have, trying to multitask here. I appreciate everything you're doing. I wish Kathy Christopher was available to hear some of my special ed concerns. Maybe she is and I just can't see her. But again, thank you so much for everything you're doing. I appreciate the care and concern you're putting into this, and good luck with your decision.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, we have Julie Truskowski.
Good evening, and
Good
thank
evening.
you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So these are clearly challenging times, and I appreciate the difficulty of the position that you and the other members of school leadership face. This is an opportunity for us to innovate and lead if we want our community, family, and children to continue to thrive. That being said, we must all acknowledge that there is risk with whatever choice we make. There is no option in this environment that is without risk. As we look at the options before us, I do feel it's important for families to have a choice between online and face-to-face schooling. This cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach, meaning an online only or a face-to-face only approach. I echo the prior mother's comments about special needs children or children with IEPs, where online schooling simply is a terribly challenging situation. There are also many other families that we've talked about tonight for which a distance-only learning model will not be successful. And that's because either from an economic or social perspective, they don't have the resources to support those children. What is a single working mother who has children at home, special needs or not, going to do to support her children in an online only learning environment? So as we think of this, I understand the challenges that are faced, but we must allow families to make choices based on the risks and challenges that they face and give them the opportunity for their families to be successful. We'll never have all the data or a perfectly safe environment. And I think we really have to give families the option to make choices that best suit their own situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, we have Joanne Perry.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right. I would like to thank everybody for all of the hard work and time they put into this incredibly difficult decision. The biggest point I think I'd like to point out today is you guys couldn't do this meeting in person. I don't know how on earth us as parents could ever feel confident in sending our kids back in person when you as a group couldn't be in person. I don't fault you for that decision in any way, shape, or form. I'm just pointing it out, and it's remarkable as a parent trying to make the decision for 4 kids. Thank you again for everything you're doing and the sacrifices you're making.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, Kelly.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Kelly with an
Hi.
I, a fellow I.
Hi. So I guess my main concern is with the week by week reevaluation. I'm a registered nurse, full-time working mom, and kids in all different grade levels, trying to manage childcare or tutors or assistance with the virtual plan or the distance learning plan just takes a lot of time and coordination. I'm wondering if the district Dr. Ryan would consider maybe doing it semester by semester versus week by week, just so that we know ahead of time how much time we have, how many weeks we have to plan for childcare or tutoring before we come upon the chance to get back into the building again. I realize it's not the district's duty to deal with childcare or to make sure that we can still go to work, but it's definitely something that we still have to face. I love the idea of kids being back into school, and I fully support that face-to-face interaction, not because I have a job to go to, but it's because I think it's what's best for the kids. So I'm just wondering if a semester by semester option could be considered instead of week by week. And again, just like everybody else, thanks for all the time and effort that's been put into this, because from a parent perspective, it's been overwhelming and very hard to figure out what the best decision is. So I can only imagine how hard it's been for everybody on the other side to make that decision as well. And that's all.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, we have Nicole Hogue. All right, Nicole, if you can unmute on your end. There you go. Can you hear us?
I don't have any questions. Sorry, I don't know why I was up.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for being here. All right, next up, all I can see is Galaxy S9. I'm sorry I don't have a name, but we've got you in the panel. You're unmuted. If you could tell us your name, and then you have approximately 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. My name's Danielle Burnett.
Hi.
Hi, and my question is how is the distance learning program going to be different from the virtual program? Can you hear me?
Well, we can hear you, and right now we can't respond to questions right now, but I think we can maybe get to some discussion in a little bit, and I think we have some plans for later in the week to get to more of those kinds of questions. So I know we captured your name, and I am pretty sure I can get someone to reach out to you after the meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right, next up we have Lisa Bohr.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
I would like to thank all of you for all of the hard work put into this endeavor. But I wanted to address President Horst. I believe it was you that commented that the need to differentiate between our remote learning, or crisis learning as some have called it, and this distance learning model. It's very difficult to differentiate between these two because we have yet to see a very detailed framework for what distance learning looks like. And I know that I assume that the lack of this information is due to the requirement that the board has to actually approve that plan before details can be released. But my hope is that, you know, other communities around us have released very detailed plans that explain exactly what detailed learning school days look like, what school weeks look like, which allow families to plan accordingly make preparations and make difficult decisions. As Dr. Ryan said, the devil is in the details. And we have an extremely creative faculty and staff and administration. And I truly hope that we leverage that to make a distance learning plan successful, because otherwise, I am very concerned with the fact that our faculty have really received no training, nothing to date. And we have 2 weeks before school starts. So that's it. Thank you.
I'm muted, darn it. Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, next we have Dion Crockett. There we
Hi,
go.
can you hear
Hi
me?
there. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
So my name is Dion Crockett, and thanks for allowing me this time. I do appreciate each and every one of you and your hard work. You're obviously very dedicated to face-to-face instruction as soon as possible. Steve Heyer and Greg Mead, they made a lot of good points that really resonated with me. Many people have been talking about safety first. And let's be clear, they're only referring to safety against COVID. Now, there are countless other things that affect our safety. It's not just COVID. According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, reports of child abuse cases are millions higher now than they were last year. Millions higher this year than last year. So for those millions of children, what about the safety? What about the safety of all of the increase in suicide? Higher rates of depression and anxiety. What about their safety? So, I mean, I do respect your decision that if we have to start with distance learning, I would just urge that we can be as flexible and nimble as possible to go to the face-to-face instruction as soon as possible, because I think the consequences down the road for the future of our children, and we don't know what we're facing. I think I really am concerned for that. Thanks for allowing me this time to talk.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next we have, it says S. Brady. Ms. McLean, I've lost my, there we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to be real brief. My main concern is finding out about the special ed services. My son was new to the school this year and unfortunately missed part of the year because of COVID. And he received speech therapy. And so our main concern is right now we're registered to do the virtual learning program at home, but wondering how will the school still continue to provide for his IEP needs for speech and OT moving forward if he's at home doing his education. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. And since I can't get your full name from that, I might suggest that you send an email with your name in that question to that fall2020@clarkston.k12.mi.us address so we can make sure someone from our special education department can follow up with you. Next we have Andrea Johnson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. I just also want to echo the comments of everyone about all the hard work that has gone into this. It's truly appreciated. That being said, I'm a parent of 3 Clarkston students, one of whom has an IEP for social issues. And any decision to go to remote learning is just beyond disappointing at this juncture. The state of Michigan has recommended in-person learning through phase 4, and the governor has not moved us to phase 3. Therefore, the recommendation from our state leaders is to go into in-person learning. This is a pandemic, and everybody recognizes that that's different, but Michigan is in a different place than those states down south. And we cannot take an approach that we need to prevent all infections. We simply can't. We don't do that with the flu. We don't do that with any other illness. But we can take steps to make students and staff as safe as possible. Daycares are open, stores are open, office places are open, schools are essential, plain and simple. And what's best for our students is to have in-person learning. I think everyone on this board meeting has agreed that remote learning is not what is best for our students. As parents, I'm asking Clarkston to be a leader and give our students the best education that's possible. Dr. Ryan has concerns, but some of those concerns will just never be answered. This is a pandemic, and they're never going to be answered. And the concern is that remote learning will never end, given that you're instituting this remote learning when in-person is already being recommended. I also echo the comments of Mr. Need relating to the safety of students outside the home versus inside the home. And I believe that all parents should get a choice on what they want to do. Parents that don't want to send their children can use virtual learning. You don't need to take away the choice from every other parent. If we're going to go to remote learning, if that's the only option available to us, please improve on what was provided to our students from the spring. It is unmanageable for a non-educator to teach their children whilst working from home and handling everything else. It just doesn't happen. And it is our students that are going to be left behind. Thank you so much for listening. And we're all, well, my family's hoping that we don't go to remote learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, we have Rachel King. And Ms. King, if you can unmute on your end, we are ready to hear from you. The lower left corner of your screen. Right, I'll tell you what, Ms. King, you hang tight. I'm going to go to Holly and then we'll come back to you while you get the mute. Okay, Holly?
Hi, thank you everyone for all of your time. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for all of your really thoughtful consideration. And I want to just reiterate again with the special needs comments. As a physician that's worked very closely with COVID and I'm currently doing research with COVID at one of the epicenters, I think that you guys probably need a lot of advisement, and I feel like the health department has dropped the ball, and I feel that maybe local physicians, and I know like Dr. Harding, myself, Dr. Horst, you know, a lot of the local physicians could help prepare you, and that we might need to do this in phases. For us, having 3 special needs kids, it's been very critical, and we've seen a ton of regression, and I feel like kids with IEPs that may need the in-person learning the most should maybe be phase 1, and local physicians could help prepare you with everything that kind of needs to be done. We'll help make, you know, PVC with separators, and how the classrooms should be arranged, and how we should have a sick room, and all of these things really need to be worked out before school starts, and 3 weeks is a very short time period. So I'm just offering myself, and I know other local physicians will help you out, because I feel like the health department is not going to come up to speed in 3 weeks.
Great, thank you so much for your comments. All right, we'll go back. Let's go back to Rachel King. And try that one more time. If you want to unmute on your end, we are ready to hear from you. All right, let's pull in Alex Alexander. If you'll unmute on your end, we're ready to hear from you.
Okay, sorry. Hello?
Very good. Yep, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you again, everybody, for all your work and effort. Listening to all the comments, there are a lot of valid points. I was a bedside nurse and worked directly with COVID, so I do know it's very scary. My thing is, I have 2 children. My son, academically, is going to do great. Emotionally, you know, he's not going to do so well. But my daughter has an IEP, and she's not growing and striving. Like, school at home was difficult for her without the interaction and the face-to-face. So these are things I worry about for her. And having 2 children in such different places, scholastically speaking and emotionally speaking, it's just such a pull. If we have to go virtual, I just would like to know what kind of other support will be available. Will there be any smaller groups for face-to-face for IEPs? I truly worry about her growth and her function and learning. Scholastically, even if I help her pound the information in, we worked for hours, emotionally she's suffering, and that's where I worry about for her. Thank you. I hope you take all that into consideration. The IEPs are what I most worry about. Of course, it is a pandemic. We do want to work together and do whatever emergency steps to keep our families safe. I know firsthand how scary it is, but I just don't think we can live in a bubble forever. That's all. Thank you for listening to me and taking the time, and I hope you take all this into consideration.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, next we have Kayla Mackey. Wait, did I pull the wrong one? Yeah, Kayla, if you can unmute.
Hi,
there
how
we
are
go.
you?
Hi, how are you? Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Kayla Mackey, and I am not only the mother of
children in the a mother who has children in the district, but I am also a former Clarkston student. And I just wanted to share that while I was a student at Clarkston, on the outside, I appeared to be in a stable home. Nothing would have appeared elsewise. However, with connections that a teacher whom still is with the district was able to make with me, they were able to see that I was not okay, that I was severely suffering from depression and from things that were happening in my home life. That teacher changed my life, and I can honestly tell you, saved my life. If it wasn't for that teacher and that relationship she was able to build with me, I would not be here today, nor would I be able to have my children enjoy the Clarkston district. So with that, I am doing the virtual learning for my children. I have that luxury, but I do worry about those students who are in those shoes that I was in and are not able to make that connection. And I do not feel that those connections or those things would be able to be seen via a virtual base. So I know you guys are looking for the common good, but I did just want to share that with you guys. So thank you for your time and all of your efforts.
Thank you so much for your comments and sharing your story. Okay, Natalie Pagel.
Hello. Hi, I have kind of bad service, so I hope that this message comes through.
We can hear it.
I just, first of all, thank you for all of the work that you guys have done in making this decision tonight. I know that that's been tremendously difficult, and our teachers are on board. Well, I can't speak for everyone, but I just wanted to speak to a comment made last week about using specials teachers as substitutes when the occasion calls for it. And I know that being a reasonable person, that sounds like a reasonable solution, but I just want to emphasize that I truly believe as a music teacher in this district that music is essential to our students' well-being. And if we're looking at a plan that puts their well-being first, that music needs to remain in their lives in some form. Pulling these teachers to be filling in as something else negates the student's ability to experience music, and it is a great force of change in students' lives. For many students, it's their lifeline, it's the reason they come to school. It's something that they enjoy and can connect with easily, and I would hate to see that removed because people from the outside might not be understanding of its role in their lives. There's not a thing in our lives that happens without music. Weddings, funerals, and everything in between all call for music as a form of celebration and connection. And especially in these really difficult times, our students need to remain connected in a way that's meaningful to them. And I just want to encourage you to consider these things when you're looking at the role of music in our district in the long term. And I know that in the short term, it is incredibly difficult, but I implore you to keep music with our kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. All right, the last hand I see up right now, we're going to go back to Rachel King. We're going to try one more time. Ms. King, are you still interested in addressing the board? Okay, if not, we're going to go ahead and take your hand down, but if you do want to come back, just go ahead and raise your hand again. All right, we've had a few more folks. Mary O'Daniel.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Good evening, we can hear you, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Horst. I appreciate it, and I want to thank the entire Board of Education as well as Dr. Ryan and the administration for all of their hard work. It has been truly evident in the presentations last Monday and this Monday. I want to echo and support Mrs. Horst's comments about needing the details on distance learning and that it will be better than what was experienced in the spring. Definitely, and Mrs. Bohr also commented on this, the devil's in the details, and it would be nice to see a distance learning plan proposal with the same amount of detail as has been presented with the return to school plan. I also want to echo Mr. Need's comments of the need in that distance learning plan to address having children sit in front of a computer 6 or more hours a day in order to do classes that require taking attendance. This is going to be complicated for children of all ages. I have 2 high school graduates from Clarkson schools, and I also have an 8th grader who is also in CSM Tech. And that's going to be difficult for him. He also has an IEP. My concern, where I disagree, is with Mrs. Egan's comments about the need to continue small groups. If the decision of the board, and I don't know the right answer, but if the decision of the board is to start with distance learning, then I think it needs to be consistent across the board that it is not safe at this time for children to return to school. And that would include all sports and extracurricular activities. Granted, they're outside right now, but you really need to think about, there has been a COVID case in Clarkston and the ability of transmission, regardless of, I understand the extreme protocols both at the marching band and sports levels. But again, if the safety of the kids is paramount, then the need to not have the extracurriculars at this time. It also addresses Mr. Heyer's comments about, if you were to continue the sports, then some kids are getting social interaction and education and other kids are being excluded. And I really supported Mr. Heyer's comments of not leaving behind the underprivileged and special education students and their need to be included, to not be excluded, and to have the opportunities afforded to them as well. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, next up we have Jess.
Hello, my name is Jessica Spencer, and I'm a parent in Clarkston School District. I also graduated from Clarkston Schools, and my husband and I have adopted 2 kids through foster care, and we have seen firsthand the damage of children not being in school. When my son came to us, he was 6 years old. He had not gone full-time to kindergarten or 1st grade because his biological family didn't make it a priority for him to be in school every day. And unfortunately, the fundamentals that he missed out on from not being there were so difficult for us to overcome that it took us until 6th grade to get him up to grade level. My kids have now I have a child who's supposed to start kindergarten in a couple weeks, and I'm terrified that because I don't have the ability to teach school, because I am not a kindergarten teacher who has not seen kids struggle with words and letters and know all the tips and tricks that Mrs. Fox, who worked with my kids to get them at grade level, I don't have the skills that Miss Bacon has. And I fear the consequences of this will be that parents like myself are forced to make a decision between sending our kids to Clarkson schools, which we love. That's the reason we live. That is the sole reason we live in this community, is for the Clarkson School District. I will be forced to choose between sending my kids to Clarkson schools or to a private school where they can go to school full time, because I don't have the ability to teach kindergarten. That's how highly I think of our educators in this school district. And it's a really difficult decision that I would have to make. But I feel like if my kids can't be educated, I'm going to have to, I do not have the resources to do that myself. I don't have the mental ability. I don't have the skills to do that. So if that's the decision that I will have to make, it will likely be one that affects Clarkson School District for the next 12 years. So that I appreciate the difficulty of this decision, and I understand that we want to protect kids and teachers from this deadly disease, but I understand also the consequences of a kid not going to kindergarten or 1st grade. Or I tried to supplement my son's education, and it took us until 6th grade to get him caught up to grade level. So I just wanted to express that opinion.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the comments. Next, we have Kelly Perrin.
Hi, I just want to say thank you first to Dr. Ryan and our board for all the work, and thought that they put into this. It's clearly not an easy decision, as we're hearing from, many parents and community members. It's clearly a rock and a hard place for all of us. I just wanted to say that a lot of parents desire choice, right? As a teacher in the district myself, I know that a lot of teachers are worried that when parents want choice, that teachers will not be getting choice, that our choice will be between a job or no job if we are required to be in person in our buildings. You know, as that survey Dr. Ryan asked us to complete showed, is that almost 60% of teachers do not feel comfortable right now. And I think, and I deeply respect all, you know, parents and community members and board members' opinions, you know, those who are parents, those who have students, you know, in our district who are struggling, who, you know, they're not sure how their needs are going to be met. I respect that so much. But I worry that making a decision too hastily, you know, a delay will allow us to make better informed decisions as, you know, we get more information, and hopefully that delay will be short, and that teachers can then feel empowered to go back, you know, with those choices made, you know, and parents will be able to get those needs met. That's my goal. You know, that's my hope as a teacher in the district. And the last thing that I want to say is when we do go back, I do think it's really important for our district to support staff members in purchasing PPE for when we do go back. I don't think that teachers who have to bear the burden of so many purchases in the classroom should have to further, you know, bear that monetary burden of having PPE to keep them safe and protected. So that's all. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, we have Daryl Bialis.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you, President Horst, for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Daryl Bialis, and I'm the president of the Clarkston Education Association and a teacher in the district. I want to start by saying that I commend the Board of Education, Dr. Ryan, and the district's administrative team for the thoughtfulness and hard work that has been put into developing Clarkston's return to school plan for this fall. All things considered, I truly believe that we have a plan that keeps staff and students as safe as we possibly can under the impossible circumstances that we find ourselves in. I understand the heavy weight that is placed on our hearts and our minds as you do the best as you can as decision makers for our school community, and I want to thank you for your discussion and your attention tonight. Let me be absolutely clear in saying that our teachers want a return to normal. I think as a society, we all want that. We desperately want to be back in our classrooms with our students, but not at the cost of the health and safety of any member of our school community. While the decision to start the school year remotely is one that is not to be taken lightly and is not an easy one to make, I understand the heavy weight, and I believe that this decision to start remotely is the only one that truly keeps our staff and our students healthy and safe. As a community, that has to be our #1 priority, period. The district and the CEA have worked collaboratively to keep the health and safety of our staff and students at the forefront of all decisions regarding the return to school in the fall, and I'm confident that we will continue to do so moving forward as conditions will likely change that require us to pivot, adjust, or perhaps rethink things altogether. We stand together with the district in working to ensure the safest possible learning conditions for our students. I want to publicly thank the district for truly listening and hearing its staff's concerns, suggestions, and recommendations in developing its return to school plans presented this evening. I also want to say that we understand the stress and anxiety that still exists for our staff, students, and community around the return to school in any format at this time. It's going to be more important than ever to care for the well-being of all members of our Clarkston family, and I'm pleased that the district is addressing those concerns in their plans. However, as a community, we need now more than ever to take care of each other and show compassion and grace as we move through this school year. Please know that I speak for all members of the Clarkston Education Association when I say that we will be there to support our students and each other as we move through the year. We will continue to do what we do. We will build relationships with our students. We will connect with them. We will engage them. We will teach them. And we will continue to provide our students with the high-quality education that Clarkston is known for in a remote setting, all while keeping our entire Clarkston family safe. This year is going to be different, and there will be many things that we will all have to adjust to as a community, but it will be a good year. I'm confident of that. I trust that the Board of Education will make the right decision on this vote, and support Dr. Ryan's recommendation to begin the school year in a remote setting. We are Clarkston, we are strong, and we will do what's best for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next up, it says Ondusky. If you would please state your full name, and then you have 2 minutes, and we can hear you.
Right. My name's Kyle Ondusky. I got 3 kids in different grades in elementary school, and my concern would be, what are we going to do for parents that do not have the opportunity to be at home with their kids to go through school? We both work full-time jobs that are considered essential workers, so we can't be at home. We don't know what opportunities there will be for help or whatnot. And then plus we got kids with different learning needs, and just need to know if there's going to be any help as far as that goes, or what we're going to be able to do to move on through the school year. And that's really my concerns, and that's it.
All right, thank you so very much for your comments. Next we have Laura Haynes. All right,
hey there.
We can hear you. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
So my name is Laura Haynes. I have a son who is about to start kindergarten at Independence Elementary. He did Young Fives last year, so he is very, he knows what school is, and he loves school. I know this board is probably going to vote to start remote. I think that's very clear to everybody who is listening to this. So in terms of thinking about that, I just want to touch on, as was brought up earlier, is the technology aspect of this. And the fact that these little kids, a lot of parents I've talked to had a hard time last year getting their kids to even sit on a 15-minute Zoom or Google Classroom call with a teacher that they have built a relationship with for 6.5 months. To think that we can get these little kids to sit in a call like this for however many hours during the day that the school district thinks that is necessary to take attendance and to qualify for a full school day to the state and all that goes along with it is crazy to me. We really need to consider how much we're asking of these little kids. I know, Mr. Ryan, I have emailed this several times this summer about my support for in-district schooling or in-person schooling, and I appreciate that every single time that I have gotten a response. I know that this is a hard decision, and it weighs on everybody. So thank you, but please consider how little some of these kids are and what we're asking of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next up, we have Kristen.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi there, we can hear you. Please state your full name, please, and then you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Kristen Latimer. I am a former Clarkson graduate as well. I am also a mom to 3 kids. I have a high schooler, an elementary schooler, and a child in Spice. I do think I'm in a role at work that I asked the board to take a consultative approach to this, to utilize the staff that feel safe to build a phased return plan for those most in need. Some families have the ability to do remote learning better than others. And if we ask everyone to do their part and to remain remote if they can, it will allow us to start at a lower number. And the people that need in-person instruction can get that sooner than those that are okay to remain on their own. I also would like to note that there are many large organizations out there that have resumed in-person models. I know that there's a lot of cost that goes into that, whether it's temperature screening machines, whatever it takes, but I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel as we're looking at models and ideas. I think that it would be smart for us to reach out to larger organizations, ask them what's working, ask them what's not working, so that we can try to work together to get our children back to in-person learning. One of the things I feel like has been emphasized, and all the parents that have children on IEPs are coming on here, because it's scary being a parent that has a child that's on that. And there's been a lack of direction, a lack of communication. What we got in the spring, I totally understand, but we need more. We need a better plan in place. Our children are going to fall behind. And it's on us as a parent. If we don't advocate, then our children are going to continue to fall behind. So I do ask that instead of using a cookie cutter approach of we need to be all virtual or all in person, that we looked at a phased approach and we identified, again, the children that are most in need and the teachers that are willing to come in, willing and able, and try and make a plan to work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. All right, next up we have Rachel Doyle.
Hi,
Hi,
can you hear
Rachel.
me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to everybody and hello to who I once knew as Mr. Ryan, is a former Clarkson graduate. I am a mom. I have a unique perspective because my family was diagnosed with COVID in March. I am a nurse working as well. So me and my 4 children and my husband all are COVID survivors. And I'm very thankful for that because I know that some people are not. However, I really just want to speak some truth into the fact that you're never going to fully be prepared as a nurse. I know I went back to work in April after testing negative, and we still don't have all the answers. Our organization every single day is changing our recommendations and what we have to do. And so I understand the importance of, seeing what other places around us do. However, you're just not going to have all the answers. And I know that that's scary. It was scary for us. But we still had to go to work every day and we still had to do the best that we could. So I think we've had, at least 4 months to prepare for this. And we know that masks greatly reduce it. It's a respiratory droplet virus. We know that we were up until a few days ago, assuming that we were giving parents the option to either have them go face-to-face or stay home. And I just think that option is so important. As you've heard so many parents express their concerns, it's not always the best option for everybody. I really, truly believe that a household approach is going to be what's best. And I understand it's scary. I just want to provide some insight that all those answers aren't going to be there, and you will learn to adapt like we did as nurses. And I also want to say that I know, Dr. Ryan, I know that you've looked at this, so I know that but I work at a local hospital. Our cases have been less than 5 for weeks now, as opposed to at the beginning when we were having over 100 cases a day. So I know that that the risk is lower now than before, but it's a virus like any other virus, like the flu. And at this time, what is the goal? Is the goal to try to not get everybody exposed, or because it's not going to go anyway? It's not going to go anywhere in a month or 2. Do you know what I mean? So there are going to be positive cases. We just have to look at the best approach for everybody and what they feel the most comfortable. So that's just my hope, is that you just really hear the parents tonight, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. All right. Next up, we have another Rachel. All right, Rachel, I don't have your last name, but if you could please state your last name, and then we've got about 2 minutes.
Sorry, my name is Rachel Berryman. I just wanted to comment. I'm also, I'm a previous ICU nurse. So like the previous nurse, I have 2 children in the Clarkson School District. And being a previous ICU nurse, when I was pregnant or in scary times, you would stay away from certain viruses or certain things that would affect you. But I also feel like, from a standpoint of the teacher's perspective, when all this started, I would be personally emailing my first grader's teacher because she was pregnant at the time, and I was worried about her, and she wasn't worried about anything, even though she was pregnant, except her students. And I would tell her, if you are nervous, you need to send them home. So I do feel like, as much as we have the opportunity to do virtual learning, so I understand, and I do have a nephew that is autistic in a different district, so I understand the complications, and I talk with with that perspective all the time, I also have to be a little bit of a voice for some of the teachers that are scared to come back, and they're like our grocery line workers and all the other people in March when this came about. They didn't sign up for being frontline workers with such a scary pandemic. So I just wanted to say, I feel for our teachers that are scared to come back, and that's who's teaching our children. That's who we want to be a symbol for our children and help our children, but they're scared, and they also have, either elderly people at home or young children at home or infants at home that they want to protect as well. And, I being in that role, I understand that fear, and you have to also understand that the teachers are in, and staff, I shouldn't just say teachers, sorry. Staff and teachers are in a role where they're around this all the time and they don't know what to expect. And as some of the board members stated tonight, there's people in the community that aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that makes you even more fearful because that's what they're exposed to. So I just wanted to say that I understand where the board is coming from, and I appreciate everybody's perspective. And thank you for all of you and your opinions. And I hope you make a good decision, but I just wanted to make sure I stated that as well.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. And we have Kimberly Hempton.
Hello, President Horst, members of the board, and Dr. Ryan. Thank you for your tireless efforts with this complex matter. I'm the mom of a senior, a sophomore, and a sixth grader in Clarkston schools. These are certainly exciting years of transition for our family, and we can't help but feel saddened by the impact of this pandemic. While all three of our children are eager to be back in their school buildings, the complications of COVID-19 create less than ideal learning conditions in our classrooms. This isn't the launch to school that any of us hoped for. However, creating a distance learning plan to launch the school year will allow all of our staff and administrators to concentrate all of their efforts on high-yield instruction, learning-focused feedback, and continued focus on the importance of meaningful connections with each of our children. This is important for every learner. I trust the innovation and commitment of Clarkston educators. Thank you all for continuing to keep our students at the heart of your work every day.
Thank you so much for your comments. All right, now we have Kat Burrell.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there. First off, thank you so much to all the board members and especially Dr. Ryan, who's done a tremendous job in looking into the research and looking as to what's out there and what's in the best interest of our children. This is my first year of having a kid within the Clarkston School District, and I was thrilled. I'd heard so many great things, and when we moved here, that was the primary reason why we chose Clarkston. Now I have so my child is going to be 5. I also have a 2-year-old who's very immunocompromised, and so my concern is pretty significant when it comes to what my child will be exposed to when he is in young 5s, and then what he brings home to my daughter. However, we both are working parents as well, and so we want to be able to accommodate, what we can and do what we can to have our kids, learn face to face and socialize with other kids. But the problem is that it's at the expense of my daughter's health, and my son's health too, who would be going to Independence Elementary. My question essentially is, I think the slow start is definitely the way to go personally, but I'm curious as to why it was essentially just kind of 2 choices. Either you do virtual or you do, start up school, and that's, you could only switch. If you did virtual, you could only switch at the semester. With how quickly things are moving and shifting within the COVID climate right now, part of my thought was, is there a possibility to perhaps expand on our return to school by, at at the discretion of the parent, in making a decision that maybe they want to go virtual initially, but not wait an entire semester if they feel like, cases are decreasing and they want to send their child back into face-to-face. So that was my primary question. You guys are we see it, what you do with our families and how much you care for the kids and for the staff. I commend you on that. So just thank you, and thank you for hearing me out.
Great. Thank you so much for your comment. So at this point, we've heard from a lot of members of our public, and I feel like there were a couple of themes that ran through that. And so I think I would like us to have a chance to kind of go back around one more time. I mean, not everyone has to raise a question or an issue, but Dr. Ryan, if you would, I saw sort of three big questions that came out that maybe you could respond to, or others if you want to, bring anyone else here to respond. So let me maybe throw three big questions at you, and I can certainly repeat them, but I'll throw kind of all three at once that I heard that I think warrant maybe, sorry, my hands are going, a little more discussion. And then certainly I'll give other trustees a chance to either react to anything else that's on their minds or any other questions that came up. Certainly one of the big ones I heard, were these detailed plans for distance learning, or questions about, kind of the ferocity for distance learning. And there's questions of parents needing to teach. That concern kind of coming out of the spring, when I think we did rely a lot more on parents to play more of that at-home teacher role. So could you address a little more about the role of the parent as teacher or not this fall with remote learning as you see that? That would be one issue I think maybe we could expand on. The second issue being, how are we going to provide, in any more detail that we can give it, support for those who need it most? I think we heard a lot of concerns about special education in particular, a lot about students that were at home, or parents that really have no other option who work, whose children are going to be at home. And I know we have some partnerships in the community. Is there thinking about how we might be able to connect some of those parents with resources? But I too am particularly worried about families with children with IEPs or high level special needs, and how we're going to provide services for those children. And overall, then a question about choice, about families that want to make this choice. And I wrote this word kind of temporary down as people were talking, and maybe you could address your perception of the likelihood of moving from what you're recommending, which is, kind of this initial remote start, back to face-to-face, because this is what I've heard you ask us for, is sort of a luxury of time, a little bit of time, to move us intentionally back to a face-to-face environment. And we've all kind of talked about the potential chaos and disruption of face-to-face learning should we start closing classrooms and buildings. And so those were kind of the three big themes I thought that we got maybe over and over that might warrant a little more discussion. So I kind of threw a lot at you there, and if you want me to repeat them, I will, because I have them written down. But so kind of the big question about the role of, or the need for parents to be teachers, and hopefully we can maybe dispel some of those myths in a distance learning world, how we're going to really in detail support students who need it most, including our special education students or families with really stressful or particular circumstances, and how we are, what's the real outlook then for moving from the remote to the face-to-face environment, and how does sort of that choice work there? And so I see we have some other folks who've raised their hands, but let us kind of have a little more discussion here, and then we'll go back.
President Horst, looking at kind of in order then, I think the expectations from parents is going to be much different than what it was originally in March, where I think there was a need for a lot more of that moment-to-moment support. I think our goal, and it won't be perfect, and the idea is not that students will be sitting in front of a video screen all day long, but that teachers are going to be available and working school all day long. It's a much different proposition. There's opportunities for kids to work in small groups individually, do things even in their homes that would be manipulatives or other things that they can bring to bear into their learning. Obviously, depending on the age of the child, supervision is going to be necessary at different levels as you progress up from elementary, middle school, and high school, just to make sure we have an adult there as well. But I believe, and I'll let Miss Mahoney, want to comment directly on that notion. But I think this is going to be a lot more student-centered, teacher-supported than what we had in the spring, and that was my hope. And I'll just kind of feel the second one as well in terms of special education. When I did my original presentation tonight, I mentioned both students of socioeconomic distress, mentioned families that have a special needs learner. I do think there's going to be some different wrinkles, and we'll be putting it out with Ms. Christopher over the next week and a half once we have this direction tonight, and how we can provide some different, possibly in school or connected support. I know she's studying that with directors across the county and how we bridge that gap. So we want to make sure that our most at-risk learners have those supports. I also think that, some of the notions that was mentioned, but I didn't put in my presentation tonight that I appreciated, was that phase-in approach. I think potentially, looking at how our learners and how we come back, there is some opportunities for that as we go from September into, towards mid. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to try to explore anything like that possibly could give a greater degree based on the needs. And again, the more needy a student is, the harder to make that connection with a distance learning format, I think, entails. So I think those pieces are key. And then finally, on the likelihood, looking at that this being temporary, moving back, I have every intention, and I think given the school districts that have addressed this across the county, I don't know any, or across the state, I don't know any school district that has placed such an emphasis and had such a great support from their teachers and staff overall to say that, yes, we want to learn from the initial push. We want to get back into school. We want to be with our kids that way than what I've heard in Clarkston. So I don't think that's window dressing at all. I know when you look at what's going to change and what's not, I do think if the virus remains stable as it is now, and we were able to iron out some of those details, like some of the nurses were able to point out. I don't know if it's ever perfect, but I think we get a better grasp on what I call a notion of like acceptable risk and what we can do to best protect ourselves. I wish I was more convinced from everything that I've exposed myself and read, and the people I've talked to, that somebody could really describe that to the level of what that looks like in school, and basically in how schools can comply with that. I plan to have that notion hopefully continue to define for me both, and I have faith. I'm hoping that our community, in terms of our county health department, others, will be able to help continue to work towards guidance. I have faith that they will continue to grow, because I don't put past anyone what their struggles are, and I heard a lot of grace tonight in terms of acknowledging that with our school district. It doesn't get people off the hook, though. We need to continue to move forward. So I would ask Nancy if she wants to comment on anything specific on the parent piece. And then I don't know if Kathy Christopher is available, but the special ed piece, I'm just going to say, needs to be different and as much hands-on as we possibly can do. Ms. Mahoney?
Thanks, Dr. Ryan. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that in a distance learning model, our teachers will be instructing, and they will be communicating with their students in a structured format where this notion of we're going to school, yes, it looks different because we're not attending in the building, but our teachers will be teaching, our students will be learning, and we're going to do our very best to move that forward. We certainly don't want to replicate the spring. It was our best attempt, and I think we can all agree, we said that it wasn't ideal, and we're changing it up. And so in a structured model, day to day, we expect kids to attend school, and our teachers will be there to support, to teach, and to guide our students through their curriculum.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. I don't know if Kathy Christopher comment, we might have to have that. Is she available to comment directly?
Yeah, I just added her as a panelist. Excuse me, a panelist. Is she showing up at all?
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, she doesn't have video.
Ms. Christopher, can you hear us? Or I guess the question is, can we hear you, is the bigger question. Well, while they're working on that, let me say we're going to have one more round here of board question discussion, react to some of this. Any thoughts coming out of that public comment session? I do see that a few more folks have requested to address the board. This really will be our last call for that. So I see that 3 of you have requested that, and we're kind of changing our rules here a little bit, understanding that this is a monumental decision. So let me just make this a last call for anyone who wishes to address the board, and we will get back to that after we have a little more discussion here and some questions answered by the trustees. So, okay. I'm going to leave that for a moment then. All right, so trustees, those were the 3 big things that 3 of kind of the big themes that I took away from hearing that. And I certainly would be interested in, what you heard, any new questions or thoughts that are on your minds, anything that you would like administration to respond to or follow up on. Some people responded to some of the things that you said. So I don't really want to go all the way around the room again. I'll just sort of let you, kind of unmute or raise your hand just so I can know who wants to speak. A couple of you are unmuted. Does that mean you want to speak? Mrs. McGinnis, I see Mrs. McGinnis.
Thank you very much, President Horst. Number one, I want to say how grateful I am to this community. We could have been sitting here arguing with one another in a really rude and ugly battle between opinions, and that hasn't happened, and I'm so grateful for that, number one. Number two, I'd like to ask administration to expand on why not hybrid, which is really what I think some parents are asking when it comes to choice regarding remote, virtual, and in person. So I'd like to understand why administration would the pros and cons of what I believe is we want to call hybrid. And lastly, I just want to say that while I so greatly appreciate all the individual personal stories of every single person that has spoken, we have 7,000 other parent personal stories that haven't been heard. And I'm sure they're all about very similar to what I've heard here. I personally know of a family from close to me who lost all 3 family members and were a minority Latino family. And I have people close to me as of the last 48 hours that are waiting for results, some not feeling well, one in the hospital. So we all have these personal stories that make up who we are and the opinion that we present. And each of us board trustees and the administration have 8,000 of those personal stories to consider when it comes to this decision. So I greatly appreciate the camaraderie and the collaboration the administration, the board, and our community has had regarding this dialogue. And I'll stand by to let the administration answer my question.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. I'll go right into your notion and question about hybrid. I think it's a good question, and I have a really solid answer in my mind. I don't believe hybrid learning as it exists or how it's been proposed across Michigan from some of the school districts that look to engage of it is right pedagogically. I don't think it mirrors how the brain works in terms of having a consistent experience schedule to be able to learn in. I think it's disjointed. I think it divides attention, even in a best case, between people there and not there in terms of experience. And I think it really doesn't provide a platform to where we can consistently move students forward in their learning each and every day. For the mind either to do on a classic every other day, a couple times, meeting a teacher 2 times a week, and then having some sort of independent or completely non-really monitored the other 2 days a week while a teacher is engaging with other students, or have 3 days on, 2 days off, or alternate weeks. All those to me violate some of what I believe some of the basic principles of how the brain works in terms of learning, of having that consistent experience. I think it also, at the same time of being a substandard version of in-person, it also has many of the same risks. If you look at across the week, students are still getting together. It's not the fact that we didn't have perfect distance in my mind, that 6 feet is a magic, and that if we could just have that, then everything's perfect. I really think that just the nature of children and the way they mix doesn't mitigate a lot of the risk of the things I'm concerned about in terms of compliance and having our staff being able to monitor that in the hallways and classrooms and in the corners and in lunchrooms and everything else. So I think that you still have you don't mitigate the risk greatly in terms of what I see of the in-person everybody. And at the same time, you create an inconsistent learning platform that I don't feel is as good as any consistent learning platform that students can kind of build on day in, day out. So those are kind of the major things that I looked at. Also looked at the logistics of managing and trying to pull kids in that way in an intelligent and succinct way is also, I think, challenged at best. And collectively, I think that our proposal, I still believe in getting people back into school together for all the reasons we've talked about, and also when it's safely and we can answer the other questions I posed earlier. So I appreciate the sentiment.
Okay. All right, Mr. Heyer, you're unmuted. Is there anything you wanted to ask or follow up on before we switched back to public comment?
I would prefer to do the public comment first.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Trustees, are you okay with that?
I think we should allow anybody that wants to speak at this point to speak, and then any final comments we want to have before we make a decision as a board, I think we should reserve that for the very end.
Okay. All right. Then we will allow these final members of the public their comment time, and then we will see where we're at as a board. Okay, and if everyone else, board members, if you guys will go ahead and mute so we can get back to the public comment. Mrs. McLean, are we ready for Joanne Perry? All right, Ms. Perry, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you again for having me. While I want to express my deepest respect for the medical professionals that have come on here this evening, and I have great respect for everything that you do and the medical professionals do. I want to point out that none of these teachers nor the students will be armed with the PPE that doctors and nurses are given and trained to use on a daily basis. I just don't understand how we can expect to have the same faith with our kids going back to school and the teachers being with our students as trained medical professionals. I feel it's just very unfair to the students and the teachers. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next we have Heidi Bailey. All right. Heidi, if you'll unmute on your end, then we're ready to hear your comments. Heidi, that unmute button is in the bottom left of your screen if you're watching us. All right, Heidi, you hold tight. We'll move on to the next one and give you a minute to come back. I have a phone number. I don't really want to say the number out loud, but if that's you, can you hear me? Holding on the telephone?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes. If you could please state your name, and then you have 2 minutes.
Absolutely. My name is Jennifer Marsden. I have a daughter going into 8th grade. She resoundingly wanted to go back to school, opposed to my numerous reservations to it. I think the name of the game here has got to be flexibility, in my opinion. It's been, my company, I have the ability to work from home, so I have a little bit of a uniqueness about mine. I have a teenager who thinks I'm dumb as a box of rocks, despite, a master's degree. But she resoundingly wants to go back to school. I have my reservations. I myself personally thought the hybrid option would be the best option for us as a family. It gives her the ability to be in school part-time It gives me the ability to, kind of keep track of things at home when I'm working, even though she doesn't really want me involved in it 100%. And it would lessen the amount of people in the school, making the ability to social distance a little bit easier. Obviously, teenagers are not going to be the best social distancing, but it gives us, I think, the best opportunity. But at the end of the day, I think it is, the name of the game has to be flexibility. If parents and students want to be in school, or parents and students do not want to have their children in school, or they want to do a hybrid version, I think those all need to be options, in my personal opinion. And let us, as parents, mitigate that risk how we see fit. That's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, Heidi Bailey, let's try that one more time. Do you still want to address the board? All right, let's go ahead and pull up Stephanie Helms. Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robert Helms, Stephanie Helms' husband. I would just like to say I'm a father of 4 children. I have a 5th grader, 1st grader, a preschooler, and a toddler that's 20 months old. I work on the front lines, so I'm exposed to COVID every day. Have seen the numbers go, from the entire hospital being full of COVID to now there's only 10 cases. Our survival rate is wonderful. We've been using medications that work well. I want to know, has anyone asked the children? All of my kids, every one of them, they don't care if they have to wear a mask all day. They want to go to school. They want to see their teachers. They want to talk to their friends. This virus is not going to go away anytime soon. I think everyone has realized that. As things have opened back up, people are seeing their friends. I don't see what would be any different as to them going to school and seeing their friends. I want to see them back in school. I really do. And that's really all I have to say.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. All right, next we have Lindsay.
Hello.
Hi there. If you could state your full name for me, please, and then you have 2 minutes.
My name is Lindsay Tyrell, and not only do I have a child at North Sashpa Elementary, I am also a GSRP teacher in Waterford at Stepanski Early Childhood Center. And I just wanted to write, and excuse me if my emotions get a hold of me, but I wrote a little something and I posted it, and I wanted to read it tonight for you. Jim Henson was right when he said it isn't easy being green, nor is it to be a parent or to be in education, or both at the same time at a time like this. When COVID demolished the rest of the school year on March 13th, 2020, I think we all finally realized that nature is smarter than we think. However, like any other natural disaster, we rose from the rubble, dusted ourselves off, and began rebuilding. We didn't need the school building to be able to connect with our school family, just like you didn't need a place of worship to serve your God when they closed the doors. We all found a way. It may not have been blue ribbon worthy, but we did put our own sparkle on it. And do you know what? We did it because of you. And for the most part, it worked because we worked together as a team, a solid foundation, and a true testament of what a village can really do to raise children. We worked our butts off to accommodate every child as if they were still in the classroom. Our locations changed, but not our positions. Food service worked day in and day out to keep bellies full and to sustain your grocery budgets, even for the weekends. Administration provided technology to every home that was in need. Principals and secretaries answered countless emails to keep us informed and to keep staff spared alive. Personal numbers were given out by social workers and psychologists alike. Materials were made available for free. Teachers turned spaces in their homes into little classrooms. IEPs were conducted in an orderly fashion by PT, OT, speech, and so on. Some of us even drove to your homes just so we could be near you. We missed you. Your child's work and personal items were not discarded, but rather treated like the little treasures they were and returned to you. This took a lot of energy, time, and paperwork. That partnered with having zero access to our resources because we weren't allowed in the building, let alone our classrooms. I'll let you imagine what that looked like for a minute. Keep in mind, this was for all ages and stages of kiddos, pre-K through high school, and we did it for you, for us, and most importantly, your children. Have you forgotten this? I still remember you rallying behind us, applauding our efforts, showing your gratitude and appreciation for what we had done without a moment's notice. You showed us kindness like never before. And where are we now? Stuck. That's where. Between a rock and a hard place. All of us. Divided on our own beliefs and opinion, all while losing our faith in one another. We got to get that back. We got to get it back because time is not on our side. Emotions are high, and if you're like me, sleep is running low, which is not the ideal combination. Alongside with ultimatums, it doesn't look good, and it can get downright ugly. Literally. As I muster through my day and try to fill it with things I normally would do in the summer, I'm quickly reminded at night as I lay on my tear-soaked pillow how hard it has been and how I have more questions and answers than ever before. We're not so different now, are we? We don't know what we don't know, and it might not even be up for debate in a few weeks. So please, cut us some slack. Believe it or not, this is way bigger than calling a snow day. You can't see it on their faces, in their voices. I hear all of you tonight. We're hurting too. You're pissed off too. Excuse my language. Of course they want what you want, what we want, what I want. They hear you, but can you hear them? Just listen to you? It's hard with all the noise, but they know kiddos need to be in school. You'd be wrong to think otherwise. My goodness, we take trainings on how to protect your children if an active shooter comes in the school on the school grounds. We know we might have to use our bodies to shield them. We might even end up taking a bullet for them. And personally, I wouldn't change that because I didn't have a choice and I didn't know about the immediate risk that day. If I had known, we wouldn't go in. Lives changed or lives saved, but there's no special training for this virus or meds to make it go away. This is a different risk, and I personally cannot imagine a child or one of their family members in my classroom succumbing to this virus when it could have been avoided. Nor will I envision what would happen to my family, what would happen to my husband, and what he would do as a widower, having to watch our son grow up without his mother. A lifetime of trauma sounds much more tragic than 10 weeks of virtual schooling. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Right. Nathan Clark. Did we lose Nathan?
I think Nathan put his hand down. So Nathan, if you
okay.
didn't want to address us, go ahead and put your hand up and we'll get to you.
All right. Shanette Kidd. All right. If you can unmute on your end, we are ready to hear from you. All right, it's in that bottom left-hand corner, and while you're figuring that out, let's...
Oh, shoot.
Oh, wait, oh, there we go. I hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can. Thank you
Sorry
so much.
about that.
Please
Hi,
go ahead.
my name is Jeanette Kidd, and I'm a Clarkson School employee. I also have a second job where I am an essential worker. And I just wanted to say that I was very adamant, I guess, in my feelings and stuff as far as going back to school as in-person learning. And, you know, I didn't have fears because, like so many other parents have said and nurses, that we can't live in fear with this virus. And with that being said, I was adamant that if, you know, we went back to in-person schooling, that my children were going to go to school. I have a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old. Until the other day, my daughter gave me a real eye-opener. She's my 13-year-old. Her and her friends were expressing how bad they wanted to get back to school. They missed their teachers. They had Natalie Pagel as a music teacher, choir, and you know, seeing their friends and stuff in person. And the closer that we've gotten to going back to school, my daughter actually said to me the other day that she isn't ready to go back to school. And I said, well, I thought you were excited, you and your friends. And she said, well, I was, but now I don't want to go back to school and be with my friends in the hallways and stuff, not knowing if I have COVID or if they have COVID because I don't have symptoms. And then a few weeks later, they pass and we're going to funerals. She said, how do you think that I could handle that and my friends could handle that? And to me as a mom, that was a real eye-opener because I'm the parent and she's the child, but she has feelings and she has fears. And I didn't take that into consideration when I was adamant about, you know, if we go back to school in person, that she was going. And then when she said that to me, kind of like you were saying about, we don't know students at home that might be safer in school. I just kind of want to, I guess, point out to the parents and the board members and the teachers and stuff that even though they are children and they're students, they still have fears and stuff too. So I know one of her friends said that her parents said they both work all day. They don't have the means to provide for somebody to watch them to make sure that they're, you know, plugging into school and getting online and doing that. So she's actually scared to tell her parents that she's fearful to go back to school. And I guess I just want to make everybody aware that that I guess we need to talk to our kids too. That I'm a one income family and I have 2 jobs, like I said, and I'm gone. But as a parent, that's kind of my job, to make sacrifices to make sure that my kids are safe and that they are getting, you know, what they need and what's best for them. And, you know, for me to send my daughter back to school with the anxiety and stuff that she's now starting to fear and feel, I just I don't know that I would do that, even if we did, you know, say that 3 weeks we're going to be in person. And so I kind of I see the flexibility that maybe is needed, but I just would like to ask parents to please, you know, be open with your kids about what's going on, and, you know, maybe ask them how they're feeling, since it is getting closer to, you know, going back to school. And I want to thank everybody for your time and your effort and your research, and for staying in, you know, constant contact with us as a school employee and as a parent and family in the community. And you know, that's very much appreciative. And I guess that's kind of all that I wanted to say. I just wanted to point that out and, you know, kind of show the other side of the coin from the students.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate your
welcome.
comments.
Thank you.
All right, next up, it says Butler.
Hi, this is Wayne Butler.
Hi there. Thank you so much.
Hi there. Earlier, one of the other commenters mentioned about looking at other large organizations as a model and trying to get some feedback. I wanted to share a couple experiences. I work for a large government agency in the area where we have a couple thousand people. And one of the things that we were quickly instructed to do at the government level was to only focus on the essential people being available in the office and keeping everyone else at home. So I think the examples you guys gave about maybe perhaps special needs students or others that need higher demand, higher attention, those are the focus, maybe to get those students into the classroom, cutting down on all of the other students that can handle being at home and they are at a lower risk and they can handle that process. Perhaps that's the best way to offer that opportunity for those students in more need, but without exposing them to 75% of the rest of the students that perhaps may be sick and not know it. 2 other things I learned with my agency. We tried never to have more than 25% of our staff in the office per day, but I want to extremely stress, when we have a case that pops up within our staff, the amount of logistic burden, the amount of bureaucracy, the amount of oversight that we have to spend doing all the contact tracing, all of the testing. We have to deal with national public health nurses. All of that is a huge burden that's put on our management chain. And I want you to think about, where do you want Dr. Ryan's attention focused? Do you want him trying to figure out how to make sure we have our online or our virtual classes working and we're actually delivering the right content? Or do you want him focused on tracing all of these different exposures? Because with 7,000 students, we got to ask ourselves, how long until of that we have hundreds of kids that have been exposed and we're doing contact tracing, and we're kidding ourselves if we don't think he's going to be in the middle of trying to keep track of all of those all that contact tracing, all those phone calls, all of that excitement that's completely a distraction from the education model. And at the same time, think about our teachers. So those teachers are there. Where do we want them focused? I think it was already pointed out, the teachers in this model were going to be present, unlike in the spring. We want those teachers, when we ask those teachers to flex and to get out of their comfort zone, we should be encouraging them and want them to flex and figure out how they're going to teach in this environment that's going to be challenging through a virtual model, as opposed to being focused on, do I have enough PPE in the room? Do I have that kid that's sniffling? Should he have gone home? Should he have not even come to school today? All of those different concerns of those teachers, they're going to be focused on all the things that are surrounding the education model. They're not going to be focused on the education. So ask ourselves, where do we want all of our leaders, all of our administrators focused during this time? That's all. Thank you.
I'm unmuted. Thank you so much for your comments. All right, the initials SM. If you could please state your full name for me. Wait, you muted again. There we go. Can you hear me?
Hey, Kelly, I can hear you. This is Dan Moscone. How you doing?
Hi there.
Hey,
2 minutes.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. To the earlier comment, I personally don't understand how not allowing kids to go back to school face-to-face solves that woman's child's problems, but I respect her choice not to send her kids back. Just as I hope the board will respect my choice to provide a choice for my child that is also worried equally about not going back face-to-face. I can't argue that COVID won't spread if kids go back. I don't know, frankly, many people that can. But because of that, I honestly don't see how these kids will go back this year or next if we don't start them off in school. Many are banking on the fact that a vaccine will come out, but the reality is that many people won't have their kids vaccinated for their own beliefs and frankly because the expedited trials that have kind of led us to this point. At the end of the day, if we don't offer face-to-face, which will provide us a tangible learning about what works best for our kids, we'll continue to take a back seat and get stuck in I fear we'll get stuck in the mode of watching others rather than taking the lead as we try to teach our kids to do. I believe the risk of not having an option to go face-to-face outweighs the risks of virtual only. I recognize and support the decision of other parents to make their own decision for what they feel is best for their children and for their family. I also support teachers and staff who fear for their health and that of the loved ones. Hopefully we can align those resources to virtual teaching roles. So many other essential workers beyond our vital healthcare workers have figured out how to successfully navigate these crazy times, whether they're grocery store workers, restaurant workers, or others. I'll wrap by saying it was extremely eye-opening to me, much like others I think on this call, to hear my kids and their friends say that they never would have believed they'd say it, but they're ready for an end of summer, believe it or not, and they're ready to go back to in-person school. The school board here on this call and other families here, you're hearing parents and medical professionals saying they advocate for both scenarios, in-person and virtual. Children are saying it. They want a choice. All we're asking for is a choice. Please afford your constituencies that right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, next up, I don't have a name here. It just says parent. So I hope that you can hear me and know that you're next up. Can you hear me?
Yes, can
Great.
you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. If you state your name, please, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Dana, and my husband and I graduated from Clarkston High School. We have 2 kids that were in elementary, one's moving up. I just want to say that I think that Dr. Ryan put a great deal of time into the presentation, and I think he did an excellent job, and whoever assisted as well, in weighing all of the issues and looking at a lot of different sources. I think in this day and age, a lot of people don't. But I think hopefully in our community, people are looking at multiple sources. I don't think there's any perfect answer. I used to think maybe we could do something hybrid and it would make everybody happy, but over time I've come to understand better through the communications that the school system has put out that that's really, I'm trusting the assessments that you guys have made, that I don't think that that is going to work. So I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable with public speaking, but I do thank you all for the work that you've done, and I actually don't think I've heard anyone say it, but I'm excited to see what you have to offer for the face-to-face online learning. Some of the things, even in the crisis learning that we had last fall, or last winter, I mean, were awesome. You know, things that were unexpected, like running around the house and finding objects and kids getting to see each other on screen. And I have to say that we've all come a long way in our online skills. And so there's a lot to be said for the program that I trust you all will put together if you end up going this route or when you go this route. So I think we need to look at some of the exciting things that you are about to do too. So I just thank you.
Thank you. You did a great job.
Thanks.
All right. All right. Next we have Brent. If you'll state your full name, please, and you have 2 minutes.
Sure, Brent Wheeler. Thank you for the opportunity. The proposed decision to start with distance learning was made with some very valid concerns. I have a little issue that there's no metrics tied to those concerns. In fact, the only metric right now is the Michigan Safe Schools with the Phase 4 metric, which obviously states that it would be face-to-face. That being said, will there be any metrics, and what will those metrics be to make a decision to reinstate face-to-face? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, next up is Jenny May.
Hi. First, I want to start off by saying that I am extremely heartfelt for you guys having to make a decision here. And I know you guys are hard at work and this is crazy times, but I want to come to you guys with two things. First, I came from a family that has an essential worker that was diagnosed with COVID. Sorry, it's a little emotional for me because I am a single parent who works full-time and was off for 3 months. And I didn't get to see my children for three weeks because of it. Luckily, everyone was okay. And we didn't have to do much aside from social distancing, which was hard in itself. But I'm also coming from the point of the fact from being off work, and I sympathize with the fact from being off work for so long and going back is very scary. But it's also really rewarding when you do get to go back to work. And I just hope you guys do choose something in regards to the fact that our children, like past people have said, children's choices, just having a choice in this, because I think I do have 2 children in Clarkson schools, one of which who would thrive doing the online virtual program, and one who is suffering from not doing it. And it scares me a little bit because, again, I'm not equipped like most parents to do what you guys offer to everybody, and knowing the needs of our children more than even we do. So I hope that you guys take into consideration that having a choice, and I sympathize with the fact that it is scary, but it is so rewarding to go back and having being off and going back, and it was scary for me too, and not having the proper PPE to begin with, and knowing the sanitation protocols and all of that that comes with. But it does get figured out. You guys will figure it out. I trust in you guys. I know you guys are amazing. I just hope that you guys consider having something as an option for us parents who are single parents working full-time. I'm just so scared for the education side of it. So that's all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate that. Okay, we have 2 more people signed up, and then we're going to close public comment. Obviously, there'll be a time at the end under item 9 for anyone who wants to comment on any other topics. So let's get to our last 2. Nathan Clark, glad to see you joined us again. Nathan, can you hear us?
So we got an error message that Nathan's using an older version of Zoom.
Nathan. All right, Mr. Heyer, can you work your magic?
Can I promote him to a panel?
I'm here.
Oh, we can hear you.
Yeah, hello. So, yeah, I'm a senior at Clarkson High School, and I was just going to comment on this. So from a reopening school standpoint, Michigan's numbers right now are pretty stable. We have about 3 to 4% positivity rate, and our cases are around 650 or so daily. And right now, in my view, would be the best time to have an option for in-person learning, because if we push this back into the fall, you could have a substantial resurgence where even in-person learning will be more unlikely. So I think that I don't want to make students guinea pigs per se, but I think right now from a data standpoint, from where Michigan's numbers are much better than other states, and especially here in Clarkson, I think we're about 22.7 cases per 10,000. It makes sense from an epidemiology standpoint to have some in-person learning with a lot of safety protocol, in my view. But delaying it even further, it could create another delay. So, and I think a lot of people do want to go back. I think having an option would be good overall. That's all.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Clark. And finally, we will hear from...
Mr. Clark, I'm not sure what's going to happen now. So if you happen to get kicked out of the meeting, we apologize in advance. You may be able to just jump right back on. I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but we'll find out here in a second.
Oh, because we had to promote you to a panelist to get you on. So now we have to demote you. Sorry about that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're
now, did we bring Elizabeth in?
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, we had to promote you too. Hi, we can actually see you. That hasn't happened yet. How'd we do that?
I don't know. Oh, there you go.
We're getting punch drunk here. Okay, please go ahead. We have 2 minutes. Welcome to the.
Thank you for taking this. I know it's been a very long meeting. I've been on a Zoom meeting for another school board meeting earlier today. So my name is Elizabeth Lemerond, and I have rising 6th graders, a 6th grader and a 9th grader. I think that remote learning is our best option at this time. You may wonder why I didn't opt to sign my girls up for virtual learning, because virtual learning is not but by not signing up for virtual doesn't mean that I'm in favor of face-to-face. The reason that I haven't elected for a virtual learning experience for my daughters is because I want Clarkston teachers. I want Clarkston teachers remotely, not a third-party vendor facilitated by Clarkston teachers, particularly for students who have particular learning needs, like kids that are on track for advanced level classes. And I don't want to make the choice between the health of my girls and the education that my girls need. And right now, neither of the options that we have work for me for theirs. In response to Mrs. McGinnis's concerns about having a hybrid option, I think Dr. Ryan's points are exactly on point. I'm a teacher at a district that currently is looking to move from hybrid, which they were approved last week, to move back to having us start remotely. We have to make sure that we're being careful with the words remote versus virtual. Virtual are modules that kids work through, and remote is actual real live teachers making their lessons to their students. And if we go back and truly enforce social distancing, kids will be whining and they won't want to go back. Many of these students haven't even worn any masks yet, or I know because I see all the social media posts from my families here in Clarkston. People are living their lives, their best lives, like it's kind of gone away. And I think once we bring all the communities people together, you will have an increase in that. So the school kids want to go back to really just doesn't exist at this time. So I appreciate the comments, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. All right, trustees, we've heard from Dr. Ryan, we've heard from each other, we've heard from a lot of public. I would just invite you now to any reflection, any thoughts. I'd like to sort of know where everyone is, and then I think we can sort of consider if we're ready to move forward, making a motion for an option. I see Mrs. Egan's hand.
Thank you, Mrs. Horst. You know, listening to the comments, and thank you to everyone who shared their thoughts and their struggles. You know, we really are with you. We are a community. We will get through this. We absolutely will get through this. The last speaker, thank you for making that clarification. We might have to say it more than, you know, 2 or 3 times, that the virtual school, they're online, the kids are working kind of self-paced, but within a time frame to complete modules. And then the distance learning, we do have Clarkston teachers teaching these kids. And that's an important distinction. And thank you for making that. What I'm hearing, though, is some confusion when people start talking about hybrid. And, you know, to me, what we have heard other districts doing in hybrid is, you know, say 10th grade, everybody's broken up into Team A or Team B, and Team A comes on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, deep cleaning, sanitation, then Team B comes to school while Team A is remote on Thursday, Friday. That's an example of hybrid. What I'm understanding is parents are asking about choice between the distance remote option versus, can I bring my kids into the building and can they be face-to-face with that teacher while the remote option is going on for other students? That's what I'm hearing, and I hope I'm listening correctly here. But you know, I did ask a similar question to Dr. Ryan in one of our discussions, and I'm wondering if you could at least speak to that specific option. Why or why not? I mean, do we have the building, the staff, the technology capacity to be able to do that? And then, of course, pedagogically, what happens when we try to put a teacher in front of a camera with kids in the classroom, or we don't have enough staff to perhaps do 2 parallel classes, one remote, one face-to-face. So I guess I would ask if we could hear a little bit more on that. And then I heard someone say something about metrics, which I believe I had asked earlier, not tonight, but earlier. And my understanding is an infection rate of 5%. If we brought the kids back into the school, an infection rate of 5% would be kind of the tipping point where we would have to come back and then go remote or into a distance learning mode. So Dr. Ryan, if you could possibly speak to that and correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Ms. Egan. Having read so much that's coming out my ears right now, I believe some research groups offer that 5% threshold. And if I'm not mistaken, which I always could, going from memory, that New York City looked at that threshold of a 5% positive infection rate coming back as their threshold, as their metric. The metrics I'm looking at are more on a practical standpoint. To me, yes, below 5%, having where we are in terms of infection rates, and that being stable would be absolutely be a positive thing, especially if hospital rates and deaths continue to be very, very low. But looking at the practical metrics of school continuity, it's going to be very apparent to me if you look at maybe it's an 80% threshold where there's that level of disruption by schools based on testing, contact tracing, quarantining students and teachers becomes a breaking point, and the metric becomes we can't field teachers in classrooms. It's not hypothetical. It's not wishing. It'll be more of a kind of a natural outcome of not having staff based on them being put out, or groupings of students to where entire hallways or schools and those rolling closeouts. So to me, that's what I'm expected. I think as an experienced both building and central office administrator, I'll be able to look at that data and offer observations and recommendations. And I'll be looking to find out that the other metrics built around the virus are similar apples to apples comparisons between communities. So I look at that. The others are more practical aspects. I don't need a metric. I need clarification in terms of what would be an appropriate level of compliance. What does that look like? I need those questions answered. I'm looking for metrics from others to say, is us doing our best good enough in terms of kids wearing masks? And what is our responsibility to our community, to our students and staff with respect to that? And I think, unfortunately, it's going to result in that data will come from the national movement of schools getting back into session. I don't think, and yes, the virus rate can change as we go in the fall, and we won't go into the teeth of the monster if it's on an increasing or scary level as that goes higher and higher. But if we look at a practical level, I think we're going to start seeing more and more stories. And I hope people don't use just the popular press, because I already had 2 of them pop up on my phone since I've been here about schools that just had reversed and closed this week. And I need to see more of a metric and a data level across the span of many school districts. And I think that data will be available. And I think other school districts will be asking the same thing. I think as a society, we'll be demanding that same thing. So I think on that aspect, hopefully answers your question. Your other one, again, around that, what parents are looking for, I guess I need a clarification on your question. Does it relate to the option of, can you clarify your question? I can hopefully shed light on it.
Absolutely. So what I think I'm hearing from parents is, why can't we come back, if some teachers want to come back and do face-to-face and some aren't, the teachers who aren't perhaps could do remote, and the teachers, and then we can choose if we want to be, put our kids in the building, or we want our kids to do distance learning, knowing full well, hopefully, that virtual learning is very different than distance learning. They would have Clarkston teachers.
And I think at a face value, you look at that, it's a very reasonable question. As I heard several times, the devil in the details, and I can see probably kind of a consternation or stomach problems from Mr. Lucido. The staffing actuality of moving teachers in a logical way that all our classrooms are covered. Think about the specialization of teachers, not only across grade levels and elementary, but also look at the specialties into secondary in terms of subject matter, and having the linear nice matchup between distance learning and that is not a reality that we'll be able to find within the staffing projection of being able to do that. And I still have great concern over the idea where, students coming every other day, then tuning in on TV. That is not real to me when you look at distance learning. That's watching it on TV, and God help us, if we're relying on the expectation for students is just to simply watch it on TV on alternate days. I would have great fear on how any of us would be able to hang in that type of learning environment. Instead, I'm really looking at our teachers to be focused on the kids in front of them. If we're like our conversations tonight, being engaged in different ways, being creative in what those lessons look like. I hope, and I probably can with some authority say that it will not be 100% them just staring at the screen the entire time. I think there's logical breaks and activities and subgrouping in smaller groups and pods of students being organized within breakouts, kind of like we did earlier between sessions and our meetings. I think the level of competence and ability of our teachers to be able to navigate and use these type of modalities, I think all of us, I'm thinking the first time that I got on a Zoom meeting back in March, and I was trying to figure out, and I couldn't get unmuted halfway through the meeting. And now I'm not an expert, but I definitely can take a baton and put up presentations and do a lot of things that I wasn't able to do before. And I did that because I had to learn. And I see that great learning going on in organizations. So I see those different modalities as being potentials. And I think that what we've attempted to offer tonight will hopefully, to the best of my ability, be able to satisfy those needs.
Thank you.
Other questions? comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Heyer.
Thank you, Mrs. Horst. You know, I'll say I'm glad that, you know, we're not talking about what's convenient for our parents. We're not talking about budgetary constraints. We're not talking about, you know, what do kids want to do, or, you know, do they want to hang out with their friends? We're really talking about what's best for kids. And I would implore the board to think about who's best served to make that decision, what's best for kids. And I look at this, and I think we should make the point, you know, if you haven't been following along, and I know there's some folks on tonight that haven't been on before, if you haven't followed along, you may think like we're just starting to work on this, or we've just thrown this together. We got 3 weeks to put the whole thing together. Like, we've been working on this really since March. I mean, right away we started working on that crisis learning, Band-Aid learning, you know, at home, quasi, whatever we did in the spring that certainly met a need, but it wasn't awesome, I think, by any stretch of learning. You know, we immediately transitioned as we got into the summer of what we're going to do this year, and trying to come up with a plan for every single option. And if you don't think that was 24 hours a day, you know, since then, I mean, you haven't talked to any of our administrators in that time, because all of our administrators have worked on this constantly. And I mean, what about this? What about that? Well, guidance has changed. That won't work anymore. Well, now this has happened. The test rates are going this way. The state might go to phase 3. I mean, just all the rumors, the data. I mean, we're balancing everything to try to make this work. So this has been a long time coming. You know, and when I was talking about safety earlier, I mean, I believe that there is certainly a risk of death with kids being home alone. And I don't say that lightly, and I'm not being flippantly at all, but I mean, there's a serious concern, I think, if we have 7,000 kids in our community home, some bad things are going to happen. I don't know what those are. I don't know how bad they are. If we have thousands of kids in our school buildings, some bad things certainly could happen. The difference in my mind is that we control what happens in the school building. I do not control what happens at home. I control when kids walk through those doors. I put a set of policies in place. I approve plans. My superintendent, you know, gets the staff on board, and then by working with principals and administrators and staff all together, we come up with a plan of how to keep kids safe in our buildings. And it's a true joint community effort. And this is one where we really need families to come along with us, because if we want anything in person to work, we absolutely need the community and the family support to do that. Without that, you know, we have much less of a chance of success here. You know, but we control those safeguards in our buildings, you know, and that's where the fidelity of what we're saying, we're trying to put the plan out there. If we do face-to-face, this is what it'll look like. And I feel like it's a dear parents, please make your best decision. If you're comfortable with that, we think we can do this. Nobody said it would be perfect. I didn't hear anybody say we're going to put these safeguards in place, and 100% of the time we can guarantee, you know, they're followed all over the place. You know, I don't think we're going to be lax in enforcement, but you know, perfection isn't something that we can get when we're dealing with, you know, the number of kids and families that we're dealing with here. I really like the virtual option for everybody. If you're not comfortable doing something, you have the virtual option. You know, I think that absolutely needs to stay an option. That's been an option. It needs to stay an option, and I think that's there. I look at the 1,000 special ed kids we have, 1,000 special ed kids. I look at all those other kids that maybe don't have the best home life. And I hate to say like they're a certain kind of kid, or they're in a certain category or a certain demographic, because I don't believe that's true. I think there's students that are better off in school than not in school across all of our sort of demographic categories that we have. And we don't know who they are or what that is. And that's what really worries me and scares me, because I don't know what they're dealing with at home. I don't know what they're up against. And I think, you know, we preach, you know, I feel like we can always go to learning at home, you know, and we're saying we can always go to learning in person, but like, given all the experts that I've seen, like, I don't know that things are going to get better before they get worse. So I wonder what that looks like going forward. If we can have a successful start to school, maybe we can stick with it. Maybe we're disrupted and it doesn't work. And I would probably be more emphatic about my choice here. This is me not being emphatic. This is me telling you what I think and seeing if you want to come along with me. If you've known me for a while, you know, I get much more emphatic. I don't know if I'm right. And that worries me a little bit too. I don't know if there is a right. I think there's a variety of different kinds of thinking here. And you know, the kids sitting in front of a screen, like depending on, I look at my fellow board members, you know, as a board member without kids in school for quite a long time before I've had kids in school now these last handful of years. You know, if your kids are older, you're thinking more secondary. I mean, we all have different lenses and different views. And I think that's what makes us a great board team. You know, and you're going to consider where your kids are at and what's best for your kids. I mean, I can't imagine what's best in the Crane household compared to the Catalina household compared to the Hire household. 3 completely different stories of what's going on there. And I don't think I could make the decision for even Stephanie Crane, you know, who I have a tremendous amount of respect for. I served on the board now with her. I can't make the decision for her household. So how can I decide for 7,000 other households? And that's where I feel like if we vote to go distance learning to start, we're taking an option away. We're forcing these kids and these parents and these students to go at home. If we go face-to-face, I would never force somebody to do face-to-face learning. If that was the only option I had, I would not vote for it. But because they have the virtual option and you can switch it semester and they're different programs, and I understand why you have to wait for the semester. But because we have the virtual option, I feel much more confident saying, I know the in-person option is best for some families. I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I can't say that not having that in-person option is better across the board. And that's where I really hesitate in making a decision. And I guess I'll wrap up by saying, I'll challenge my colleagues collectively, all of you. You know, we talk about equity, we talk about the whole child, you know, we talk about, you know, allocating resources and those things. None of that is easy. You know, this is maybe the most important decision any of us will ever make as a school board member. And we won't know if it's the right decision, maybe ever. Hopefully it just, whatever we decide works out great and we'll feel comfortable that it was the right decision. But we don't know that. And I say, you know, let's use the principles that we truly believe in Clarkston, probably more than anywhere else. You know, how do we take care of these kids? You know, what can we do for these kids the best? And I know there's logistical concerns of doing the in-person, which is why Dr. Ryan has kind of recommended what he's recommended. And I appreciate that 100%. But I feel like let's fumble through those. Let's deal with those things. And whatever option we go through, we're going to fumble a little bit. I mean, we're not going to just all of a sudden execute perfectly on something we've never done before and hasn't been really done anywhere. You know, we're going to learn the best we can learn from our colleagues, but I want to make the decision based on, you know, what I truly think is right for this group of kids that won't have another option if we don't allow face-to-face. And I'm not talking about, you know, it's unfortunate if parents work and that's an inconvenience in their home. I understand that circumstance. I work, my wife works. We have a little bit more flexibility in our household. If we do at-home learning, we're going to make it work. Is it going to be the best? No, it won't be the best, but we'll make it work. But I know there's a lot of families that, you know, making it work is not a good thing for their kids, whatever that happens to be. And we have families with means that can find another outlet for school, and that's great for them. But I want to represent the kids and probably some of the parents that aren't on the Zoom meeting tonight with us, you know, and say, let's go to bat for those kids. And I know it's not going to be easy. I don't know that it's the right decision, but I know it's not forcing students and parents and families into a choice that I don't know if is right either. So with that, I'll be quiet. Thanks for listening. I appreciate all the deliberate work that's been done with this. I appreciate all the parent comments. You know, it's really hard as a school board to sit here and make a decision that goes against a whole bunch of people, and traditionally they're yelling at you. Tonight has been very respectful and some great input and feedback, which I very much appreciate. You know, this is the biggest school board meeting at least in 25 years that I'm aware of in Clarkston. You know, I mean, is this an important issue? Yes. Are people passionate about this issue? Yes. Are people way more interested in this than the 200 people in our community who complain about everything? Yes. We're not talking about those people. We're talking with the parents who are truly passionate about their kids, and they all want some different options. And that's why I think, in my mind, the most flexibility that I think we can deliver, and if my superintendent said there's no way we can deliver that, I have to reconsider, you know, where I'm at. But I didn't hear him say that. I said what I heard him say was he thinks the best option that we can deliver is the at-home learning to start. And I would challenge us all to think about, how do we do face-to-face, and how do we take care of those kids who need it most, those 1,000 special ed kids, the hundreds of other kids that maybe don't have another option, and let the kids that aren't comfortable, that are okay with it, that have a system, let them go virtual if their parents so choose. And that, I feel like, is how we meet the needs of most of our kids.
Thank you, Mr. Heyer. I want to let, I have a couple things to say, but I want to let my colleagues who also have been sitting quietly and pensively. Mr. Need looks pensive all the time. That's why I value him so much. Mrs. Crane, anyone else who would like to?
I'd like to say something, but I don't want to say it above any board member who's not had a second opportunity.
Okay. I'm looking. Mr. Need.
I don't want to repeat, but I agree with just about everything that Mr. Heyer just said. Thanks.
Pensive and succinct. Okay. Ms. McGinnis then? It doesn't look like Ms. Crane or Ms. Catalina is going to. Anything? Okay, Mrs. McGinnis, do you want to go ahead, and then I'll try to bring us home.
So Rachel Doyle said a word earlier that really has stuck with me for a while, and the word was adapt. And there's a lot of adapting that's got to be done both by our parents, our community, our teachers, our school board, our administration. And I very much have a problem. I don't want to use the word problem. I very much know and want the fact that we must improve the delivery of a curriculum, however we're going to deliver it, to our children of need. Whether they have IEPs, whether they are socioeconomically challenged, whatever their asset is or lack of asset. However, I make an assumption that we're having a good part of this conversation about a sector of our community and providing them a choice access of in-person. I challenge the question of, it takes a village to raise these kids. It takes a village in that classroom of students. I will never forget, as a child myself, I'm dyslexic. I knew who the best reader in my class was. I knew who the best person in math was. Those children in that classroom know where they stand in the classroom. And if the classroom becomes all those children who don't think they're that person, I don't see how and I'm not saying that that's guaranteed to be the case, but if we're having this dialogue about providing in-person classroom access because of this sector of our community, then the likelihood is that, I'm going to make an assumption here, that those are the students that are going to fill the classroom in greater concentration. And I don't think that that is the proper makeup for all those children to learn from the surroundings that they're in. And so I guess I'm going to challenge the administration to fight back to me and give me a better answer than the answer I'm giving, or the question I'm posing, that we can't design an in-person classroom for our at-risk students. Those are the ones that are also most socially, economically challenged when it comes to the virus, as the data has already shown us. So if we're gonna have a greater concentration of in-person classroom setting for our most socially at-risk students, then are we not just turning around and putting those students at that much greater risk for contracting the virus when we're not sure if what of those protocols we can provide at a level to prevent an increased rate? So I guess right now I'm challenging the administration to give me a response on a hypothetical that the greatest concentration of in-person classroom may become the students who are most at risk, both educationally and socially economic.
Could you help me kind of rephrase that into, I guess I understand the theme of what you're speaking to, but how you would like, in what context for an answer in? I'm not, maybe I'm just getting fatigued on trying to process it. But I want to listen closely again to your question.
Maybe what comes to my mind is, how fair is it? And is it equitable? We're talking about equity. Is it equitable that what potentially could become of our in-person classroom and our dialogue here is about those kids who are most at risk, IEPs or socially economic, that they become the greater concentration of the classroom that is going to be taught face to face. Is that a dynamic of a classroom that is an appropriate learning and teaching model?
Okay, I'm gonna take a stab at it. I looked at it in part of my original presentation that I felt like our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged or receiving or needing extra support in terms of special education services need to be reached out in a different mode as part of this. I heard some of the things I like tonight as far as phased in approach and words like that, but bringing everybody back. And I don't think I did a good job of getting across to our board and community tonight. It's not simply risk from the virus. That was definitely one component of my presentation, but I'm equally concerned about keeping the continuity of school and have, based on, like I've tried to paint a picture of discrepancies and how that's going to be done in terms of broader contact tracing and quarantining students, to where those students who are at risk could be in school, out of school, out of school, in school, just based on positive cases of the virus in their building, with the potential of extreme disruptions for both special ed students and for students of economic disability. So I think the idea that we just bring them all back and somehow that becomes a better learning environment, especially looking at what that environment will look like, which is not the one anybody remembers that looked like before, and then assuming that they're going to be able to keep continuity, I think is risky at best. And I think what I'm asking for more in terms of supporting those students is that we accept your challenge, Ms. McGinnis, that we need to reach out as part of feeding these students if they'd be socioeconomically disadvantaged, or providing them with different layers in terms of their economic or other disadvantage, to make sure we're doing our best to level that playing field. And I think as we work with our teachers, and in some of our buildings that had higher percentages of students that are struggling with these type of socioeconomic pieces, that I'm going to lean on our teachers and our principals in those buildings to help guide me as we identify some of the areas that we can double down in terms of those supports. I think that our teachers and our social workers and our crews overall are very aware of a lot of these deficiencies and how they manifested in the spring, and looking at bringing to bear different strategies as we go into the fall. My hope is for all students, both whether it's a learning disability or socioeconomic disadvantage or any of the other things that affects them to be successful in school. My goal is not to not be in school. It is to do in a way that we can keep that consistency. And once we get in there, we have a higher staying power to kind of maintain that consistency through the year. So I guess I will just look at it as that I take it extraordinarily serious, and I take responsibility to say that as we unfold our plans for both of these areas of learning, that we're going to put that into the front of our line of sight. And I feel and believe in it so strongly of all the different things I could have chose to look into for a dissertation for Clarkston for a doctoral program, it was focused on that in all the aspects. And I see it probably clearer than most ad nauseum as far as all the different facets that go into the very complicated pieces that make up what true disadvantage looks like. And it's not simply always economics. There's so many different dynamics that go into it that I want to help bring to bear. And I would put myself out there that you will see those materialize as we go through the process. And I also think that they're going to continue to evolve, Ms. McGinnis. I don't think that, that flexibility piece as we look forward, that we can rely on kind of a single story to help get those students through this. But honestly, even hearing some of the suggestions and comments tonight, whether it be the phased-in approach or some of the other novel suggestions, I'm definitely open along to continue to build on those. I don't want people to think that, experts aside, and people that invest a lot of time, there's still new ways and innovations that we can discover that not only will we be able to use as part of our response to COVID, but I'm hopeful that we can kind of continue to use them even forward past COVID as we go into whatever the new normal looks like. I think this is a fundamentally changing event in our education and our society as a whole. And I think that you're going to start seeing some of the outcomes being expressed in a lot of different ways in terms of practices and the way that we conduct school and the way that parents and families even request to have school available to them. I would be not surprised next year, let's say a vaccine and everything else, that we still have a very high level of involvement and interest in virtual or distance programs. And maybe those continue to evolve so that students really can take advantages of many different learning environments, modalities, as they go through their education. And that might not even be static to one kid. I'd visualize a future where, depending on their own emotional and intellectual and academic development, that they might actually go from one modality to the next and back based on their own development. Thinking that kids grow in a straight line and everything is always copacetic or learning is in a straight line is not how it actually happens in the real world. So I guess hopefully I'm answering your question kind of in a big picture, but I see potential here.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. One of the other things is, there's this phrase, you move my cheese. I think our cheese is getting moved every day on us, both from a parent perspective, both from an employment perspective, from a Board of Education perspective. Classrooms may not look the same moving forward for a lot of reasons. We currently have some legislation pending, or at least submitted in the state of Michigan, that snow days will become something of the past, that a district will go to remote learning when we have a snow day, so that our students don't have that lag of what snow day would bring to us. So there's so much transition going on when it comes to the modalities of how education can and will be delivered in the future as we move forward. But my biggest concern is that while I have as equal concern as Mr. Need and Mr. Heyer do of those students who in the March to June timeframe did not get an adequate touch point basis from the education systems because of all this newness that we experienced. And I can understand the fear of going into September and seeing that repeat itself again. I am confident that's not going to happen again, that we'll have some systems in place that will help to prevent that. I think you can also expand on the question I asked you the other day, and that was, if we were in full remote, would you, as the superintendent, permit or not permit teaching staff, if they came to you to say, I have a group of kids who aren't getting it, and I'd like to meet them at the park and work on them in a socially distant, appropriate environment to see if I can get through this log jam that they have about learning something. And I believe your response was, no, you would not prevent that from happening. Could you expand on that?
I would say I wouldn't look to prevent innovative ways that we can group in getting teachers together. What I would probably advise against it done in kind of a haphazard or random way on whims. I would like it to be vetted and understood and thoughtfully planned and then executed. And I would even expand that idea to, supporting individual classroom pods, depending on teachers and families who want to take responsibility for managing risk at their own households of getting kids together as part of learning environments. I really think that not only will we be doing some of these things, Ms. McGinnis, but I think this changes education in some very fundamental ways forever. I don't think we're ever, and shame on us, honestly, if we don't learn some new tricks in education from going through this experience that we can apply in the future for our kids. And I, for one, I've always loved innovative ideas and trying things differently, but I've never done it in a way that I felt that was reckless or just, I couldn't deal with the collateral impacts of those decisions. But in this case, we're kind of forced in a way to be different, to teach different, to learn different, and to be able to navigate a situation that we're not familiar with. So ultimately I feel like that we win by embracing it. And when we can learn, when our teachers come up with these ideas as far as, and parents meet them halfway on some of them, I do see an expanded. And that's, to me, if one thing can be said, and I heard some positive comments earlier about, opportunities and what it might look like, to me, that's exciting. It's exciting to see innovation. And I think innovation, when I studied education over the long haul, it is highly resistant to innovation in a lot of cases. But like most things, people assume that the evolution of ideas and processes happen again at a point by point over time type pace. And the reality is a great innovation and evolution, both biologically and in systems, usually comes on a very high slope, on limited points, based on the individual realities and the challenges that the time presents. I think one of my favorite phrases is that we talk about ingenuity, or the necessity is the mother of ingenuity. I got the quote here, still going on 1030. Looking at, I think right now, necessity is at the door knocking really loud. And I'm excited to be part of an organization. And if you look at the history of Clarkston and the way that we've embraced ideas from cultures of thinking to career tech education, to all the things that we've already engaged just in the last year. Our attention to detail when it comes to whole person and building little people, not just, being able to know the reading, writing, arithmetic, I think is gonna, when we have the power of our teachers who know that we care about them too, and we apply it in these novel ways, I'm excited to see where they're going. Because honestly, in talking with teachers, I think back March, April, May, I heard a lot more along the lines of shock and fear, and what can we do to make this work? And now I feel like the conversations have turned to what is the possibilities of what we can do with what we have. And Sean, can you, or Dr. Ryan, or Sean, whoever, how can you make sure that our students have the tools to be ready to meet us halfway as we do those? So I'm really excited about the potential, and I can't wait until this is passed and we're looking in the rearview mirror, talking as a board and as a school district of all the things that we learned through this, I'm going to call it, very dark and difficult time that we're now putting to bear, moving our systems forward. Because I think Clarkston is going to be at the front of the line when it comes to actualizing those.
Okay, so appreciate the vision. No doubt you will be leading us at the front of the line, but I'm going to bring us back a little more to what we have in front of us in terms of the immediate challenge of the night, if that's okay with everybody. And I just want to throw in just a couple of thoughts here, and then I think I'm going to be ready to ask us to kind of wrap up our discussion. So a parent earlier mentioned Dr. Horst, and I promise you she wasn't talking about me. She was talking about my spouse, and he is an emergency room physician in Flint, and he has been in my ear. He's my, what did you call it, source of truth, for the last handful of months. And he has been saying to me the phrase, rip off the Band-Aid, right? When it comes to schools, rip off the Band-Aid. So I think for a good, portion of time, I have been thinking along the lines of Mr. Need and Mr. Heyer in terms of returning to school. But I've also been talking with Mr. Ryan a lot about what that means in terms of reality, and is it sustainable? And I don't know how it's good for kids if we disrupt that continuity of learning, even though I think I have great concern, the way Mr. Heyer described so passionately, for a huge portion of our student population, that we worry about that could be, that has the potential to be in trouble if they are at home. And so I think if we are going to support the idea of remote learning, I would put the challenge back to Dr. Ryan and our administrators to figure out a way to do something extra to make sure we are reaching those kids that we have identified that are at risk or that need extra support, or those families that we know that need extra help to make remote learning successful. And we heard from a lot of them tonight, and those stories are tough. Because I think, those of us that are sitting here at this table virtually that have kids are struggling with our choices as well. And we may be in different situations, but we heard tonight some very serious challenges for our families. I was really struck by this idea of choice. And again, that one really speaks to me as well, the idea that we could be taking choice away from our families. But again, how much choice really is there if we are convinced, as Dr. Ryan, I think, conveyed to us very passionately and with a lot of very realistic concerns, that choice is going to be incredibly short-lived and incredibly volatile in a way that is going to preclude any learning from happening and is going to throw us into a remote environment for which we will have absolutely no time to meaningfully prepare. So those are the ways in which I'm kind of weighing my decision here and for which option that I think I'm prepared to support. So those are kind of my pros and cons to sort of quote a list that Mrs. So I feel like it's gotten a bit shorter as the night has gotten longer. So I feel like at this time, unless anyone else has anything to add, I am prepared to entertain a motion from the board. And you have the language in front of you. Does anyone have a packet open? I'm trying to juggle a few devices here.
I can make a motion, Mrs.
Okay.
Horst. I move that the Board of Education approves option B from the fall 2020 return to school plan for beginning the 2020-21 school year on August 31st, 2020, and I will read option B.
Thank you.
Option B is structured distance learning with the goal of returning to face-to-face instruction as soon as possible based on community spread, state and regional case studies, and consistency of local, state, and CDC health guidance. The transition will be evaluated on a weekly basis for the safest and most efficient return to in-person learning.
We have support for the motion, did I hear?
Support.
Thank you. Is there additional questions, comments, or discussion on the motion? All right, Mrs. McLean?
In favor of the motion. I don't want to belabor it.
I'm sorry?
I said I continue to be in favor of the motion and I don't want to belabor it.
Okay, Mrs. McLean, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Catalina?
Yes.
Mrs. Crane?
Yes.
Mr. Need?
No.
Mrs. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Heyer?
No.
Mrs. McGinnis?
Yes.
Mrs. Horst?
Yes. The motion carries 5-2. I want to thank everyone tonight. This was a very long deliberated issue. And I know there are still 1,000 people online with us, and I know not everyone is going to be pleased with the outcome of this discussion. I'm taking some solace in the fact that I think we heard a lot of things tonight from our community that we will actually be able to take back and advise our administration on. I think they heard some things that they can take some action on and incorporate into this plan. So I hope that everyone can embrace this, can realize that our intention is that this is a temporary start to the school year, a cautious start to the school year, and that our intention is to move us back to a face-to-face learning environment as quickly and safely as it is to do so. And that I think Dr. Ryan has some pretty clear ideas for the guidance that he's looking for to do that. And I want to thank all of my fellow trustees. I mean, this was, to me, the best example of how a board can work. It hasn't always been that way here in Clarkston, although it's been many years since I think we can say that. I'm really proud to sit here on a board with all of you tonight and have this discussion. I'm really proud of our community and how you participated in this process tonight. I would bet that of the 1,000 of you, a lot of you had not been in a board meeting before, and you advocated for your families and your children tonight, and we heard you loud and clear, and we will continue to listen to you as these plans are implemented, and know that we said in the outset, we are going to insist that this remote learning is done in a way that is high quality, that takes the pressure off of you as parents. We heard that loud and clear. So the next 3 weeks, the charge to the administration is to get our teachers and our staff ready to make sure that this is ready to go. I think, and we'll say this when we get to information items, but there is a virtual town hall meeting already planned for parents. My suggestion would be that really we hone in the focus on that. Maybe it was intended just as a general question and answer, but now that we have a direction, I think maybe we can hone in the focus there to make it much more specific to remote learning and virtual learning, and give parents a lot more information about those two avenues. And so parents now who want to have some consideration about those two choices can get a lot more educated on that. I'm absolutely certain that more information will be going out on that in the next day. I have to find the agenda. Okay, we'll move on then. Item 7 is report items. There are none. Item 8 is discussion items. There are none. Item 9 is citizen comments. At this point in the agenda, citizens are welcome to address the board on any topic they wish. And I see we have some hands up. So Mrs. McLean, if we could go back, and we will allow citizens to address the board on any topic at this point on the agenda. Aaron Spencer. Hi, Aaron. Great. Can you hear me?
Working on it. Yeah, there we go. I can hear you.
Very good. Thanks so much for being patient, and you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Ryan, you've let us down. You taught at my high school. I can't see how you'd abandon us. Every parent of a young child, of a special needs child, of a child in an art or music program, it's our responsibility to look after the safety of our children. It was yours to provide them with the education we expect of you. That's all.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, SM. You'll unmute please on your end. There you go.
Great. Sorry, that was for a prior comment. There was no needed. Thanks, Kelly.
All right, thanks so much. Cool breeze. All right, your end, we are ready to hear from you. Go ahead.
I didn't have anything to add.
All right, thank you. All right, Alexa Zattel.
So I
I am a fifth.
Hello? Hi there. Okay, we'll move on to Sherry. Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for tonight. I've been on the whole time. I know this is not easy. I am a parent and also I work for the district. My question is do we have an idea of will there be a start date at all? I know some districts have posted October 30th, but I'm just a little bit confused on that. It's every 2 weeks we're going to be doing this, or how is that going to happen for face-to-face?
I'm sorry, would you clarify your comment, please?
I'm just wondering, I know some districts have put in their back to school that they are looking at like October 30th. I'm just a little bit confused on how we are handling that. Is it literally every 2 weeks? So it could be 2 weeks from this, like we were supposed to start August 30th or the 31st. Do we have an idea? Is it every week? I'm just a little bit confused on when face-to-face could start.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think we'll have more information on that. I mean, there's some, as the year goes on, there's no hard date for face-to-face when it'll start. It's going to be an evaluation as we go on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've lost my place. I'm sorry. Heidi, where am I? Leindecker? Hi. If you could unmute on your end, we're ready to hear from you.
Hi, I'll keep this brief because I know it's really late. I just wanted to find out about fall sports. What is the plan? Is it on? Is it off? Can you guys make a decision tonight?
That decision won't come from us, so I'm sorry. Someone will have to follow up. I'm sure the district will be announcing what they know or what comes from that. That may not come from us, maybe a larger institution, but no, we won't make that decision tonight. Chris Young, we're ready to hear from you.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you guys for all the hard work that you've done. It's not an easy decision to make, and I know it's not taken lightly. You guys did a great job. It's a long night, long meeting. I just had 2 comments I wanted to make. The first one was, Mr. Ryan, during your last statement, you talked about innovation and teaching in the future. The one thing that wasn't mentioned when you made that speech, which was great, was the parents that have to go to work and can't stay home to be a part of this new future of innovation in teaching. That's just one of the things I'd like to bring up is it might be the right decision to stay home and teach our kids from home, but it's not going to be easy, obviously, and you all know that. My second comment would be towards the children. I believe it was, hold on a second, and I'm not a great speaker either, so I'm going to thump through this. Miss McGinnis had mentioned that some of the students are maybe ahead in curriculum, and they're identified. I believe that my 2 young daughters who go to Independence are a little bit ahead of some students in some curriculum, and therefore during the spring virtual learning, they were never called on by their teachers, and they felt left out the whole time. And they raised their hands, but they never got picked on because there were kids that needed probably more teaching at that time. And I had to spend a lot of time explaining to my children that they weren't forgotten, but it's hard to explain to a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old when they never get picked on by their teachers. Those are my only 2 comments. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Bonnie? Hi, if we could, if you'll unmute, we're ready to hear from you. If we could get your full name.
My name is Fani Hussain. I have junior at high school and also working at high school. I just want to say thank you for everybody. I always support Clarkston School. I'm glad I don't have to make this decision. It's very hard, I know. But whatever you guys make, we can do it. So I'm happy, and I'm happy it's all over. So we know for sure what you guys decision are, and then we support you, and we can do it together. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. Rachel Doyle?
Hi, can you hear me? It's
We
me
can.
again.
Hi, Rachel. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry. Listen, I guess I'm just a little disappointed, and I want to express that. I know that you guys are all doing your best, but I feel like so many times each of you expressed that you thought it was the best thing for kids to be face-to-face. And I know that when we're looking at Michigan, we can't look at other states because as a healthcare worker, I know that we already had the majority of our surge. And I know that you, especially if your husband's a ER physician, I've done my first 10 years as a nurse in the ER. I know that you know that our numbers are lower and they're below the 5%. And I think I just find it really frustrating because I feel like it kind of was a lot of parents speaking their concerns tonight and their wishes to go face-to-face, and it was almost on deaf ears. And I don't mean that in a rude way. It just almost felt like the decision was made before we even got a chance to express it. And only 50% of the people are really getting a choice in this now. For all of us that really wanted to be face-to-face because we thought it was the best thing for our children, we don't really have a choice anymore. The choice was kind of made for us. And it sounds like it wasn't really made for us in a safety aspect because we know the numbers are lower, and you know, we have teachers that are willing, and we have, you know, all of these things in place, and we're wearing masks, and we're doing everything that the CDC recommends. It almost sounded like it was just made for us almost out of fear and not really out of a choice. So I guess I'm just kind of disappointed, and I understand it's a hard decision, and I just really would have liked to have known that all of our voices were heard more and that we were given a choice, because there's so many of us parents that really wanted face-to-face. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Understood. Thank you so much for your comments, Rachel. Jeff H., if you could state your full name, please. And there you go, unmuted. Very good. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Jeff Hibbs. We have kids in fall sports, and that is, I know it was just brought up a minute ago, but that's also our concern, our question is, I think a decision needs to be made fairly quick on fall sports. If it's going to continue or get canceled, it's a situation where we're paying money out constantly, you know, several times a week almost, it seems like, on equipment, on supplies, on activities, on whatever. And if you're going to tell us that it's not safe for the kids to go to classroom, and we respect your decision on that, and we'll do virtual learning, and we'll figure out the dynamics of that in our household. But if you're going to tell us that it's not safe for them to go to classroom, but it's safe for them to be on a sports team, it's safe for football to be face-to-face, it starts to appear that you're putting sports before education and putting sports before safety. And we know Clarkston has a strong sports history, but it needs to be looked at, and that decision needs to be made pretty quick, in our opinion. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate your comments. S. Brady, we're ready to hear from you.
Hi, I spoke earlier and I just had a quick follow-up about for special ed services, how long until us as families now hear from the school or from our individual therapist group, whatever, to find out how they're going to go about providing for our children? Because I know in the spring we had emails from our speech therapist, but with work that we could do with our child, but it's different one-on-one with a trained speech therapist who can look at their mouth and look at their muscles and how they're working them and able to pronounce what they need to. And I know for our son, that's very crucial And so I need to know like how they're going to go about fulfilling the requirements of his IEP, so that he can get the best he can, especially with having now had this huge gap from March until September when school starts again. My second question was in regards to the virtual learning model that we registered for versus the distance learning that will now take place because school will be completely remote. If anyone could, I know that there's descriptions on each, but maybe somebody could go ahead and give key pointers onto what is the difference between the different models, just a few, so that we can fully understand what are we registered for versus what the rest of the students are going to be doing, so that we know the differences, and maybe we did make the best choice. Maybe we should have gone just with the remote, and that would help us out a lot. So those were my two key aspects.
Would you tell me your first name again? I'm sorry.
Sure. My first name is Stephanie.
Stephanie. Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you. I just want to make sure we can get someone to follow up with you in a timely manner on your special ed question.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rowe, I see that you're here. Isn't there a place, I know, on the website where people can go and see a side-by-side comparison of the two remote and virtual
Yes,
programs?
actually, we have a communication that is set to go out to families that will show the two models side by side. It will have a frequently asked questions section referring to distance learning and Clarkston virtual, as well as some sample schedules of what the daily schedule will look like in a distance learning model. And I know some folks have asked about that, so they'll be able to see that very shortly.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. The Carr family. If you can give me the full name of who is going to address us tonight, we are ready to hear from you. Uh-oh, is this one of our older Zoom? Hello? Hello?
We should be able to hear you, but we can't.
Uh-oh. I'll tell you, is there a way to mute and we can come back and try again in a minute? Okay, Carr family, we'll come back to you in a moment. Chris Nord, if you'll unmute. There you go. Hi there. Yep, we can hear you. We're ready to hear from you.
Hi there. I'm Chris Nord, and I'm the parent of 2 students in the district. President Horst, I just want to say to the board and to the administration, thank you all for your service. There is no doubt looking at your faces that every one of you has lost sleep on this. You're gorgeous, but we can tell you've lost sleep. And that you'll probably continue to question yourselves and the decisions made tonight with every report of student or a teacher that struggles due to the virus or mental health or food insecurity or something worse. Thank you tonight for really listening. I've been watching all 5 hours and saw many times somebody picked up a pen, scratched down some notes, and acknowledged the new ideas that were presented. Over time, you're going to get hard data about where this decision didn't work out, but you're never going to get hard data about how many people you've protected, both physically and mentally, because there are many of us parents that recognize you had to make a really hard decision and you made it with the best information available, and that you'll continue to do that in the months ahead. So as a parent in Clarkston, I just want to say a huge thank you for your sacrifice and for serving Clarkston students and Clarkston families in the best way you can today, and for the fact that you're going to have more hard decisions to make in the months ahead. So thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Carr family, let's try that one more time. We'll unmute you and see if we can hear you. Hello? Can we? All right. I'm sorry. We're going to take your hand down, and if you want to try one more time to get in line, I'm sorry about that. All right, Angie?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. If you could state your full name for us, please, and we're ready to hear from you.
Hi, I'm Angelina Leonis. So while I don't agree with the decision, I do have an appreciation for the spirit of the decision. I'm speaking for working parents. I feel like we can have the best laid plans for virtual program or distance learning. But at the end of the day, if a parent doesn't have the means to assist their children throughout the day, it's just as well as a teacher teaching through, to a black hole. So I think, parents are going to have to keep the lights on and pay the bills and provide shelter and food for their kids. And while we don't want to prioritize work over education, if they don't have the means to it, I feel like, a lot of families are going to struggle. So I would personally like to see a quick pivot from the school to do a comprehensive plan on how to provide resources for those families, not just families with children with disabilities, but every family who's going to struggle with this decision, including working parents of elementary kids. So I really hope those resources will be made available so that we can all be successful in this new normal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Erin Spencer.
Hello, my name is Jessica Spencer. Again, I spoke earlier, and I just wanted to make it clear that my understanding from today's meeting is that this is obviously something that everyone's taken very seriously, and it's clear that the opinion is that people who are too worried to send their kids to school, it's not good enough that they don't send their kids to school. They also can't let me send my kid to school because they're so worried for their own children that I have to do what they want with my kids. And if Miss Mahoney remembers me when I was in math class, it is very clear that I have no business teaching my 13-year-old math. And while I appreciate the notion that it will be better than it was at the end of last year, and for God's sake, I hope that's true for everyone who keeps their kids in the district. But the truth is, it's not just about helping my kid with math that you can't help them with because you're not in the room with them. It's about making sure that my children are protected from bullying. Because my child, and everyone who's listening to this, their child is more likely to die of suicide than COVID-19. And I can't protect my child from online bullying while I'm trying to work. And while I appreciate you all making the best decision, you are obviously trying to make the best decision you can. But the truth is, your job is to provide an education based on the tax dollars that I'm paying. And so I guess my question would be, are we going to be reimbursed as taxpayers for buses that we're not using? Are we going to be reimbursed for lunch meals that you're not providing? Are we going to be reimbursed for the millions of dollars that we're paying that you're not going to use because buildings are going empty, because janitors aren't going to have jobs for the next 6 months until we go back to school? And I understand that now it'll be 6 months before our kids are back in school. And the truth is that who knows when it will be? Because if you're looking for better numbers than the numbers we have now, you're not going to find them. Because it's my understanding that kids are 16 times more likely to die of the flu than they are of the coronavirus. So if the issue is teachers being protected, then I completely understand that focus. And if I were a teacher who was medically fragile, then I probably wouldn't be comfortable going to work either. But if we can expect our carry-out workers to take the risk to protect our meals, then we can expect our teachers who are healthy to take that risk as well. Now, I understand that this is not going to land well with some people in the district, and I make these comments knowing that this will not land well to some ears. But the truth is, my children need to be in school. And the reason that we pay taxes, literally the only reason that I live in Clarkston and not a district that's close to it, is because of the pride and joy. My parents literally worked 2 jobs for me to land in Clarkston schools, so I wouldn't be one of those kids that Miss McGinnis was talking about that were having a hard time in class, one of those kids that are too difficult to have a class full of, that it would be so challenging to have a bunch of kids like me. But Miss Mahoney worked her butt off to help me understand math so that I could run a business and be successful at my ripe old age of 34. So while I understand the risks, the physical risks, and we've had nurses on tonight who have talked about all 4 of the patients that are in the hospital that she works with right now, but the truth is that our kids are at a higher risk of physical injury, of all kinds of issues, not to mention like suicide rates are going to go through the roof, because for 10 weeks to you doesn't seem like much, but for a 13-year-old or a 7-year-old or a 5-year-old, 10 weeks is a lifetime. So while I appreciate the people who have spoken truth in this meeting, it should be enough that you don't send your kids because you're afraid of their health. You should not have to make my kids stay home to make you feel better. And God forbid people who are talking tonight are more worried about the election in November than they are about the safety of their children's welfare. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Christina.
I don't know how all these people know who I am. Yes, girl. Preach, girl. Tell me about it, girl. Keep going, girl.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Christina O'Brien. Sorry, that wasn't from my phone.
That's okay.
Sure where that was from. My question is, I have 3 in, I'm going to have 2 in the lower L, 1 going into 6th and 1 supposedly going into preschool. Does this affect the preschools also? Or are the 2 intertwined? Is this just K through 12, or is there a plan for, I know that you guys spoke about the preschools earlier, but is there a different plan for the preschools, or is it all connected?
Is that a quick and easy answer, Mr. Ryan, right now?
Based on that, how we had set it up today, Ms. Lucido, what was the final word on all the classrooms or partial for them?
For preschool?
We are planning on running the preschool right now. There's been this tremendous amount of drops that have occurred. But right now it's our understanding that we need to have that open for our essential workers in the community to have that service available to them.
All right. All right. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right. Angie, Angie, I don't want to mispronounce your last name.
That's okay.
That's will you say it for me, please?
It's Golub.
Thank you so much. We're ready to hear from you.
I just wanted to voice that I have 2 children in the middle school and 1 that is in the junior high. And I haven't been on. I've been on for probably about 2.5 hours listening. And I just want to say that I think that you guys are doing a great job. It's a very hard decision to make, but I know as a parent, one of the things, everybody's been wondering, what are we doing? What are we doing so people can plan? And I really feel bad for all the negativity comments, because I understand that it's going to be a different situation for everybody and it's not going to be easy. And even if you did face-to-face, there's a lot of people that aren't going to be happy with the decision. And now that you've decided to do remote, there's a lot of people that aren't going to be happy. But I just wish that everybody calling in could think of the positive things that have happened, like when you guys started the online at the end of the year, and, a lot of my kids were friends were like, we don't have to do this. It's an optional thing. And I told my family, I said, this is not optional. These teachers didn't get the option to put their time in to try and teach you. So you're going to show them respect and do the work. It gives you something to do. You still get to, see your friends on Zoom and communicate. I know it's not the same as face-to-face, but I give my hands up to you guys because I know it had to be a very hard decision. I mean, I decided that I was going to send my kids face to face if that's what you guys had made the decision. But every day I think, am I making the right decision? So I just wanted to say that I feel bad for all the negativity. And, you know, I think people need to realize that, you know, everybody's in a different situation. I understand that. But if we all put more positive thoughts into this and how we could make things better for each other, I think it would go a lot smoother for everybody. And I just want to say that I think you're doing a great job. And, you know, for me, you actually just made my life a lot easier because you made the decision for me. And I didn't have to double guess, am I making the right decision? And, you know, if it came face to face, I would have, you know, condoled you guys on that. I think the teachers at the end of the year, I mean, we had a great experience with all of them. They reached out to the kids, I think, as much as they could. And, you know, I've talked to, in my profession, I've talked to a ton of teachers from all different districts. And every single one said, you know, we were kind of said, here, this is the material, this is what you got to teach. And a lot of people said, you know, it was a joke at the end of the year. But what do you expect when something's just thrown at you and you have to learn as the kids are learning? So I just wanted to say, I think you guys are doing a great job. And I hope you can kind of put some of the negativity comments behind you, because I think we all need to really be a little bit more positive towards each other at this time.
All right. Thank you so much for your comments.
Yep.
All right. Next is Kristen. If you could state your full name for me, please. We're ready to hear from you.
Hi, Kristen Latimer back again. Something I've noticed at work is if everybody owns something, then nobody owns it. So there's been a lot of collaboration and talk about resources for parents that are struggling, or resources regarding special needs and things like that. So I just would like to have someone commit, whether it be someone on the board, who's going to report back to Clarkson Community Schools on what the plan is for people with special education or needing resources. What is that going to look like? I definitely think there needs to be a lot more effort put into those pieces, and I understand more to come with special needs and things, but if this is going to continue in the long term, then I really think that we need to have an intense thought process behind what that truly looks like for somebody. Let's do some long-term planning. Let's not just piece things together when you're in, when your child has that many needs or has all those things, or when a family is truly struggling or there's a child. I'd like to know what the district is going to do to wrap their arms around that family to make sure that there is no family left behind, not just no child, no family. This is hard on so many people in so many different ways, but I really believe that the board should take an interest, because I heard from a lot of people, and even the people that said no, that someone needs to take accountability and take ownership to say, yes, we are going to handle this. And yes, we are going to report back to the community on how we're going to do this together, right? Where we're better together. So I just want to make it noted. Again, I appreciate everyone's efforts. In my role at work, I understand things change all the time. You guys are flying by. It's like taking information by your fire hose. I get it, and it's changing and it's moving. But I do ask, we need to be nimble. We need to adapt. We need to evolve. And if anything, Clarkson needs to be the leading edge of those things. And that's why we're in the district. And I truly believe that we have the right people in place, that we can be the ones setting the tone for getting back in place. And I would really love to see an emphasis or exploration on that phased plan based on the people that need it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. All right, Sam Carr.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi there.
Sam Carr here. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I've been a resident of Clarkston, for like a long time, 13 years. I am from the area, and I want to say thank you. Everything that, and I've been with you since the beginning of the meeting. And I know this decision was very difficult, even in my home. I work for Clarkston schools. My children go to Clarkston schools. We were ready to return to school and support our community. My husband worked with COVID patients, and he has underlying health issues, as do I. I saw my husband step up to help nurses, and he's amazing. And I want to do my part as well in the community by returning to school when it's safe. And I'm on board. I'm on board with Clarkston, and I support your decision, and I appreciate you taking my call. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. And now we have Jim. Jim, if you could state your full name for us, and we're ready to hear from you.
Hi, my name is Jim Wojcik, and I have 2 daughters in the district. First of all, I want to say thank you for offering this to the parents so they can speak out. Thank you very much. I understand the decision made today, but I think we need to be consistent as a district. If there is no face-to-face learning, there should be no fall athletics. Everyone is saying they're concerned about our kids and teachers' safety and well-being, yet athletics is full steam ahead. We receive almost daily emails from the district encouraging our kids to try out for different sports. Some coaches are also teachers in the district, so they are also putting themselves at risk. Given the decision made today, it makes no sense for athletics to continue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Mrs. McLean, that looks like we have everyone who wished to address the board under item 9. Thank you so much, everyone. I can't believe we still have over 500 people with us at this hour, and so many of you have been with us since the beginning. Appreciate your participation this evening. Let's move on to item 10, our information items. 10.1 is our virtual town hall, Wednesday evening, 6 p.m. Regarding return to school. And again, I'm assuming now that there is a direction that perhaps that will be a little more focused than just a general Q&A, and I would assume that Mrs. Rowe is on top of that, and you can expect some information on that coming shortly. Item 10.2 is our next Board of Education meeting scheduled for Monday, August 24th. And as I said last week, our whole conflict over how we are meeting has to do with the current executive order limiting in-person or inside meetings to 10 people. I did receive a copy of guidance written by the attorney at the Michigan Association of School Boards, clarifying for us that we can do sort of a hybrid model. If we want to meet in person as a board, we can have our citizens still tune in virtually and comment virtually. I didn't get that guidance until very late in the week. It was provided to a fellow school district and shared with us. And so it really wasn't possible to put that together in time for tonight, but we can certainly talk about that. And if we want to go ahead and make that move back on the 24th, I think we just have to coordinate with Independence Television and make some adjustments in the boardroom to ensure social distancing. So I will talk to all of you about that after, in the coming days. So stay tuned for that, because that would certainly impact the time we meet. Then item 10.3 will be the first day of school for students. That will be on Monday, August 31st, and I certainly would expect a lot more information to be coming out about that and any other interim activities associated with that. Obviously, we will have to think about how we're going to get technology into the hands of students, any other kind of information about pre-first day activities, so stay tuned for that as well. Item 11 is adjournment. May I have a motion, please?
I move to adjourn. Support.
Support. Mrs. McLean, may I have a final roll call vote, please?
Mr. Need,
Yes.
Mrs. McGinnis,
Yes.
Mr. Heyer,
Yes.
Ms. Catalina,
Yes.
Mrs. Crane,
Yes.
Mrs. Egan,
Yes.
Mrs. Horst.
Yes, we are adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.